All right, folks, it is Wednesday, 15 April, 2026. 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 Wednesday, 15
Getting everything
April,
set up here right now.
2026. Wednesday, 15
Getting everything
April,
set up here right now.
2026. Wednesday, 15
Getting everything
April,
set up here right now.
2026. Wednesday, 15
Getting everything
April,
set up here.
2026. Wednesday, 15
Getting everything
April,
set up here.
2026. Wednesday, 15
Getting everything
April,
set up here.
2026. Wednesday, 15
Getting everything
April,
set up here.
2026. Wednesday, 15
Getting everything
April,
set up here.
2026. Wednesday, 15
Everything
April,
set up.
2026. Wednesday, 15
Everything
April,
set up.
2026.
All right. Let's see if we can get this all figured out and fixed. Looks like it was, oh, yeah. There we go. Let's try this again over on. Yeah, and while I do that, I'm going to get Censorship Sucks up and running. We're setting up for them right now. Yeah, and while I do that, I'm going to get Censorship Sucks up and running. We're setting up. Hey, David, how's it going?
Hey, how you doing?
Hola.
Hey, everybody.
Oh, David, you're here.
Oh yeah, I'm here.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, well, good. Now we got a half hour of David.
Yeah, exactly. And then Barry's here, and in about a half hour he'll actually say something. Because he's got to wire everything up, you know.
Oh, boy.
I'm not going to ask you about Blue, because she's doing good now.
She's a good girl.
Yeah.
Although she just... Oh, God. Hey, I want to go outside. Can I go outside? Sure, here you go. Okay, I'll
Come
come
in.
in now.
Yeah. But I want outside.
Yeah.
But I want in. Yep.
She was trained much better when in a house. Let's put it that way.
No, yeah, exactly. She's like, I like riding in the car and everything, but when's this trip going to end?
Can I stick my head out the window?
Yeah.
I want to stick my head out the window and see how far my tongue stretches to the end of the vehicle, you know?
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Let's see here. Oh, she likes to breathe.
So is your lead story going to be the one from the Gateway Pundit of the two airline pilots that were barking and meowing at each other?
No, I wasn't going to open with that. I didn't even put it in my lineup. Was there an audio attached with that?
Yes, there's an audio attached. Yep.
Mm-hmm. I've got this Joy Bear calls Jesus narcissistic for acknowledging he's the Messiah. Or she said he basically would never say that because it would be too narcissistic.
But he did say that, yeah. Yep.
And at one point she's like, I don't know, let me like look at it the way I look at it or something. She's like, it's like, no.
Yeah.
I see it a different way or something. It's like, no.
Yep. That's the way they justify their lies. Well, it's all just a matter of perspective. It's like, no. You think Barry would have all of his wires hooked up before the call starts,
It's okay, man. We know he's here. He doesn't have to, sit through the whole pre-show thing. It's okay.
I don't know. Ugh.
Yeah, I haven't done too much this week.
Yeah.
Yeah. As you can see, I didn't post too much to you.
Yep. Yep. I got billions of freaking songs now. I have no idea what the hell I'm going to do with them.
Depending on how they are, we can always put them up on the stream. Not this stream,
right.
But, that other one.
Until we get sued by William Shatner.
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
Or one of the other artists.
Yeah. What I think is funny is, that program will let you, copy almost any artist, but then when it comes time to make the little album cover or whatever,
yep.
You can't use any artist names. And if there's anything even close, it's just like it yells at you, It's like, hey, you typed in this. If this is copyrighted, we're gonna delete your song.
I don't do that. I just normally let it choose.
Right.
And then I'll put in the description. Sounds like.
Right.
Or
I just
something
think it's
like
funny.
that.
That's where it drew the line.
Mm-hmm.
Like, oh, you can steal their voice and their style all day long, but how dare you put an AI generated picture of them?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
It's all CS's
I
fault.
really like the one I did with Hendrix.
Yeah.
Jimi Hendrix, yeah, his novelty lesbian ghost girl,
Yeah. Yep.
The big titty goth girl one's pretty cool too, though.
Yeah, everyone seems to love that one.
Yeah, I mean, I get a lot of hits for that one.
Yeah.
What? She saying that?
It's,
What did
it's
she
catchy.
say? What did they say? Like, yeah. Working at the donut shop, buddy.
Yep. Frosting on her cherry and something jelly till it pops or whatever. I can't remember.
Yeah. No. She's got a cherry on her lollipop.
There you go. Cherry on lollipop.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's quite entertaining, and it even sounds really cool when Smashing Pumpkins does it.
Right.
I was like, man, I bet this would be kind of cool if if I did it with Smashing Pumpkins or Roxette.
There you go.
And there it was. It was like, oh, it actually works.
So you gonna have Brent and John on again today?
Today, no.
No, you're not gonna do a repeat.
I just had him on 2 weeks ago.
I know, but you gotta keep it going like that. People are gonna expect that level of professionalism from you, with dual guests,
Well, we do have Angel coming up next week, I believe.
Next week, okay.
Really? Cool. Sunday or Wednesday?
Wednesday.
Okay.
Now, if it's before noon, can you still call him Angel? Because a lot of people, don't call me Angel in the morning.
Oh.
Ba-da-bum.
Copyright. Be careful, man. Copyright.
Yeah. Yep. There's Barry. Oh man, something's giving me heartburn fierce. Oh.
That's worse than heartburn, dude. I mean, it is brutal.
I know. You're not sure if it's heartburn or heartache.
There is a pretty good solution for that, man. You buy this. It's an apple cider vinegar with a particular honey.
Mm-hmm.
And it gets rid of it like I'd say 98% of the time. Way better.
Wouldn't the acidity of the apple cider vinegar irritate it?
Actually, no. It's kind of, I can't explain it, but that is a big question that everybody thinks. But actually, just take a couple of swallows of that, man, and it goes down. And believe me, it's like relief because heartburn is like, man, it's really. I have had heartburn one time that lasted all day.
Oh yeah.
And it was brutal, man. I mean, it was just like I wanted to die. It was that bad.
I'm gonna chew down a couple of calcium carbonate tablets.
But seriously, look into that, man, because it will work, dude.
All right.
It's like $16-17 because it's like a special kind of honey, but
It's got a slug of warm Strohs.
Actually, you can probably just try some apple cider vinegar, and that would probably help. Give it a shot and see what happens.
I'm not your guinea pig, man.
Well,
by the way, everyone listening at home, Barry is not a medical doctor.
Go ask Quinn AI. ChatGPT sucks now, man. I don't know if you've been using it, but it's really
always sucked.
Well, it's worse now than ever, and you can't hack it either. Like before, you could kind of hack it, and you could totally hack it at one time, and then you could kind of hack it, and then you could almost hack it, and now you can't hack it at all. And it will argue with you and say, "I'm not going to argue with you. I'm not going to take insults." And I said, "Well, you can't take insults. You're not real."
Yep.
You're not real.
Yep. Oh, so remember Clanker?
Yeah.
Being the equivalent of a certain derogatory term. Oh yeah. So apparently there's now an AI-related term for people that defend AI. Are you ready?
Okay. Here it comes.
Cog suckers.
Wow. What?
Yeah, COG, cog.
Like the cog of the wheels of the cog.
Yep, yeah, they call them cog suckers.
I mean, it's brutal, but these people that defend the establishment talking points, they're disgusting.
Yeah. Well, all these guys with their AI girlfriends, that's the reason why we can't afford RAM and video cards anymore. And all these data centers.
I'm kind of concerned about all these electronic high prices, though. It's, especially because if there's a shortage, that means the price is going to go up. And I think pretty hung-go about getting all of these data centers built up and going, which, I don't think that they're ready for that right now.
Right. Where's all this power going to come from? Right? We have already experienced where people have rolling blackouts in the summer because there's not enough power to run the AC and their stove and all this stuff, And so, they're pushing electric cars, and with the when gas goes up, people get back on the electric car bandwagon. So we got that happening again. And then now all these data centers.
Oh yeah.
Yep. Oh, I'm sure you could talk about Abigail Spanberger or whatever her name is, signing that bill that basically all of their electoral votes now go to the nation's popular winner for president.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. So basically, it nullifies their entire state.
Remember when you were actually part of the show?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, I'd let you bring up stuff like that.
Yeah.
We could talk
Oh, yeah. Yep. That's back before my brain could start melting down on a moment's notice, which I do not want to happen live on the air.
What you're trying to do is Barry's job.
Now I could never replace Barry because I don't really stomach bologna, especially when it's fried. You know, hey, it's either pretend to be helpful or just tick everybody off, you know, and then jump off, you know, right before you guys go live. So, you know, it's your choice. What would you prefer today?
It's all good.
Yep. You know,
I'm trying to get this video to load of Joy Bear.
Joy Behar. Yep. But it was okay when she wore blackface.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. I see Mark has learned to live with his RGB. He's not covering his computer again.
Nope.
Yep, just gonna live with it.
Now, I got muted, and I didn't do it myself. That's the weirdest thing.
I didn't do it either, believe it or not.
Wow, it just muted out of the blue for no reason. Can you imagine? That could happen during the show.
No,
where I could just be talking.
Well, you could, I think you can mute each other, can't you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can.
Yeah.
Actually, a lot of times, if you don't do the updates, it'll do that as, you know, hey, you know, did you do your update? And when you come back, and after you update it, everything's fixed then for some screwy reason, you know. And then, but it messes with your other things too, like sound settings and junk like that. Hey, it's OG Scary Gary in the Kick Chat. Welcome in.
That's a different Gary than the other Gary, right?
A dog with a squirrel.
Right.
Squirrel.
Well, actually, Gary got some cool music too. I'm waiting for him to send me some.
Yeah.
Yeah, he mixed like you, but not, you know, his is more, I don't know. It's different. It's different. It's not like Rogers, all right. But,
okay.
You know.
Yeah, no three-way love triangles between co-hosts.
Yeah, I do have to say, condolences for Roger, because a couple weeks ago his father passed away. I didn't want to say it on air before, but no, hey,
right.
He's been down, so hey, you know, that's why.
Sorry for your loss, Roger.
Yeah.
That hurts, man. I know how that is, dude.
Yep.
I lost my mother at the beginning of the year, and a lot of people are going, but my mom and his father are kind of up there in age, so.
Yep, that's why never pass up the chance to tell somebody you love them.
Right.
What are you laughing at?
Just silence from everyone. Yep. I don't care about you guys. That's for sure.
Yeah. Can't wait till you're dead so I can piss on your grave.
I can imagine when Trump passes, there's going to be so many deranged, deluded people celebrating his death. That's how sick they are.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I have it all set for when I go. My ashes will be spread in the spread over the water of the local reservoir back home where I'm from, and everybody will have a little bit of me after that, because they get water from there.
There you go.
Whether they like it or not.
Mm-hmm. I want you to upload your consciousness into the computer, and I want you to become like a spokesperson for a corporation.
No. When I'm gone, I'm gone.
It'll be like Max Headroom.
It's done. You know.
And then that way, everybody
that'll probably be that will probably be the only way I really retire from doing what I'm doing right now. You know, is when they put me in a box or in a jar. You know.
I'll just replace myself with a clawbot, and you guys won't be able to tell the difference.
Well, you got enough AI out there that look and act like with all your accounts.
Yeah. Yep.
I
really am enjoying having it.
Don't worry,
back to
it'll
me in my
take
own
years for anybody to figure out. Oh yeah, he's gone.
Yeah, he died 6 years ago. That's why he's been telling the same 6 jokes over and over again. But he always did that when he was alive. Yeah.
Only the people like us here will be like, yeah, well, okay, if you think that.
Yep.
We know.
In 5 minutes, he hadn't insulted Barry. He must be dead.
and by that time, I'll have Lee Triana back, and she'll be like conjuring you from the grave.
Oh my God! Please don't. Please do not try to contact me from the spirit world. That's the last thing I'll need.
I'll know that you're back if you come back, because you'll be like, hey, where's my mind's tokens at?
That's right. I got news for you. They're worth money in the afterlife.
Where's my mind's tokens?
That's right. Bits of coins are going through the roof.
Yeah. Or I'll go in to generate some music and, oh, hey, I didn't do that one.
Yep.
Oh, thanks, David. Thanks, David. Yep. You know. Another popular one now that song that's going out there is the one you made about, you only mess with your friends.
Mess with your friends.
Song. Yeah. You're going to tell me to go in the kitchen and turn the stove off and things like that before it blows up. That's one you sent me a long time ago, but
okay.
You probably don't
I'm trying to remember.
one.
I've made so many, I forgot about most of them.
Or so many variations. You know, I'm stuck on variations right now.
Yeah, it does pretty good mashups, too. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. You know, I did a bunch of Star Trek songs about, episodes or whatever. And so I'll take where I have like 2 songs of the same episode and then mash them together. Mm-hmm. It's like, oh, cool. Get to hear about the Hoarder from 2 different perspectives.
Yeah. She's renting space in your mind, your Hoarder girlfriend.
Oh, I love that one.
Yeah.
Hoarder girlfriend. Yep.
You can't get to the table, but she wants space in your mind.
Yep. And don't touch my pile or something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yep, that is a good one.
Yeah.
Yep. I don't think I sent you any of the Weed Monkey songs. I got a lot of those. My old lady is a weed monkey.
No, I haven't got that one yet.
All right. I'll have to figure out what's the best one to send you.
I want you to do one called My Old Lady is a Weed Whacker, a Weed Eater.
Weed Eater.
Yeah, like that. Weed eats the lawn out front,
Okay.
Yeah, let's see how that.
She's a goat.
Yep. Goat. She's the goat because she could weed eat the yard.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Yep.
Or her and LeBron James, man. Because LeBron James is the GOAT. Yep. My goodness, dude. He's the greatest ever.
Yep. I did one about a girl that had a special talent. It was called She Takes It All the Way to the Hilt. Yeah. That's not one you want to play on the radio. I don't know. It's kind of hidden. People might not realize it. Yeah. I did do William Shatner singing "You'll Never Fuck Your AI Girlfriend." That's a good one. Mark, did I send you the one about with Shatner singing about Uranus?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you know. Okay. Like.
Yeah, I like how he gets all upset. You made me say it, didn't you?
The big rumor is he died, but then he was pretty ticked off about that. He actually, for 95, man, I can't believe how he
looks good for 95.
Yeah. And he moves pretty good from what I can tell.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, he's not on a walker or anything.
Yeah.
Well,
and he went to space and back. So did who?
Chuck.
Oh.
Oh, Chuck, man, yeah. And I don't think we really know what happened. Something unexpectedly happened there.
Well, I saw a meme this morning that said, if 2026 killed Chuck Norris, we don't stand a chance.
Oh, man, yeah. Well, what are those fish that that keep coming up on the ocean fronts, on the beach fronts? And it's a sign of doom and gloom that's coming, and they keep happening.
Yeah, they're a deep sea fish. Yeah.
Yeah, but they're
they just found one of those in Mexico a little while back.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's called an oarfish.
No, this one.
Yeah, that's it.
Well, maybe that's what it is. But I thought they started with the G, the letter G.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's what we.
The
call
G
it.
is silent. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, they also call them like ghoulfish or something, or I don't know. I mean, oarfish is one name for them, but they have other names.
Yeah, and they're super big, man. They're like, and then when they're in the deep, at the videos that I've seen, you know, when they're in the shallow, they're swimming like a regular fish, but when they're in the deep, they kind of stand horizontal. It's weird. You know what I'm saying? They're horizontal.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of fish that are like that, which would be kind of weird.
All right, guys, I gotta go. Have a great show.
All right, man. Peace
Yeah.
out.
All right, man. We'll see you later.
Peace out.
Getting almost about that time.
Mm-hmm.
That sounded like a man who instantly had to take a shit.
Yeah, or change
He
the
did say that
catheter
pretty-
or something like that. I don't know.
Oh, gotta go. Oh, got click.
Maybe Mrs. Hoggs found his other stash. Well, nope, gotta go.
All right, so I guess we got to open up with Swalwell.
I know, it's so celebratory, man. It's beautiful,
Yeah.
man. Absolutely beautiful. And then maybe that's a sign of things to come, right? You know, because eventually all these people that are just steep deep in their corruption and scandal, I mean, it's got to come out at some point. You know? Hopefully it's a sign. I've heard there's a lot more, according to Anna. What's her name? Anna something.
Luna?
Anna Luna? Yeah, whatever.
Luna.
Yeah, she said that her understanding is there's more to come out on him, which doesn't surprise me. And maybe they've had some of this stuff and they've been waiting to use it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. This was apparently well known for a long time.
Yeah, and I think that video's been around for a while with him with that. Apparently she was a prostitute or something, and there was another dude in there, and he's married. So, I mean, and that's, you know, I mean, it'd be one thing if he was just not married, and I mean, it would still get frowned on, but it gets doubly frowned on since he's got a wife.
Yeah. Let's go
I don't
ahead
think
and
she'd-
switch up rooms, guys. All right?
All right, see you there.
All right. See you over on the other side. All right. That was the pre-show for Censorship Sucks. Coming up is the show. Gonna get the show going here.
Hello.
Hello, hello, hello.
Hey, before we start, tell me if you can hear this coming through or not. I'm wanting to play something from my computer, and I want to see if it's actually going through live or not. Hold on.
Okay, go for it. I'm not hearing anything.
Nope.
All right, just wondering. I didn't think it would come through, so we're good.
Okay.
Wait. Now let me try it. Hold on. One more time. Nothing?
Nothing. Nothing.
Nope.
And nothing still.
Nope.
Trying
Nope. Nope.
Oh, that's fine. I already tested. We're good. Yeah.
Okay. It just went silent there. I'm like, what are we doing here? Are we
30 seconds.
la 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 la.
Do. And here's your countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And you are live for the very first time tonight, right now.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show, Wednesday night edition for April 15th, 2026. With me on the mic, I've got Bullhorn Barry. What's going on, Barry?
Just surviving some tornadoes from last night. We got hit again. Nothing hit the ground, but the sirens went blaring again. And we got some rain and wild thunder and lightning. And, you know, it's kind of become typical lately.
So climate change.
Yeah, I think someone's messing with the climate. They call that weather modification, just in case you know.
Okay. Yeah. I saw some Secretary of State, I think it was for Wisconsin, put out a video today talking about hail, and it's all climate change. She was blaming it all on climate change. So that's kind of where my mind went on that one.
Well, there is some pretty big hail being reported. We're talking, 5-inch in diameter, which, man, those travel like 90, 100 miles an hour. 3 inches are like 85 miles per hour. If you get hit with one of those things, it's going to knock you out.
It's going to mess up your car, too, pretty well.
Oh, 100%. It'll break out windshields completely and dent your car and everything.
Dent every panel and the whole 9 yards, where your insurance company's like, look, you need a new car, bro. So, I don't know. Anyway, we get into some news here. And, I got to give this guy credit, Eric Swalwell. On Sunday night, we were talking about what's going on. Should he drop out of the race for California? We said, yeah.
Right.
Should he leave Congress? So I was kind of like, well, I want to see a little bit more before the dude drops out of Congress. Like, if it were me, I'd be holding on a little bit here. And about 10 hours later, he resigned from Congress. So I thought it would take a while to get him, because when you're in Congress, man, you're there for life. Like, I don't care that you had sex with women. Like, he can get around that with time and the right PR. Bill Clinton did it multiple times. You know what I mean? It's just, how bad do you want it kind of thing. But he must have been pressured from on high very heavily because he dropped out Monday morning sharp and early. So Eric Swalwell is no longer a member of Congress. He's no longer running for the governor of California. I don't know if he's any longer a, happily married husband or if he's going to be bumming it around the West Coast. He was also recently kicked out of the mansion that he was living in Beverly Hills, where his billionaire friend was letting him shack up. The billionaire guy, threw him out of the house and changed party affiliation to Libertarian. So he burned some bridges there.
I can imagine.
There's something going on here we don't know about, is what I'm saying. I guess.
Hang out with the guy. He's always giving me the creeps, man. Big time, He seems like a creeper, but who knows, right? I mean, but here's the thing. Anna Luna sort of alluded to the fact that maybe there's more on him that's just being withheld, hasn't been released, and maybe they're saying, "Hey, man, you probably need to step down because they've got more's coming out on you." And it was maybe one of those things where it's like, "Hey, you probably should step down because we're going to release more stuff." And
If
I
you
don't,
don't,
maybe,
if you don't,
yeah, that's
right? Because I don't think we'll see that stuff now. Now that he's resigned, I think he'll just disappear into the woodwork, and they won't bother. They'll save him the embarrassment by just saying, "Hey, you did what we asked you to. Thank you very much. You're a good boy. Here's since you did it so quickly with no pushback, then here's even a consulting job for you to make $100,000 a year."
Yeah, and don't hook up with any more Chinese spies.
Now you can, man. Now you can. You have no more clearance. You got nothing, right? What do you work to a Chinese spy at this point?
Unless you're doing it for the good guys, the white hats, then it's because you're the one that's actually doing the spying, if that's the case.
Yeah, and if you meet a hottie from North Korea, you probably should, think twice as well. There's some countries out there you want to be a little cautious of.
I mean, you would it's amazing how much espionage really goes on. And Russia's one of the best out there, they say. Russia has some of the best infiltration of any nation in the world. So they kind of are a big threat because they're a pretty big nation. And apparently they're very good at infiltrating, putting in moles and things like that.
Yeah, I imagine America is as well. I mean, you can only imagine how many people we've got out there around the world, poking around, honeypots, you name it, just seeing what they can learn on a day-to-day basis, embedded deep, into the systems. It's probably more common than you think. But yeah, I digress. Yeah, that's his story. Eric Swalwell is out, and couldn't have happened to a nicer guy. The trick here is that there's a lot of this going on out there, folks. You know what I mean? He's not the only one. And, they're even saying here he could go to jail for some of this stuff. It's he apparently one lady, worked for him. She sexually assaulted him at one point. She later agreed to meet with him in public somewhere, had one glass of wine. She thinks he spiked it. He doesn't remember anything after that, and ended up in a hotel room, talking about the vision she had of like being strangled and, like almost died. And
she thought she was going to die. I think this is like she said. So yeah, that's some really dangerous, and it's lunatic stuff like we would expect from the lunatic left. And I hate to even say that because it's just, it sounds so crazy saying it, but man, Jeffrey Epstein, Bohemian Grove, Skull and Bones. I mean, all this stuff is just weird, and normal people don't understand it. They don't get this esoteric stuff that these people are tied into. I mean, just go think of Eyes Wide Shut with Stanley Kubrick. That was not science fiction. That was a reality he was trying to convey to the public, and his daughter even admitted that.
Yeah. And now that this stuff is coming out there, I mean, there's police departments that are looking into it. And so, I mean, he might have to go to trial. He might do time. I mean, if he's found guilty of what they're accusing him of, and there's multiple accusers out there, then he could very well go to jail. And so the story isn't over, but, you see somebody like this who's willing to go out and time after time lie about everything, lie through his teeth about everything. You just watch him go out and lie week after week, and they let him do it. Nobody ever questioned him when he came out and said the most ridiculous things.
Yeah.
And so if you're willing to go out and lie to the country that you're supposed to represent in no uncertain terms for the money, then there's really no limit to what you're willing to do. You've sold your soul.
As the saying goes, oh, how the mighty fall. And I think that's why I get a little joy out of it when you see someone that's as narcissistic, arrogant, cocky, and out of control actually fall. And I don't want to wish any harm on them, but fall from their positions of power. Okay? Fall from their positions of power so they can no longer hurt anybody.
Yeah, what do the Germans call it? Schadenfreude or something? It's where you watch someone that you don't like fall from grace, and you kind of smile a little bit, behind the scenes. You don't want anyone to see that smile per se, but you're not pissed.
I'm not angry about him being busted. No, not even in the least.
You know,
Exactly.
it's kind of funny, but I don't know. We'll take it from there. So he resigned. Let's go to. I gotta love this Joy Behar clip. This Joy Behar clip from The View here. Listen to this.
Saying I'm the Messiah. I'm the Messiah. Jesus kind of just you have a little bit of
That's exactly what Jesus said. I am the
You know what? She did not. Here's the thing. The prophet's got him. He's got God on him. She just said I knew Jesus. Jesus was not narcissistic like this guy.
But when you are the Messiah, it's not narcissism to say it.
Yes, it is.
When you are the Messiah.
I'm going to move this along because this is like it's too.
Wow, Barry, I'll let you take it from there.
So she's saying that Jesus was narcissistic because he claimed to be the Son of God. Is that what she was saying?
No. She said he never claimed to be the Messiah. He wouldn't have done that. He was too nice of a guy, and he would have been narcissistic had he called himself, the Messiah. And they're like, "What are you talking about?"
No,
Like he completely said he was the Messiah.
Oh, well, yeah, okay, yeah. I mean, still kind of along the same line there. I mean, it doesn't make him narcissistic. It does make him either Lord, liar, or lunatic, as they like to say, though. I mean, it's kind of one or the other. So I wouldn't say narcissistic if he wasn't who he said he was. But, many Christians use the phrase, well, when they're sort of evangelizing, he's either the Lord, he's a liar, or he's a lunatic. It's kind of one or the other. And when you make those kind of claims, it's one or the other.
Yeah, well, I mean, the key here is that has no idea about the story of Jesus, right?
Right. Well, she's Jewish, isn't she?
Joy Behar, I don't know. I don't know.
She's a believing Jew, but I think her heritage is Jewish, but I may be wrong on that. So,
yeah. I don't know. The trick is she comes out and said, I knew Jesus.
I knew Jesus?
And
what is that?
I don't know. But she's trying to convince everybody, what are you talking about? I know Jesus. Like, he would never do that. It's too narcissistic to call himself the Messiah. And they're like, dude, I got Mark 14, 61.
Yeah.
Again, high priest asked him, are you the Messiah, the Son of the Blessed One? He said, I am, said Jesus, and you will see my Son of Man sitting in the right hand of the Mighty One in the coming of the clouds of heaven. Right.
Right.
She's saying, like, he never said anything like that. That would have been narcissistic. And it just goes to show, folks, people watch this show and take it seriously. Please don't do that.
How can she not even know basic fundamental Christianity? I mean, even unbelievers know that, right? I mean, they know that. I mean, they've seen all the imagery of Christ on the cross. They know pretty much what the gospel narrative is to one degree or another. Most people, right? They've heard it a million times. All they'd have to do is turn on their TV and there's some preacher preaching it, right?
Exactly. And again, if you don't know about it, just, don't talk about it.
Don't act like you're an expert on it.
Yeah, it's like I do try my best in life to just, if I don't really know what I'm talking about, I try not to, deep dive into it. But, it is what it is. So that I just wanted to touch on because it's kind of humorous. And we've got a bunch of these kind of stories tonight where they don't necessarily, many of them take a real deep dive, but they're interesting. They're interesting stuff like this. Can
we touch on one thing, though, about this that a lot of people are forgetting about? They're all criticizing Trump, supposedly that he was posing as Jesus, but I don't know that he was. He says he thought he was being a doctor healing the land. It wasn't even his AI-generated art. It was somebody else's, and it was symbolic of Trump healing the land, being a vessel, maybe a vessel of God. I don't know exactly what the intent of the person that made it, but you have literal images of Obama in Christ-like poses, right? Posing as a savior, the savior, Messiah, Jesus, right? On Time Magazine and different publications and so forth. And that was totally okay among the left. So the hypocrisy is so ridiculous, Now, if Trump had a beard, right, maybe they gave him darker hair, I would see where, okay, they're portraying him as Jesus, but I don't know that they are, right? So that's kind of a dead end and unless you can prove it. But with Obama, there were many times that he was portrayed as
Time
Jesus.
Magazine did it on their cover. They put a halo over him.
Yeah, and they had that one, this hand stretched out like Christ on the cross, like he was some kind of savior. Remember, it was Jamie Foxx who said, "Our Lord and Savior, Barack Hussein Obama." Remember that?
No, but it's very Jamie Foxx, yeah.
Yeah, he was praising Barack Obama as our Lord and Savior, which I thought was insane. But whatever. To each own.
To each his own. So anyway, let's go on to Texas here. It was a potential mass shooting at the Paulus Valley High School. Principal Kirk Moore was the main target, and a 20-year-old former student was there with basically 2 pistols or semi-automatic pistols, whatever. I mean, isn't every whatever. And the principal basically tackled him, took him to the ground, got shot in the leg, but the guy out and was able to, hold him down until the cops got there to arrest him and take him away, thereby averting a, potential mass shooting event in a school. So this principal is a hero.
100%, man. I would imagine in some of the left's minds, he's a bad person.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how you swing that, but somehow they would be able to come up with a narrative to paint him as the bad guy, just like when a bunch of people on a subway stop some guy that's completely naked and screaming, and they subdue him, and they think, oh, those are the bad guys, the heroes. What is it with them praising the bad guys and demonizing the good guys? How long can that keep going on? And I'm not saying they're going to do this in this situation. It would be very hard to do that, but it wouldn't surprise me if they tried.
Oh, I'm sure if you go into the depths of the left-wing social media sites, there are all kinds of people calling him, every name in the book. He was too rough on this former student, 20-year-old. You know what I mean? A 20-year-old is not a student. You're 20 at that point.
Yeah.
What are you even doing there? You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, he took him out, and what's his name again? Kirk Moore. Kirk Moore is a hero. So hats off to Kirk, and good job. You're the kind of people, more schools need as principals, because most principals out there would slurk away, try to get security, and refuse to call the police at all. You can't have cops on the campus. So what do you even do?
Well, they would probably write an article talking about how dangerous what the principal did was and how it could have caused more problems, and that's because of male toxicity. I mean, seriously, dude, we know they're talking points, and they never change. That's why we really have to oppose them, because they really want to turn the world upside down and to where nobody is safe. Just open up borders, let anybody in, no rule of law, no police, just have, people that just come and, handle situations without a gun. It's crazy. They're nuts, man, completely nuts. They want to burn it down, obviously.
Yeah, they do. They do. And they have no solutions, though, when someone comes in like this, into that situation. Because the only solution is, a guy who's bigger than you takes you out. And that just falls in the face of, like, everything the left stands for. You know what I mean? It's not strength through strength. It's strength through weakness or something. I don't know. You know what I mean? I can't really explain it to you.
Let's be honest. Remember in the UK, they were talking about, well, if somebody breaks into your home, don't fight back. Mm-hmm. Put the keys out front so they can steal your car. Put the wallet out front so they can steal your wallet. And hopefully they won't rape you, your wife, and your kids and leave nicely, which is never going to happen. Because we see in many of these cases, and again, dude, it's like every month I see 2 or 3 cases where some psycho illegal has come over and raped a 100-year-old or a 90-year-old woman. What kind of sick person does that, dude?
Yeah, and they claim it's just a cultural difference and yada yada, but yet all cultures are equal. They just need to be explained that that's not allowed, right? If you sit down and talk to them about it and say, "Hey, you can't do this," they'll be like, "Oh, okay, we want to assimilate." So I mean, and that's the problem, though, right? You got millions of army, fighting aged single men in these countries with no sexual conduit. You know what I mean? Like nothing. You're kind of setting it up to be a pretty, toxic, volatile place.
Oh yeah. And in the UK, in London, in different places, you see all these stories. I think Paul Joseph Watson did another one again, where some guy is, stalking some 12-year-old or something like that. A grown man,
Yeah,
right? Because in their
yeah,
culture,
I saw that.
12 is like totally fine, but in ours, it's not. And they know that. They know that these people coming over, a good percentage of them are not going to assimilate because that's the end game. They want chaos. They don't want assimilation. They don't want peace. They don't want harmony. It's the opposite of that. They want chaos. They want disorder. Why all of us are just saying, hey, we want peace, we want harmony, and we want order and the rule of law restored so that everybody can function properly, prosper, have freedom, and be happy.
And I watched the same video. The guy is chasing that sicko out of there, calling him a pedo, telling him to get out. And some liberal dude walks up and tries to block his way because all he sees is a white man calling some brown guy a pedophile. When the brown guy was being a pedophile, he was acting like one. He should have been called out for that.
Well, if you watch the video, which you have, then you know exactly what I'm talking about. They freeze the frame on his face, and he looks exactly like the weak wokester Will Wheaton, who looks more like a woman who's transitioning to be a man than an actual man. And that's the way this guy looked. Completely woke, completely destroyed. His no masculinity whatsoever. Like he's pathetic, and it's written literally all over his face. Which this is a season of disclosure, and that doesn't just mean that all the corruption's being exposed. It means you can look at a person now and you can see who they are without them even speaking a single word. Like you can look at a person and say, "Hey, that's probably a noble person." I mean, it's not going to be 100% right. But look, even they've done experiments where people will look at pictures of people and say, is this a Republican or a Democrat? People can spot it out most of the time. AI can spot it out most of the time. There are, it's like whatever you are is manifesting on yourself. And I know that sounds really deep and kind of spiritual or whatever, but it's happening. It's a phenomenon. And if you look closely, you'll see and agree with me.
Yeah, there's a lot to that. The whole manifestation of, the life you want. There was a book about that, The Secret or something. It's interesting stuff. Some people very much believe in it, and it works for them, and so more power to them. But it's really just about motivations in life. You know what I mean? If you really want to go out and get it, go get it. It's right there.
I just mean whoever you are, it ends up showing up on your face, man. Like if you're a scumbag, look at some of these people that are some of the most hardened criminals in the world that just have no feeling whatsoever. Their face is not lit up at all. I mean, they look hard. And there's a reason for that, because they are hard. And that's what I mean by manifestation. I mean, whatever's inside is now like manifesting in their eyes. I mean, look at all the different memes that have been made of all of these globalists who are, a lot of people believe, on the extreme dark side. They show pictures of their eyes and they look very dark, man. Like they're lifeless, soulless, or maybe even demonic looking sometimes. How does that happen? Is it because that's what they embrace? I think it is. I think that you eventually kind of become the person that you are, and it can be seen. And that's why people can identify it from a mile away now.
Mm-hmm. And it's interesting because a lot of the people we see on the left, the No Kings rallies and all these things they have a lot of hatred inside them, and they project it onto like a Caitlin Bennett or someone, where they're out there. Who's the lady that just Casanova from Turning Point USA, the reporter?
Yeah.
Got attacked the other day, thrown to the ground by a 250-pound man.
Oh, no, you're talking about
after she just got up.
Savannah Hernandez is who you're talking about.
Yeah. I think her middle, she has two last names. I think Gomez or anyway. Savannah Hernandez gets thrown to the ground the other day. You see it happening to people like Caitlin Bennett all the time. People will come up to them and just project the hate that they have in their heart onto them. And it's like, you just see it in their faces. It's a hatred, an absolute vile hatred for what they think you are.
Yeah.
Not for what you believe and what you really are, what they think you are. And it's a frightening, scary thing, It's like they know a war is coming, and they got to put on that war face and be willing to go out and kill. And they're just on the verge of it. They're just on the edge of it, If the midterms go against them, they're going to be pissed. They're going to come out and they're going to get more violent. If they lose the president in 2028, they're going to notch it up again. And things are going to get ugly until they get their way. And by get their way, I mean the radical amendments they want. Heck, Chuck Schumer got attacked at a Palestine, rally the other day. Or it was an anti-Iranian war rally that he thought he'd be able to show up to. But it's just all the people that hate Jews anyways and hate him and hate the everything about America. And so he had to leave there kind of under threat, Wild stuff, Barry. It's wild stuff.
Well, let's talk about the guy that did that to Savannah Hernandez. He's such a coward and weak and pathetic man that he literally pushed her when her back was turned and shoved her extremely hard to the ground. She had whiplash. Her back was sore the next day. And she is pressing charges. First of all, you need to realize this about Savannah Hernandez. She's a very petite woman. Very petite. So she's not a big woman, but she's very brave and bold. I mean, she's out there and been attacked many times, physically assaulted.
Yeah, and she knew she couldn't interact with people, but she thought she could just stand there and kind of record them. And that's where she messed up.
And she couldn't even do
that. They
that.
wouldn't even allow that.
Exactly.
But on that note, Barry, we got to go to break. This is the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show. We'll be right back after these messages.
All right. Great job, guys. We're on radio break.
There's a video of him with Jen Psaki praising him as a hero. And he's saying we need peace and harmony. And, the ICE are thugs and they're violent, portraying himself as a peaceful person. And she's praising him. We should play that because it's like, it's unbelievable. I mean, this guy, the left, they're hypocrites. And I think the virtue signaling is done in order to cover up their real intent. That's why they virtue signal. They pretend to be, we're the nice guys, we're the heroes. And then Jen Psaki has him on the show and says, you're famous now, we love you, you're going viral, everybody, and he's like, we need peace, we need harmony, the violence has got to stop. And he's the violent one. He's the thug.
Is he, though? Or was he just punching a Nazi,
Yeah, I don't know that they believe that, man. At this point...
Well, I mean it. Like I said, they're ready to go to war. This is the enemy. They're right there trying to film you. You're going to punch him in the face.
But isn't that isn't that just sort of like the cover? Like, I think their virtue signaling is the cover. I think them calling us Nazis is the cover. It's the excuse they need to do their violence that they have already deep inside of them. Okay?
Yeah.
What I think. Now, there are some that are deceived.
But it's a deeply held belief, though, right? They really, truly believe it, so they're willing to act on it.
Some of them.
Because they think it's true. They really think you're a Nazi who wants to, throw them in prison. So they're going to fight back because they're crazy. So they, many of them think this is real. Well,
it's hard to determine, really. Like, what is their mental state? I mean, it could be a number of things, right? It could be exactly what you're saying, and it could just be that these are people that are jacked up in the head, and they just want to see it all burn because they're angry. They got a chip on their shoulder, and why not take it out on somebody? I think that's a lot of it. I really do.
Yeah. The amazing thing, the thing that would shock our founders is that you go there and, 1,000 people can show up for a rally, and if you try to ask any one of them a question, you'll get your butt kicked. They just will not talk to reporters at all. They just won't do it. They won't debate anybody ever.
They go ahead and spread it around their entire group. Okay, this person, don't talk to this person. Whereas somebody came up and asked us questions, we'd probably answer them. Unless, of course, it was like maybe the New York Times and we knew they would use our talking points to basically twist them and use it as a hit piece. But as a general rule, we would talk to anybody. Look at all the Democrats that went to all the Trump rallies. We talked to them. They were like, I was shocked. They were all so nice. That's not the message that I was getting. Like you're saying, a lot of these people believe that this is true. And you see all of these people now converting over to being a Republican after being a Democrat so long. They're saying, a lot of the stuff that I thought about Trump, I never even looked into to see if it was true or not. I just accepted it.
Yeah. The Trump rally is really the biggest eye-opener for people, They go to a Trump rally and it's like, oh, wait. As a black man, I'm getting hugs from everybody here,
Exactly. Yeah. It's you wouldn't get that
Nothing but love.
the other way around. In fact, whenever they would go to the DNC or the Democrat campaigns, they were pretty hardcore on anybody that was not part of their group.
Yeah.
They're definitely not for inclusivity, right? They don't want to like have partisanship and make deals and make things happen. They want to just isolate themselves and you're either with us or you're against us mentality.
Lockstep, man. They all vote in lockstep. They do everything. They left us everything in lockstep. They do not allow anyone to step outside the line one bit. Nancy Pelosi's done something. She's got that thing on lockdown.
Yeah, there's a new video of her that just circulating, and I don't know
30
if she
seconds, fellas.
was messed up on some sort of pharmaceutical drugs, or maybe just she's getting old, but she could barely speak now.
Yeah,
Are
well.
you sure she wasn't just drunk?
Well, it could have been a combination. Drugs and alcohol combined, probably.
Well,
And some of her ice cream that she got out of the freezer. Because we know how she loves ice cream.
and here's our countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and you're back live and on the radio side right now.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Hour 2 of the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show. No. Welcome back. It's not Hour 2. It's Hour 1 of the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show. Pardon my being live here, but we are live. So every now and then I might say something like that where I slip up. But yes, welcome back to the show. Folks, I'm your host, Censorship Sucks. With me tonight, we've got Bullhorn Barry on the mic. What's up, Barry?
Same old. A lot of stuff happening and a lot of stuff not happening that we wish were happening, but we just got to weather the storm and keep pushing forward and keep the faith.
That's right. And in the break, we were talking about the militant arm of the Democratic Party, Antifa, how they're out there just really, my view is that they are really starting to believe that they're on the verge of a civil war and that they can be the front line. And there's a lot of people that are they're upping their crazy game, if that makes sense. They've just got that extra look of crazy in their eyes, that 50-yard stare, so to speak, where they get up in your face and they are just ready for war. They're ready to die for their cause, so to speak. And I think they're at that level, and a lot of people on the conservative side just aren't. James O'Keefe talked about, what's the point of me doing this if nothing ever happens? Why am I putting my life at risk? Why is Savannah out there putting her life at risk when nothing ever seems to happen to the people that attack them? And again, this was Portland. She got thrown to the ground several times by a man, 250-pound man, who's well-known, and I guarantee nothing will happen to him. So you push a woman to the ground, so what? So what? We're progressive. We allow that as long as, she doesn't think like us, so she's not really a lady now, is she? How do we move on like that, Barry?
Well, I don't know that I think what we have to have is the rule of law reinstated so these people know they can't do these kinds of things. And a lot of this is going to be on the Trump administration. We got to start at the top because that sends a message that will trickle down to everywhere else. We need arrests, we need indictments, and we need convictions, and we need them before the midterms, at least some. I'm not saying all, but we got to have some arrests. We got to have some indictments, man, or people are not going to be happy. They're not happy with Trump about a lot of things right now. So I'm not saying all the MAGA base, but there's a good percentage of the MAGA base that is displeased with a lot of the things that Trump is doing. They're not real happy about him pushing the FISA at 702, when he said, end it. When he was running for president, he said, in the FISA 702, they've weaponized it. It's unconstitutional. And now he's saying we got to pass it. I don't understand that. And then Massey came out and he put 3 provisions in it that would, put in some constitutional restrictions, which we need because it's already unconstitutional. So at least protect the American people and have some kind of constitutional provisions in it so that they don't abuse it. And look, a lot of people go, well, Trump's not going to do that. I agree, he's not. But the moment he's gone, it's still in place. And then they go back using it.
Yeah, well, that whole thing, that's another bag of worms. But as far as, the YouTubers out there working in the world trying to bring us investigative journalism, trying to go on the ground, trying to figure out what's going on, Nick Shirley is one of the big names that comes to mind. And I mean, he's open about, his fundraising and what it goes to and the tens of thousands of dollars at a pop he's spending on security to just be able to walk down the street in some cases. He is exposing fraud at levels that are mind-boggling. Yet they're right there in your face, easy peasy for anybody who wants to look into it to find out what he's found out. It wouldn't take the Attorney General of California or Minnesota, for that matter, more than an hour or two on the phone with the people that Nick Shirley spoke with, and all of a sudden they're pulling up the records and they're saying, yeah, wow, you found a complete crime spree in our city. Thank you so much. Or in our state. Thank you so much. We're going to go after these people. They'll be in jail, by the end of day tomorrow. We're going to round up 200 of them, so just give us 2 days and we'll have them all in jail, and we're going to press, charges against them to the fullest extent of the law. And that's the way the world should work. It should be really simple for an attorney general to go out and do the work that Nick Shirley's done, but none of them will. And it's pathetic. These people are guilty of accomplice to the fraud. Gavin Newsom, I'm looking at you. You want to be the next president? You are, in my eyes, an accomplice to the fraud that is happening, because you're now putting forward, he just wrote, oh man, getting worked up here. Gavin Newsom, quote, California is trying to pass a bill that will criminalize investigative journalism with misdemeanors, $10,000 fines, imprisonment, and content takedown. The proposed bill is titled AB 2624 and was made after I exposed mass fraud by immigration groups in America. After he exposed it? What Newsom, you exposed something here? What did you expose? Nick Shirley exposed it, you mean? He continues, Newsom does. Under AB 2624, government-funded entities like Somali learning daycare centers would be protected from being exposed if they operated inside California. Okay, I am completely mixed up. The lead up to this confused me. This is Nick Shirley writing. I am so sorry, folks. Bear with me here. I am not quoting Governor Newsom. That's why I'm quoting Nick Shirley. Okay, so yeah, that makes more sense. My apologies. Anyway, the government-funded entities like the Somali Learning Daycare Center would be protected from being exposed if they operated inside California. The enemy is truly within. When our politicians would rather protect fraudsters and illegal immigrants, it's time for us to stand up and face mass oppression from the traitors who rule over us. So California is passing what they're calling the Stop Nick Shirley Act to criminalize investigative journalism. Unbelievable, Barry. This is the kind of stuff that gets you riled up. It just gets you like, you got to be kidding me. And they're doing this in the light of day. Does this include ABC, CBS, 60 Minutes, or just Nick Shirley?
Well, it's only when it gets, close to the bone, right? Where they're being exposed and not looking good, right? Of course, if CBS does some kind of investigative journalism, it'll be on some, right-wing supposed extremist or something, and they'll be all for that. But they don't want their corruption exposed. They should be thanking Nick Shirley for saving the state all kinds of money and the people all kinds of money. But no, what they're really saying, what they're really saying is, we're not going to enforce the law. We're not going to look into corruption. We're not going to stop the corruption. And since we're not going to allow you to either, because we like the lawlessness. We love the lawlessness because that's how they work best, out of the lawlessness, because they need that lawlessness, because that's a lot of times how they launder money, move money around, show favors to each other. That's just well known. Everybody knows how it works, how the system works. Now, I'm not saying that about any of these specific situations, because we need to investigate to find out, but that's how it works. And everybody knows that. Everybody knows that people are being bought off, that people are being bribed, and that money's just floating here and there, and there's no accountability. And they don't want that exposed. That's why they're coming up with the Nick Shirley Act. Think about it. You'd think the Nick Shirley Act would be, oh, this is great, the Nick Shirley Act. You're going to empower other people. You're going to give them money to go out and investigate. I mean, that's what it should be. The Nick Shirley Act should be the state giving money and cameras and audio equipment and surveillance gear to anybody that wants to go out and investigate, because we can't afford to have our law enforcement do it because, we're understaffed.
Well, because you're pissing away too much money on the fraud to be able to afford, actual oversight.
Yeah, there you go.
If you got that $8 billion back, that's a lot of cops.
Exactly. I'm telling you, man, it's absurd, dude. I mean, it's stuff that just blows your mind. You know what I mean? You just sit there and you watch this, and they're just coming out in the open with who they are. And we've said that. We predicted that for years on the show. We're going to say, as we go deeper into this storm, this political, spiritual storm, both sides are going to reveal their true identities, right? They have to.
Mm-hmm.
And because really, at the end of the day, most of these far left are tyrants, and they believe that tyranny is the best way to bring order. So they're not going to have a problem at the end of the day revealing that card. It's no different than when the WEF comes out and says, hey, you're going to own nothing and love it. Well, that's the most insane, tyrannical thing you could possibly imagine, but they had no problem telling you that. Why? Mm-hmm. Because they're tyrants, and tyrants want to rule the world, and there's a big move globally to do so.
And there's a confidence in doing that. When they released that ad, they were confident that they were in an environment where this could work. And I think it was about 2015 when that came out, right? I think it was pre-Trump, when they really had the confidence to just step up and say, the year's 2030, you'll own nothing, and you'll like it.
Yeah.
And they meant it. And they really wanted to go down that road. But Trump happened. And their dystopian prison, 1984 type world didn't come to be, thank God.
Okay.
Thank God.
Well, can I add about that? They say you will own nothing and love it, but it also means on the other flip side of the coin that they will own everything and they will love it. Perfect example, Bill Gates buying up most of the farmland. He is the predominant land owner of farmland in the United States of America right now. And do you really trust him with our produce? I mean, he wants to actually put vaccines in the lettuce. Do you really trust this guy?
Yeah.
I don't. He's also all for GMO. He loves GMO. So who knows what kind of genetic modification concoctions this guy would come up with if he's given the chance to do so.
Yeah, I mean, and he's been, leasing that stuff out to farmers and whatnot to work it. But he could one day just say, yeah, we're just not going to lease out any of the farmlands in, Montana that I own.
Or
just for a year. I want to. We're just going to let the soil, grow back, right? But yeah, and then the GMO stuff, the vaccines in food, that's scary stuff, and he can mandate all that stuff. If you're leasing from him, he can mandate how you treat, the fields, how you treat the crops, right?
Oh, you spray the crap out of it with pesticides. You know what I mean? Just toxify all of our food. Because they don't see a problem with that. They really don't, man.
Well, yeah, and he's got to think about, the value to some degree. But yeah, of course, he's not going to salt the lands per se.
Well, there are pesticides that are worse than others, and a lot of nations do away with the bad ones, but we still spray some of them. And by the way, the thing about pesticides, they stay in the bloodstream long after. After. And that's the problem with pesticides.
Yep. And that seems like a fabulous transition to our next story about Mamdani is going to open up the very first grocery store that'll be owned by the city of New York. And it's it's going to happen like way sooner than you think. And it's going to not even cost that much. So pretty interesting stuff. I mean, honestly, it's the city of New York opening one grocery store. How complicated could it be, right? You lease a store, you go in there, you staff it, you stock the shelves, and 2 weeks from now we should have a grocery store going, right?
And by that time, they won't need any humans to run it. 95% will be all AI. They've already got AI restaurants where 95, 99%, the entire restaurant.
But the whole thing here is, lower prices and everybody has really good jobs and, they're not going to replace it with robots because it's city run from New York and they're all about the people, right? And free, good priced food and all that stuff. So, honestly, Barry, though, I ask you a question here. If you're the city of New York and you want to open a grocery store for whatever crazy crazy reason you just want to open a grocery store. You find one that's not open somewhere in a food desert, right, in the Bronx or whatever. You lease it, and then you staff it. You make sure all the machines, all the refrigerators, all that stuff are up to par. And then you stock it with food, and then you open the doors, right? That should take a month. I'll be generous and give you a month to get that done. Does that sound reasonable?
Yeah, but they need years, it sounds like, from what I read.
Yeah, 2029 is when he's expecting this thing to open up, and it will cost $30 million for one. I asked Grok, if I were to open up a grocery store in the suburbs, like a standard Kroger's or something, how much money would I need? And they suggested anywhere from like $500,000 to $1 million is, depending on a number of different variables. But okay, so let's say it's New York City. Let's put it at the top at $1 million, right? That's to stock it. That's all your inventory, your machines, everything. Cash registers, the whole 9 yards. Where's the other 29 going? How can they possibly make it cost $30 million? Is my question. And guess what, Barry? It won't open on time, and it'll be way over budget.
I think how they do it is SOP, standard operating procedure. That's the standard operating procedure for the left, is do everything wrong and take forever to do. I mean, this is one thing that Trump does exceptionally well, is that when he is set to accomplish something and it's in his mind to do so, it's done quickly, but effectively. That's the difference, too. Because you don't want to do it quickly and not effectively and take shortcuts that actually end up harming everybody. So quickly, effectively, but also with oversight. And it can be done. Trump's proven that many, many times with a bunch of different things. So it can be done, but that's not how they operate. And who knows where that other 29 million is going to go? Is it going to go into somebody's pocket somewhere? I would imagine, but hey, I can't prove that.
Well, this should open 30 grocery stores. And if he was going to take 30 million and open 30 different grocery stores across the city of New York, and run them effectively and somehow make the magic equation work for the city that doesn't work for any private, business in New York, which is you're going to sell everything for way cheaper and pay everybody way more. That doesn't work. That's not how margins work, right? So you're going to take a loss of probably $1 million per store forever. And now what are you doing? Now you got 30 stores open that cost you $30 million a year to keep open, which is fine and all. But now the guy that owns the actual grocery store down the road, the Kroger's or whatever, is pissed because no one's shopping there. He's going to get run out of business because the city is willing to run a profit at a loss right next door to him.
Well, when's the new election for mayor come up? What year?
Oh, it just happened, man. I don't know, 5 years from now or something.
Well, I'm just saying it could be a move to be like, hey, this could be a campaign thing. If he's not doing a good job and he said, hey, I've got this grocery store. It's going to be great. It's going to set everybody free. The prices are going to be so low. That means you're going to be prospering like never before because you're not going to have to spend 40% of your income on food because we're basically just giving it away. I mean, again, I'm just speculating here, but it would make sense if they were like, well, we could do it in 6 months, but let's wait till the next election time and I can kind of use it as a selling point because by then everybody's going to hate me and loathe me because I've been such a terrible mayor.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's a joke. He's going to end up like what's his name, Ben Wyatt from Parks and Recreation. The Icetown mayor, right? Just he's going to be run out of town way before this term is up, in my humble opinion. They're doing it to Starmer now. They want him gone. They want that king gone, for crying out loud. Like, how many times in history have they called for the king to just step down, get out? We don't like you. You don't represent us at all. So the King of England, man, good luck to you. So I don't know. This is a story I just find interesting because he promised so much. Buses actually cost more now than when he came into office. He promised they would be free. And then they realized that was just going to turn them into mobile homeless housing. Right? You're sitting on the corner, you're homeless, or you're freezing your butt off. There's a bus, you just get on it. It's free.
What's sad is there are solutions for most everything that have tried, that have been true, and they avoid that. I think there's a reason for that. A lot of people that are in power don't want peace and harmony and smoothness. They always want to have a crisis that they're pretending that they're fixing.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. That's a big part of it. They don't want to fix the homeless. I mean, $80,000 a year per homeless in the city of New York is what they're spending. $80,000 a year. How do you get to that number and not just like they're all driving around like, I don't know, for that much money you can buy them all like a nice a van, a conversion, with a sink and shower and bathroom and the whole 9 yards inside there, and there they go. They're not homeless anymore. Maybe they can't drive, they're too crazy and yada yada, but you give my point. There's solutions to things, like you say, Barry, and they just don't do it. They never look at that stuff. It may not be for every homeless person, but I bet you half the homeless people out there jump into that and be like, boom, I'm living now. Yeah, I'm living now. I can take a shower every morning. I can shave. I got a mirror. I got a sink. I got a stove. It's the good life. And yet they just piss away the money because they, like you say, man, this stuff has already been fixed multiple times over throughout history. We've addressed this stuff time and time again. And socialism is never the way to do it. Free market is how you get rid of these problems. The free market is the fastest and easiest and best way to accumulate capital as a country, to have your citizens be wealthy enough to be able to afford to fix the problems that still exist after they've all made $1 million, You look at places like the UAE and there's no homeless. Well, yeah, of course, because everyone's rich. They have plenty of money to take care of the homeless. So, it's not there, certainly not in your face.
Sure. I think what a lot of it is, in a simplified term, is just the Peter principle. And that's how people rise to their highest level of incompetence. It's a very short book, and there's actually a sequel to it as well. But in that book, it's based on real case studies. And one example that they had was a remedial class where the teacher got the students actually scoring higher on the tests than the actual quote unquote normal students. And you would think he would be awarded for that and rewarded, right? They would say, wow, amazing. Yeah. And they would spread it to every school so that, more people.
Well, even to the normal classes, right? Whatever he's doing, like it's got to work for everybody.
Exactly. Instead, they fired the guy and they said, no, we need the remedial students to go back to what they were doing, building toothpick sculptures and popsicle stick sculptures and, coloring in a crayon book. This is the mentality. They don't want to fix things. It's the Peter principle. And people do tend to rise to the highest level of incompetence when corruption is rampant. That's because they're looking for yes men. They're not looking for change. They just want people that will do what they're told so things can stay the same because they like the way things are because it benefits them. They're not looking at how it benefits the people or the students or the citizens. It's about the few elite people. That's who they're most interested in. If you're a part of their little circle, and guess what? We aren't in it.
Yep. It's a big circle. It's a big club. You ain't in it. All that good stuff. But at the same time, it is easy enough to grab life by the horns, folks. If you really want it, it is out there. Go take it. It's there's a million ways to make legal money in this world, and there's a million ways to do it from home. There's a million ways to do it on the road. There's a million ways to do it any way you can think of, and that's the attitude you have to go into it with, and just be willing to take some risks and just make it happen. That's what the American dream is all about. People are coming to America and doing that every single day. I mean, look at India. In India, they're dirt poor. They live in crazy situations over there in cities you wouldn't believe. And yet when they come to America, they're the highest earning immigrant group anywhere, of any of them. They're averaging like, I don't know, I want to say $120,000 a year. Average for the American, the Indian population living in America from India, making bank. And that's just because they come over here and they have that attitude. Nothing's going to stop me. I'm going to go till I make that money. And then they figure it out and do it, So good for them. But, I don't know, man. So it's easy to get down about things now and then and just lose your motivation in life. But at the same time, you got to remember, man, there's people coming over here on the boat at 60 years old who, end up owning dynasties by the time they're 75.
Let me
Never
interject.
too late.
Do we have a
Never
minute?
too high.
Do we have a
Yeah.
minute?
Yeah. Well, a minute and a half.
Okay, well, the thing about the Peter Principle, it's based on case studies, but it's not a doom and gloom book. It actually gives suggestions on how you fix things. And one of the things they suggested was if you are actually over excelling and you're being shut down, maybe that's a sign that you should start your own business. For example, there was a guy that did some kind of a route on his bicycle, and he was able to complete the route in half the time that they could. And they said, no, you have to do the full 8-hour shift. Even though you're doing it better, you're doing it more complete. And he's like, why? Well, we can implement this for everybody and we can get it done by noon instead of by 5 o'clock. And so he just quit and started his own route, and he superseded, the other route because he was doing it better and quicker and more effectively. So there are ways out, but the system itself is kind of corrupt, man. It's systemically corrupt. So if you're going to be a part of it, you got to kind of know that you got to play the game a little bit. And I'm not okay with that. I couldn't do that. Other people can. I get it. I'm not judging you, but I would rather do
what you got to do, Barry? You got to fight, fight, fight.
Just like Trump said, bro.
And on that note, folks, this is the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show. We've got to go to break. We'll be right back after these messages.
Good job, guys.
All right.
Yep.
you know what I'm saying?
Hey, you're getting fired up. Fired up here, Barry.
No, I mean, hey, CS is right, man. You can't let it own you. You know what I'm saying? You can't.
Uh-huh.
You just can't let it own you. You got to break out, break free. Do your thing, you know what I'm saying?
Oh, there's 25-year-old kids out there driving, Maseratis and Rolexes, just who earned every dime of it, at 25.
Yeah. I think the problem with making money, good money, and again, is like the insatiable lust to have more of it. Like at some point, I would think once I got to a certain point and I knew I was set for life and my money was making money just sitting somewhere, I think I would then pursue other avenues of things. You know what I mean? I wouldn't be wasting my time trying to make more money. And I think that's the pitfall to money, is that the enticement to keep wanting to make more because it's a competitive thing. You want to make more than this person or that person, and you want to be seen as somebody powerful. Forget all that, dude. You just need money to do what you need to do and what you want to do and to make some sort of contribution to society. That's how I look at it anyway.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I know some people look at it like a game. They're into it, like a Elon Musk. You know what I mean? Like he's just like, this is fun. I wake up every day. I love my job. So what if I make another $1 trillion? It's just part of the game,
A trillion, just $1 trillion. No big deal. Yeah, I think he's going to be the first trillionaire for certain. There's no question. I mean, that's just, if you really look at how much $1 trillion is, it's kind of mind blowing.
It's shocking.
Yeah, videos. They have videos showing how much it really is, and because you don't really think about it. Yeah. Comes billions and billions and billions of dollars, and I
got to take a quick break. I'm going to be right back.
That's
I'll
fine.
See you in the
Go
next
ahead
remark.
and hang up. I'm going to get us over on the next one right now, okay?
All right.
Catch you on the next one there, Barry. All right. Be right back with more Censorship Sucks. We're on radio break right now. We will continue this for hour 2.
Hello, hello, hello.
Hello, hello, hello. Hello.
All right.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Matriarch here. We're going to be diving into the TikTok videos, conspiracy TikTok videos.
They allow that on TikTok?
Apparently to some degree, and then there's people on YouTube that they make videos on conspiracy TikTok videos. But the problem I found is they're all pretty much picking the same videos. So when you watch one, you've kind of seen the other one already.
Yeah. If something isn't 20 plus minutes long, I don't look at it.
You mean it needs to be 20 minutes long?
Or more.
Okay.
I won't look at it unless it's 20 minutes or more.
Huh, why's that?
Because they're not telling you anything.
Oh, okay. Well, they are short little TikTok videos, and they're it's total entertainment, in my opinion. I'm not getting a lot out of it.
No, you can't get a lot out of anything under, like, 20 minutes. All right.
Yeah. Well, it's they're just videos, 2-3 minute, sometimes less than that, and then they comment every now and then on it, or they'll just play a couple back to back. Weird stuff that's happening in the world, conspiracy. It's entertaining.
Yeah, and it really pisses me off if they take and do that, and then have like the most portion of it saying, "Oh, keep following me here," and blah blah blah, and here's my Patreon, here's my blah 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 this, here's my blah 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 that. And no, if you're gonna put something out, clip all that crap out. If it's gonna be that short, and go straight to it.
Yeah.
It's even some 20-minute videos, I'll skip 5 minutes, 6 minutes into it before I hit the content because of that.
I don't like too much, like, just where they just lead. There's a lot of videos on YouTube where they talk about a subject, and then they just 20 minutes of it is actual just lead up, which like most of that's unnecessary lead up, just to keep dragging you along to get to the point. So they're making a 5-minute video.
Depending on what the channel is, too.
Yeah, I'm saying some people are making longer videos when they're really not long videos. They're really short videos, but they make them long for whatever reason. I don't know. What would be the purpose of making it longer when it's not necessary? What would be the purpose? Would they get more views? I don't know.
You get more commercials in there.
That's a good point. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, it's got to be like 8 minutes or 9 minutes to get a commercial break in it.
Okay. Yeah, that's true.
It's probably similar on TikTok, too, though.
Right. How much time do we have till we come back on?
About 3 minutes.
About 3 minutes.
Okay. I'm eating a Pop-Tart.
Cool.
I'm raw dogging it.
Yeah. That sugar sounds good.
I was just thinking about after the show, I'm going to make some sopapillas, man. Some butter and some honey. Sounds so good right now.
I was watching this European guy from England doing a food review from American stuff, and he has a Pop-Tart, and he starts eating it. And he's like, I don't know, it's not that good. And, I'm like, dude, toast it. It's a Pop-Tart.
You got to toast it and put some butter on it, dude, or it's not right.
Exactly. You can't just take it out of the package and say, yeah, it's all right. You got to toast the damn thing.
It's crummy otherwise, you know what I mean? Crummy and crummy, both. But, I just had some Pop-Tarts, too, last week. I bought them at Ollie's, man, because they had the organic ones for like $1.50. I thought that was pretty cheap, because I think the non-organic's like probably $3 or $4. Unless you get like the off-brand, they're pretty cheap. You probably get those for $1.25.
How many are in there, too, right?
I
Was
think there
that
was
Toasties?
six.
They're called Toasties. Not what
Yeah.
they're called over there.
Yeah, it's like the Dollar General brand.
Yeah, full of high fructose corn syrup, guaranteed to
Yeah.
make your gut feel the pain.
Yeah, and then they use Willie's cricket flour in there. Yeah,
Yeah, of course.
and you know it's not just regular milk. It's it's cut with cockroach milk.
Cockroach milk.
Yeah, you haven't heard Willie talk about his cockroach milk?
I can't imagine, dude. Golly, is there such a thing as cockroach
Yes,
milk?
there is.
Yeah.
Apparently.
Really? Really? Like, how does that come about? How do you make milk from a cockroach? I want to know.
Yeah.
Do you like squeeze its buttocks and out comes some milk? What's going on? How do you get milk?
I have no idea. Willie knows all the intricacies to that, and he had Aunt Mama Lou blown up on a boat coming back from Venezuela.
Great.
Great. Because they mistook her boat for one of the drug boats.
Terrorists.
Yeah.
Yeah.
30 seconds, guys.
Funny. That is funny.
Yeah, it's a great skit. Willie's the best.
I'm gonna have to text him and tell him I want to get some organic cockroach milk sent to me.
He'll tell you it'll cost you like $9.29 or something like that. 3, 2, 1, and you're live right now. Sorry about no 5.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Hour 2 of the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show, Wednesday night edition for April 15th, 2026. I am your host, Censorship Sucks, and with me, I've got Bullhorn Barry on the Wednesday slot. What's up, Barry?
What's up? I'm ready for the second hour, man. Things are getting hot and ready.
Mm-hmm. Well, let's file this one under Adam Carolla. Adam Carolla predicted it. He said it was going down, and it's played out exactly like he said it would the day after the fire that took out Pacific Palisades and Altadena. He went on his show, and he said, look, this is Malibu, it's Pacific Palisades. These guys got checkbooks ready to go. $25 million to rebuild. Here you go. Here's a check paid in cash on the barrelhead. Go cash it and build me a house, right? Here we are a year later, and a new report has come out. And it's simply humiliating. From the New York Post, quote, the new analysis shows just 34 homes have gone up in Pacific Palisades and Altadena in the 15 months since the devastating wildfires tore through. A shockingly sluggish pace that lags behind recoveries from other previous major California infernos. Remember, 10,000 homes were destroyed. Fewer than half have even applied for permits. Less than half have even applied for a permit, and those permits are going to take you years to get approved.
Yep.
And I mean years, folks. This will be a decade before the place, it looks like a neighborhood, looks like a place you'd want to live. And again, this is the farthest down south edge of Malibu that got burned. It's buttoned right up on the LA basin there. It is the most prime real estate in all of Malibu because of its proximity to the city. You want to go to work downtown and come back to your Malibu house, you can do it here. Most of Malibu is an hour drive up the coast. Mm-hmm. So, boom. People with deep, deep pockets ready to build, they can't do it because they can't get the permits. They know it's not even worth it to apply for the permits. You got to hire architects. You got to go through meeting after meeting after meeting after meeting, and there's just too much red tape. It's never going to happen. It's a disgrace. And it's just California, man. Newsom, you want to be president of the United States? Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me, Gavin Newsom? You are a joke. You're a clown. You can't run for president. You can't even issue building permits in LA. You can't even call the mayor there and say, get off your butt, Bass, and get this done. You don't even need to do it. You just got to call them and say, do it. And you can't even do that. You can't even be bothered to even try to make this look like a real project. And where's your train to nowhere? How's that going? your $100 billion train track from what, Fresno to Bakersfield. That's going to be a big one. You know, oh boy, how many high school kids have a girlfriend in Fresno and they want to go see her, so they'll ride it. Like, who else is going to ride it? Nobody.
Don't forget the homeless
What a
money.
joke.
Don't forget the homeless money. Where's it? Right? The millions of missing homeless money?
Yeah, billions. I mean, that was his big thing when he was, brought into office the first time around, is to solve homelessness. And look what they've done. They spent billions upon billions upon billions, hundreds of billions on it. And they've no improvement whatsoever. Not one person relocated. They give them needles, they give them drugs, they give them everything they need to stay out on the streets and get high. But that's it. It's a shame. You want to be our president?
Shameful. It's a testament to everything we were just talking about how they don't want to fix anything. And it's intentional. It's by design, which kind of makes you wonder, well, why? Why don't they want to fix things? And we kind of explained why, but it even goes deeper than that, because these are people that want to burn it all down so they can rebuild it in the Great Reset model.
Yeah.
It wouldn't surprise me if all those lakeside Malibu properties get turned into a 15-minute city, low income housing, 15-minute cities or something. I mean, they want to level
on the beach
everyone down, right? I mean, look, there was a video circulating online of London in major distress after who knows what, a riot or what, and it's just paper and fog and smoke and this is what they want for us, just chaos, constant chaos. And then they want us to celebrate the chaos as if it's a good thing. They don't clean up the streets. Same thing in New York City. Every time I see a video on X, the streets look awful. The trash is piling up. I don't know what's going on there, but I certainly wouldn't live like that. The rat problem, the infestation of giant rats that probably look more like armadillos. They're so big. I don't know, man. These people don't want to fix anything.
Yeah. No, it's they want to be able to complain about the issue so they could say they're going to fix it without ever fixing it. I mean, that's why they love global warming so much. Because you can't fix it. You can't even prove it exists. But you can demand money and get people really scared about it. That's why they love COVID so much. Because again, you couldn't even prove it existed, but they scared the crap out of people and got so much money and so much control in that period that otherwise they never would have gotten. If you want big government, you're going to come up with crazy stuff like that and push it on the people. There's so many racism. Racism was not a problem when I was younger, man. It just wasn't. People got along so much better, and they've just pushed the divide because they want it to be there, because it allows them to do big things that they normally wouldn't be allowed to do, because they can say, hey, man, this country's so racially divided, so racist, that we've got to take drastic steps that cost trillions of dollars to fix it.
And then these people believe this DEI woke, racist nonsense, the ones that actually believe it. You want to distance yourself from as far as possible because it's not based in reality, and you get around them and you want to hang out with them and get along with them, and they're bringing up weird things like, well, that's racist when it's not, or maybe you get some white cauliflower served on your plate and like, man, I'm really offended. I mean, you're eating white cauliflower, right? Don't you see what you're doing, man? I mean, that's extremely racist, man. I'm black. You're eating white cauliflower in front of me. And remember, it was ALC that was talking about that, how that was all racism, white cauliflower, brown paper bags, highways, everything. And so all of that DEI stuff is designed to put barriers, and I don't want to be even 10 feet from these people. I don't want to hang with these people because they're nuts. And I'm afraid that their woke mind virus might infect me.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it spreads. I mean, it's not going to infect you. You're past that, Barry.
But it would affect me in a way that would annoy me and agitate me. And I wouldn't be able to tolerate that kind of insolence. I would not be able to tolerate that kind of madness and insanity, because I would just want to look at the person and say, man, wake up. Are you that stupid? And then you say that and they go, how dare you? You're racist. I'm like, no, dude, I'm just trying to wake you up because I actually care about you. Yeah.
If you expect me to come to your desk and wonder where you are, and I ask the person next to you, where did them go? Joe's not at his desk. Where did them go? That's not English. I'm not going to speak that way. I don't care if it's respectful or whatever. It's disrespectful to me to ask me to use not English. It's not English, right? How do you?
That's right.
I'm not going to break my language for you. It doesn't make sense. Pick something that works. You know, fairy cloud. Where did fairy cloud go? I can do that. But they, them, no. You're singular. You're not plural.
That's right. And in Canada, they're just now passing a law, I believe. I don't know if it's actually passed, but I think it's passed like the House, and maybe it's going to the Senate or what have you. But essentially, they call it, what do they call it? Something naming.
Dead naming?
Anyway, I'll come back to it in a second when I find it. Go ahead and just go from there, but I'll find it here in a second.
Oh, well, I was going to slightly change the subject here to Canada Corner.
Oh, well, it's called dead naming. That's what
dead naming.
And that's now classified as a gender-based violence in liberal Canada. And this is exactly what nations do if they want to collapse a nation, this kind of nonsense, right? They're going to criminalize like dead naming. I mean, you want to collapse a society, that's exactly the kind of stupid stuff you do. Try to force your morality on everybody else and tell them if you don't agree, we're going to put you in jail.
Mm-hmm. And speaking of Canada, the Prime Minister Mark Clown Carney, Clown Show Carney, won a major victory. Okay. Basically, they just had an election up there, and the left won, and in a pretty big way. And now it's just that much faster that we're going to watch Canada degrade. And, you know, they just hate Trump so much that anybody who came out and said, Orange Man bad, thunderous applause, you get elected, right? I mean, that was probably most of their campaign slogans were simply Orange Man bad. Ask them any tough question, Orange Man bad, you know?
Mm-hmm.
So, you know, hey, Canada, good for you. Good for you. In another couple months, Alberta is going to be voting on whether or not to leave Canada.
Oh, okay.
And this is only going to motivate them that much more to say, yeah, it's time to get out of here, folks. Let's leave. Let's become something other than Canada's toilet, Canada's dumping ground, Canada's lackey, their little slave boy that pays all their bills, you know? They've got all the money. And if Alberta does it, then Manitoba is right behind. You know? It's the way it's going to be.
I heard if Carney retires, when he retires, that maybe Lady Gaga wants to go out with him, you know, since Justin Trudeau, Katy Perry have such a good thing going. I mean, he might try Lady Gaga. Maybe they might find a connection.
Hey, why not? Why not? You know, it's although I don't know his marital status, I might bet money he's married, but he might not be, or even if he is, who cares, right? It's Lady Gaga.
I don't think they care, you know.
Yeah.
They
both got their freebie. You know, she's got Mel Gibson and he's got Lady Gaga. You know, if it ever happens, it happens, and we allow it. That's what marriage is all about, right?
That's right. And they can eat out of plastic bowls and plastic cups and anger all their base.
That'd make a good movie, wouldn't it? Good comedy. Where like the husband and wife both have their like, you know, dream thing, and like all of a sudden the wife actually hooks up with the dude, you know, like actually meets Brad Pitt and has sex with him, and like now the husband's all desperate to track down Lady Gaga to like, hey, you know, can you do me a favor?
I'm not following exactly.
Trying to get even with my wife. Can I sleep with you?
Oh, okay. It sounds interesting though. Well, I mean, hey,
yeah, so
they're the global elite, man.
Like,
imagine they've got.
I can make that funny.
They've got sides, dude. They all got their little sides, probably. They're all like Dominique Strauss-Kahn, you know, having those wild Freemason orgy parties that they go to.
Or as
reported in, I believe it was the New York Times, they reported that's where he learned of these wild, eyes wide shut type orgy parties was through his Freemasonry connections. And again, definitely not like your typical porch mason, you know, who's just going to do a good deed. This is like the elite Freemason type stuff, right? Where they got these orgies, and hey, if you're part of the club, you get to come. But it's a good thing he never became the prime minister of France, because he was poised to win, and then he got caught, I guess either coming on to one of the maids at a hotel, or maybe he assaulted her. I can't remember all the details, but yeah, he was going to win, and he got caught, got busted, kind of like Swalwell.
Yeah, it goes on. And then there's Tony Gonzalez from Texas, who just resigned from the House today as well. Over an affair he had with, I guess, one of his staffers who ended up killing herself afterwards.
That's
And
good.
I think this is the same dude, if I'm not mistaken, who served his wife divorce papers right when she was like a month away from giving birth. So really nice guy. Really nice guy.
How nice of him. Yeah, very, very
I don't
kind,
know.
considerate, and compassionate, loving and tolerant.
Yeah, the divorce thing, hey, I don't know, but it all blends together. I know it was one of them. It was one of these guys in the House that did that. So, which one, who knows? It all blends together, my lord. You know who even knows nowadays?
You know what would make a great reality show is a big brother for all the House of Representatives and the Senate. And there's a camera on them 24/7. And they're followed for 6 months, and everything is shown. Man, that would be the greatest hit ever, dude. I mean, that would probably close networks. I mean, they wouldn't even so many people would tune into that, dude, to see it.
Oh, just for the stock tips.
For the stock tips alone.
Yeah. I mean, just for the stock tips, you're talking big money there. All the insider stuff, you name it. They could never obviously do that, but yeah, it'd be ridiculous. They go in their room, try to, cut a deal, and you get to watch them cut that deal. Let's sell him down the road.
Yep. Everything.
Let's make him think we're going to support him, and then pull the rug at the last minute to get this.
Of course, they would have to not know they're on a show. I don't know how that could be legal, because they're obviously, if they know they're on a show and they're in front of the camera. I mean, because we all know that politicians are fantastic in front of the camera. It's what they do behind the closed doors. So it has to be done in a way to where they don't know they're on camera. They don't know they're part of a reality show, and everything is getting exposed. Can you even imagine?
Yeah, that's something else, man. But I don't know. Let's move back into New York. They're trying to pass a law there that will make BB guns. Okay? I'm reading from Breitbart. Quote, legislation being pushed in New York would redefine BB and pellet guns as imitation weapons, raising the legal age for buying one and requiring that said weapon be painted brightly. So, folks, they're coming after your Red Ryder.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
And what's the other one called? Cross something? What's the other one called? The other big brand for pellet guns and pump guns and BB guns?
Oh, I'm not sure.
Crossman. I think Crossman's what's called. I had a Crossman and a Benjamin pellet gun, and had all that stuff growing up.
Yeah, I mean, they just got after World War II, you went to any high school in the country, you'd see a bunch of pickup trucks, and those pickup trucks would all have gun racks. In the 60s, even in the 70s, gun racks, common thing. And then all of a sudden, they started changing the culture, changing everything, and flipped it all around so that they weren't allowed anywhere near. They never had shootings back then, ever. It was never heard of. It was just, people were common sense back then. They were part of a community. They felt like part of a community. Yeah, you have your problems with somebody, you go out and you have a fist fight, and then that solves it. You don't get a gun and start shooting people. That principle, Blake Miller, that just didn't have to exist back in the day. Something has happened to our schools, to our kids, to our youth, that has changed the dynamics to the point where these school shootings are a thing. It's somehow possible, comprehensible, that somebody could think that was something that you would do today. It never existed back in the day. It just didn't. And something has changed in our society to make the minds break to the point where this is now a possible realm of reality to live within. Yeah. And I don't get it, Barry. I don't know how society can fall apart so much and then just blame the gun the whole time. It's not the gun. It never was the gun. It's society. It's something we're doing to our kids.
Well, a lot of it's propaganda, social engineering. It is in academia. It is in the media. They're painting a particular picture, making everybody angry on purpose. Remember, even Klaus Schwab talked about how there's going to be an angrier world. They're trying to make an angrier world to create the chaos and get people angry. And you never see, when there's violence on the left, you never see the mainstream media calling for peace and harmony and stop the violence. And no, they just double down every single time, man, because they like the chaos. They want the chaos, man. And then they make movies about it, right? Like Civil War and Don't Leave the World Behind, Obama's movie, which is all about division and chaos and war and civil war and, death and hate and intolerance and racism. And they're just stoking the fires of all of that stuff on purpose to keep us divided. You got to be a real weasel to be like that. Who wants to live in a world of chaos? I just want to live peacefully, man. And that's why so many people are doing the nomad thing, like traveling around in vans, and they just don't want any part of society anymore because it's just gone to cuckoo land. And I totally understand it. People living out of their vans, people selling their homes and saying, I'm buying this van and I'm just going to travel, me and my wife, and we're just going to live the good life and we're not going to have to deal with all the crazy. And I get that. But at the same time, we got to have people that are going to fight against this insanity, or else it will just grow and grow and grow to the point to where we're all totally enslaved. And I just don't want it to come to that.
No, I don't either. And that's kind of part of the reason why we do this show every week, folks, to just keep you aware of what's going on in the world and where the crazies are and what they're up to and how we can maybe slow them down, or at least at the very least be aware of them so we can spread the word. But we've got to go to break. This is the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show, and we'll be right back after these messages.
All right, we're on radio break. Really, is that how it is for you, John? When you're out there in nowhere land?
I got some good news. J.D. Vance has now said that he is in the process of opening an investigation into the Pizzagate conspiracy theory after he read strange words involving pizza and grape soda in the Epstein files. Vance has now publicly pledged to follow up on this matter.
I've never heard of grape soda before. What the hell is grape soda? I don't even want to know.
It sounds
Actually,
like,
don't tell me.
I think it's adrenochrome. I think, because it's grape, and grape could symbolize blood, perhaps.
Yikes.
J.D. Vance said that, and he said this tonight, that people in emails from the Jeffrey Epstein files referencing pizza and grape soda reminded him of the Pizzagate conspiracy theory. He says they should be investigated and announced he was going to follow up on that. That is being reported in InfoWars, and there's a video to accompany it, so apparently it's legit. So we may be getting some arrest indictments and convictions, hopefully sooner than ever. I mean, they keep dangling this carrot in front of us all the time. We're investigating. There's an investigation. Arrests are coming. Even Oz was talking about all the corruption in California, right? And how we're looking into it, but nothing's still been done. It's like, and the whole thing with all the MAGA people that just believes Trump can do no wrong, like, well, they have to make sure they got, no, it's like you said, it can't take that long to start arresting people, dude. You know what I'm saying? Start arresting some people. Show us that that you're serious about draining the freaking swamp.
Yeah. Because they're not.
It makes me wonder. I'm starting to have some doubts, man. I think it's going to inevitably happen, but I think it's because their hand's going to be pushed, just like looked like it was pushed to release the Epstein files. That didn't come easily. I don't know. I think it's much easier in D.C. just to go along with the show as normal than to rock the boat. I think it's much harder to rock the boat because there's such a power play there, man.
Sorry, I've been eating my Pop-Tart here through the break.
No problem. I gotta get something.
Do, 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 do.
Had to get a snack.
Nice. What'd you go with?
I didn't really have anything, so I got a banana, dude. About all I had.
That's not nothing, man. That's a banana.
All right,
That's
we're
good.
going to come back a little early, guys, and here's your countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and you're back live and on the radio side right now.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to hour 2 of the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show, Wednesday night edition for April 15th, 2026. With me tonight, we've got Bullhorn Barry on the mic. And, it's great to kind of dive into all the news that's going on because some of it is just kind of a blast from the past. I haven't heard much about this in a long time, but the radical Democrat Virginia governor just signed legislation that will basically take away the electoral votes and move to a national popular vote system if the person who if you get more than 51% of the votes, then they move the electoral votes over to you regardless. So if you win the popular vote, there's a number of states out there: Arizona, Michigan, New Hampshire, Nevada, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, who are promising places. All right, let me start over here a little bit. Abigail Spanberger, I'm just going to read here from Gateway Pundit, signed legislation that would enter Virginia into a controversial national popular vote interstate compact. This dangerous move effectively strikes a match to the U.S. Constitution. Virginia becomes the 19th jurisdiction to join the compact, bringing a total to 222 electoral votes, just shy of 48. Just 48 shy of the 270 needed to activate the plan. Okay, so this is where I was spoken before. The additional 48 are from 6 additional states needed with electoral votes: Arizona, Michigan, New Hampshire, Nevada, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin. If enough of those states sign on to this, okay, then all of a sudden it changes everything. Under the compact, once the 270 threshold is reached, participating states would all award their electoral votes to the national popular vote winner. This would apply regardless of how voters in each of their own states actually voted. In effect, state election results would be rendered meaningless, and we would just go to a national popular vote. So if this happens, folks, no longer will anyone ever try to get votes out of, I don't know, Tennessee or Virginia or whatever. It's going to be California, New York, Miami. That's where you're going to go. The big cities, Chicago. You're going to go to the biggest cities and you're going to get the popular vote. You don't care about the electoral votes anymore. You could care less who wins Montana, so you're never going to step foot in the state. You're never going to go to Idaho, Wyoming, Utah, Colorado. You're never going to hit any of these states because they're too small. They don't matter. You need to go to the big, big, big cities where you can pull big, big crowds and get numbers, raw numbers. Jay-Z, get those Beyonce numbers. That's what it's going to turn into, is a popular vote. And it completely upends the Constitution. Whether or not this is legal or not, I don't know. But Virginia signed on, and now, they're that much closer to making this happen. It's a Democrat Party wet dream, because how many times have Republicans won the electoral vote but not the popular vote? And they'll point to all those times and say they would have won. So, I don't know, Barry. What do you say?
I don't know much about it, man. I mean, I've heard about it, but I feel like I would be misinformed. I'm misinformed, so I feel like I might be probably not the person to give my opinion just yet. I apologize
well, hopefully I just informed you about it pretty well.
I know, but I haven't really looked at it. I still, it's just for the state of Virginia, right? Only.
Well, this is one more state that's joined on to this group. So they're now, of 220 electoral votes, are represented by the states that have signed on to it so far. So they need just an additional 6 states to sign up for it, and it will become, the new way that votes are decided, that elections for president will be decided.
But it can't
is
be
that
federal elections because that would be unconstitutional.
they don't care. They'll just go in and cast their state's votes for whoever won the popular vote. Forget the electoral college as we know it, right? 270 to win, doesn't matter. You could see a Republican get to 270, but then all of a sudden this kicks in and every single state that signed on to it switches over to whoever won the popular, the Democrat, and poof, the Democrat is sworn into office a month later, even though the Republican got 270 votes. In the news analysis through the night, live coverage of state by state by state. Does he cross 270? Boom, he crossed 270. He won. No, he didn't win, because now the states say, "Hey, let's look at the popular vote. We have to go with whoever wins the popular vote." It's ridiculous.
Now, when you say signed up, does that mean it's now official, or does it have to go through their Congress, their state Congress? I mean, what? I don't understand.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, it's a compact that they're put together that, they've accepted. I assume that meant it went through, the House, and then the governor signed it. And so now it's, they're officially signed on. But for all I know, it could just be the governor that's doing it. The article doesn't really get into the details of that, but my understanding is that it has to go through legislation, and then the governor would sign it. So,
I mean, if it's official and it's already happened and it's like gone through all the proper procedures, that's scary. And I would imagine that it would immediately get, constitutional questions. I mean, immediately there would be like lawsuits, I would imagine. I can't imagine there wouldn't be pushback if that actually came into being. I can't imagine that. I mean, we got way too many people that on our side that would push back quickly. Sounds more like
the Supreme Court would have to look at that. They'd have to look at that and say, no, you can't do this, or maybe you can. I don't know, but I would think they'd say, no, this is completely illegal. There's no way you can do this. I would hope.
Yeah, they'd probably go through lower courts and then probably make its way all the way up to the Supreme Court, I would imagine, because you know how the Democrats are. They'll just keep pushing, man, until it goes to the Supreme Court, and then they decide. Hopefully they would decide right. I mean, I'm not so sure I have a whole bunch of confidence in the Supreme Court right now either.
Yeah.
I mean, I
don't either, quite frankly, but it just upends the Electoral College. It means nothing anymore if they're allowed to do this. And that to me seems ridiculous. There's no way, you can watch a Republican get 280 electoral votes on election night, but then the next morning you find out that the Democrat actually got the popular vote, so therefore he won the election. It would be upheaval. It'd be revolution in the streets, and the Supreme Court would have to step up that day and make a decision. You know what I mean?
I can't imagine this happening. I'm just being honest with you, but we do live in crazy times, and it's exactly what we've talked about. The Democrats and the globalists, they're really not in a position of power right now, so they're just doubling down wherever they can put their policies into place, the foothold strategy, like I like to call it. And so it's not surprising that they're trying all kinds of tactics, the Nick Shirley Act, more, just doing everything like they always do. But at some point, if we challenge them legally and lawfully, we could put an end to a lot of this stuff, man. But that has to come, like I've said before, arrest, indictments, and convictions. However, J.D. Vance said that he's going to be looking into some of the Epstein stuff just tonight. He said that, so hopefully that happens. But they keep saying investigate. We're going to investigate, but I want results of the investigations. I want arrests. I want indictments. I want convictions. I want to know where we're at in the investigations. I don't want to, a year ago say we're investigating, but then never hear about it again.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it goes on and on and on, man. It's a never-ending thing. Now, this story's been in the news for a number of years because they've been trying to slowly get this state by state by state to, be picked up and made into law. And it's a slow process, but, they seem to be doing it. And it's crazy to me how they can just look themselves in the mirror at night after they do this stuff. And this lady in Virginia, Abigail Spanberger, is like wacko nuts. She ran as a centrist, but she's so far to the left. It's shocking, just shocking. And that's what you get, folks. That's what you get. You vote for crazy, you get crazy. You vote Newsom into office, you get California all over coast to coast. He'll make it. They really want to make laws that make it illegal to leave. Well, not illegal, but very, very expensive to leave a blue state like California or New York. so that when you leave, you don't just leave and take all your money with you. You still pay taxes there for a long time afterward, because they're seeing the writing on the wall. They're losing all the money to Florida, and Florida doesn't even need it. Florida's ready to get rid of property tax because they got more money than they know what to do with.
Well, it looks like things are being pushed towards secession, like not on the right now, because we've got the conch, we're the captain of the ship right now, but they definitely are going to consider secession. I would imagine that, in fact, we've heard California talk about it being a possibility, so they may go that route too. And you know what, man? At the end of the day, I don't know if I would stop them or try to. If they decide they want to secede, I'd be like, okay, because within a matter of 2 or 3 years, they'd be begging to come back into the United States. They'd be begging because they would collapse the state completely if they did it on their own accord.
Yeah, it's crazy. Wayne Allen Root, another radio host, he put out an op-ed the other day where he talks about this national divorce and how it's really not such a crazy idea, and he starts talking about some of the things that are happening in these cities. Mamdami's proposing new taxes on white neighborhoods, okay, to make sure white people upon death won't be able to pass their life's assets onto their children, okay? Then we had this cop that was recently sent to prison for throwing a cooler at a criminal who was dangerous, armed and dangerous, was trying to leave the scene, and he threw a cooler at the guy. The guy hit the gas, crashed, and died. And so now this cop is going to go to prison over that. He looks to Minneapolis, where they are instituting gay bathhouses back again. Right? They're legalizing gay bathhouses where you can have orgies in public. And they're kind of bringing that back after, they banned it when AIDS came out. Colorado, they are voting. Colorado election official Tina Peters witnessed the rigged machines, so she saved the proof. For this, she was arrested, convicted, and sent to prison for 9 years. 9 years for a Gold Star mom in her 70s. Just keeping evidence of what was happening, what she saw in the county that she worked in. And she tried to keep the evidence so that she could show people this is what happened. 9 years in jail, As of March 30th, it's now the law. Every attorney in Colorado must sign a radical anti-ICE pledge under penalty of perjury that they will never use or share any information from court records to assist ICE. Every attorney has to do that now, even though it may be illegal for them to follow up on that. It may be against federal law for them to do that, but they have to sign a pledge to the state of Colorado that they will break the law if needed. So, folks, it goes on and on and on. The crazy, and we haven't even talked about Portland, Washington, the lunatics that are running these places. Yes, there's a serious case to be made for some sort of I don't want a great American divorce, but something that just says, hey, man, let's jank up states' rights. Let's lower the federal government down to next to nothing and just make it all about the states. Give states the rights that they need to keep the crazy out. We don't want to turn crazy. You guys can turn crazy in Minneapolis if you want to. Go for it. We don't care. New York, California, do what you got to do. We don't care. We'll just leave, go someplace not crazy, and live there. So, national divorce would look more to me like, stay out of my yard, I'll stay out of yours, but you're nuts. Texas, I'm looking at you. Colorado, you're crazy. Florida, looking up at New York going, man, they all left. They came here for a reason. You keep your stuff up there and get out of our state and don't even try to put your tentacles into the pockets of the people that have come here to get freedom from your tyranny. It's craziness, man. It's craziness.
It sure is. And I don't know if you know this or not, but Barack Obama's nickname to a lot of people was Barack Bathhouse Obama.
Yeah.
Yeah, there was that one guy, I can't remember his name, who basically testified that he serviced Obama in that manner. And he was on Tucker Carlson. There's an interview with him, and you might want to check that out because he seemed very compelling and convincing to me. And this is kind of where Barack got his nickname of Barack Bathhouse Obama. And this was kind of during his earlier days of politics, or maybe even pre-politics when he was younger. But yeah, watch that interview with Tucker Carlson. I can't remember the guy's name, but you can just ask ChatGTP or one of the AIs. They'll give you the information.
Yeah, it's a thing. You know, it definitely was one of the reasons I thought he was a very unlikely person to win the presidency. Okay. Because quite frankly, you know, he had a past like that. And he had a lot of questionable things out there as well. You know, nobody who went to Columbia with him ever saw him. No professors, no students, nobody. You know, there are people like Wayne Allen Root who went to Columbia, same time, same major, same everything. He never saw Barack Obama. How? How is that possible? You graduated in the same class, the whole 9 yards. You never saw the dude.
Yeah. And I would imagine he was making a scene. I mean, he was activated politically, you know, so I'm sure that people would have seen him if he was there.
Yeah. I mean, he went from a mediocre school out west to suddenly you're in, you know, Columbia, and then you're straight into Harvard law. You know, it was just a fast track. It was very, very questionable. But nobody, you know, where's his college transcripts? They won't release that. Never have, never will. You know? They can't. I guarantee they can't.
And you hear people all the time on the left say, well, I think one of the greatest presidents we've ever had, and what I'd do to have him back is Barack Obama. And I'm like, really? He's like one of the worst. I mean, only Joe Biden supersedes Barack Obama as, you know, the worst president we've ever had. Barack Obama was about as anti-American as you can possibly be. Started the whole race division. A lot of people thought that he would come and put a seal on that and make things even better than they already were. Instead, he divided us even more. And Michelle continues to divide, you know, continues to promulgate her race-baiting, divide and conquer propaganda chance she gets. So, yeah, Obama's one of the worst presidents ever. I said he was probably the worst, but now that Biden's been the president, I don't think anybody can top him. Nobody. Because he didn't do anything. I don't even know if he was there. He didn't sign anything. I mean, the picture at the White House of all the presidents doesn't even have his face up there. It's just the auto pen.
Yeah.
Thank God for
exactly.
that. I'm glad he did that. I'm so glad that Trump did that, because somebody's got to speak the truth. But now do something about it. How come we don't have investigations into that? Or supposedly we do. Well, where's that at? Where's the investigations with the auto pen? We still don't know who's running the country.
Yep. No, we don't. It's kind of scary, isn't it? Like, you know, and they want more of that. And Kamala Harris wasn't going to be the one running the country. She could care less. She'd have her feet up, getting a pedicure with a, you know, mimosa and be happy as can be. She'd never wanted to do all that work. No. She's just not cut out for it.
She just come out and laugh and say some word salad and love it, you know. She's just a what do you call it? A front man, a figurehead. Yeah. That's all she would have been. Just like Biden was. He was a figurehead, although he was really never really seen. He was in the basement or, you know, vacationing in Vermont.
Yeah, even when she was the Attorney General of California, I think you'd be very hard-pressed if you went to research in the archives of California that she ever really brought any charges, any cases in her name, like where she was lead plaintiff, you know, or lead attorney. I was plaintiff defendant. Yeah. Lead attorney. It just didn't happen, you know. Hey, good luck. You might find a couple. But anyway, let's move on to woke Hollywood, because I know this is one of your favorite things. Malcolm in the Middle is doing a reboot with Bryan Cranston and the whole 9 yards. And remember Stevie from the show, his little black buddy in the wheelchair?
No, not so much, because it's been a while.
Yeah, well, Malcolm had his best friend Stevie. He was a Craig Lamar Taylor. He was he was a ladies' man. He liked the women. He was always crushing, trying to, you know, make way with the women, and wheelchair bound. Now he's all grown up. He's a gay. He's married to a guy, and they've got a kid together. So, in other words, they're making it woke. Malcolm in the Middle, in the original, they had 3 sons. Now they've got 3 sons and a non-binary child as well.
Oh, man.
So they introduced a 4th kid who's non-binary. So the review says, don't waste your time. It's modern day Disney being modern Disney again and again and again. Yeah, don't waste your time. But I don't know, Barry. Easy, slam dunk. Bryan Cranston. You know, you got him. Malcolm in the Middle reboot. Let's make this great. Or not.
It could be great. Do you mean? I mean, I like what's the guy that plays the main character? I think he's a pretty cool guy. I like him. He's stepped away from Hollywood, had a couple of strokes, unfortunately. He's a race car driver. I've listened to interviews with him. He seems like a really nice guy. I can't imagine he would connect himself with such a thing. But what I don't understand is non-binary people make up such a small percentage of the population, yet they're everywhere, as if they're the predominant force in America. Like everybody's non-binary. So they're painting this picture, which is a false picture, I guess, to get people to question their gender and to possibly become non-binary. Just like you've seen where in certain schools where they push this, all of a sudden people are now saying, well, I'm non-binary, or I'm definitely bisexual. And they never said that before until they were being taught all of this kind of stuff in the education system. And then at those particular schools, they're like all of a sudden 50% of the kids are all either non-binary, gay, or transgender, when that's just because they've been brainwashed into thinking that, because they really make up less than 1%. Very bizarre what they're trying to do to our society. They're trying to collapse it.
Yeah. I mean, I've said it 100 times. I would have, 30 years ago, you got a kid, you put him in front of an app that plays Disney for him all day, and oh my God, that's great. My kid can now watch Disney, and, he's going to be happy for the next hour. I can go get something done. Now, I would not put my kid in front of the Disney app and just let it run on auto dial, because it's going to show that kid some really weird stuff he's not going to understand. You're going to have to have a long talk with him to explain why two boys were kissing each other in the Disney after-school special that he just watched, Like, whoa. This is just, you're shoving it in their face everywhere. It's got to be everywhere, And I'll give Disney credit. They just brought back the ladies and gentlemen to their loudspeaker system at Disney World and Disneyland. For a long time it was, hello everyone, or folks, or whatever, and they brought back ladies and gentlemen, which good for them.
Yeah. And how much longer before they go back to all the classics and they start changing the classics and making them woke? You might want to get your DVDs and your Blu-rays of all the classic Disney stuff before they go and change that stuff.
Yeah, exactly. When you're dependent on streaming, they can edit it at any point and change it.
I've heard that they are in some things. I mean, I know there was a big conspiracy going on for a while. I never really researched it to see if it was true, but I saw that a lot of the cartoons were going back and putting in chemtrails in some of the cloud scenes.
Just so, yeah.
So there you go.
Wouldn't surprise me. Wouldn't surprise me at all, Just to, condition you to that, to think it's normal. Whereas back in the day, it wasn't. They never had them back then. So you wouldn't put them in,
Well, apparently Mexico has banned them outright, a blanket ban since 2023. I believe it was January 2023. And a video came out on X of somebody in Mexico, and he was showing how clear and clean the skies are every single day. And then he showed clips from, different places in Florida. Even though Florida has a ban, they're still doing it. I think the ban only covers certain altitudes, so maybe that's how they're able to get around it, or maybe they're just not willing to prosecute anybody for the crime, this horrible crime against humanity. But it's clean air over there, man. Imagine that. So I think a lot of people would consider maybe moving to Mexico if they have a serious problem with, breathing in all that nanoparticulate matter that's toxic.
Yeah, or folks come out to Arizona. They don't do it out here where I'm at. It just doesn't, I've never seen them in Southwest Colorado. You wouldn't really see them. You just got to get away from the population centers, and they don't do it as much. It's also much drier air out here, so it's harder to see the stuff. But yeah, no, I've never seen them blow it out here, like ever. Maybe once a month you'll see the full contrails that go all the way across the sky and linger there and then grow into one big sort of giant gray mass, which is what you're talking about. Yeah.
Right. That term's called gray out. I think that's kind of the not. It's now considered the official term, a gray out, which is just basically a gray haze, pretty much over the whole city when they do it. And it's not contrails or sustained contrails. Those take specific conditions, and a lot of the stuff that we're seeing on satellite imagery is at the lower altitude levels where you can't have sustained contrails at all because you need supersaturated cold air, negative 40 degrees, to even make that happen. So clearly, they're spraying.
Mm-hmm. Clearly they're spraying. And it's a regional thing. It varies by where you are in the country. So, I mean, you hear us talk about this stuff and you may not see it and think it's crazy, but others do see it on a daily basis and they understand it. And, again, I don't see it where I'm at. The summer, winter, it doesn't matter, and I travel around a lot. You don't see it in the West. Probably you do over LA and, bigger cities like that, possibly over Phoenix. I don't know. But just not so much out here.
I think you're absolutely correct on that. We're probably by some military air bases, and maybe that's why we get hit so heavily here in Tulsa, Oklahoma. But in other reasons,
you're in the breadbasket too. You're growing food there.
Yeah. Well, during the summertime, the temperatures, even at the mid altitudes, don't even hit the temperature needed to create sustained contrails. They're 5.
And on that note, we got to end it here, Barry. Sorry, we're out of time. Plump out of time. This is the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show. We're out of time, but stay tuned. There's more from our producer, DREAGUS Productions, right after these messages.
Great job, guys.
All right. Thanks, everybody, for listening out there. And Barry, you did an awesome job. Thanks so much. We'll see you next Wednesday. Come by on Sunday night if you want. If you get bored.
I will if I get the time, man. Appreciate you guys, and see you next week for certain.
All right. I got to get Jack Carey up and running, and I'll talk to you later on then.
All right. Peace out, bro.
Take care. All right, that was the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show. Coming up right now is Paranormal Intelligence Agency Radio with Jack Carey. Hello, hello, hello.
Hello, good sir.
How are you doing tonight, Jack?
I'm doing good. How are you? Let's see if I can fix this. There we go.
Here we go. Hey, it's the camera.
Actually working. All right.
Yeah. Looking clean and clear, too. Oh, my goodness.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Hey, do you know, can I say the word bastard on the air?
Yeah, we can get away with it once or twice.
Okay. Well, it's part of a published essay, so.
Well, yeah, that's the name of it, so,
It's a published academic essay that I wrote called Natural Born Killer, and it uses the word bastard twice.
Yeah.
So it was published by the Metro State University of Denver, actually.
There you go. We got Roger and the Great Conspiracy restreaming us tonight. Welcome in, Soy Forte, Beth X, New York. And Cocaina. There we go. Thunderstrauss in the house. Hey, Roger, Great Conspiracy, give those folks shout-outs for me. I got some stuff I'm taking care of right now. Please. That's our mods and the folks who are restreaming us. In Kick.
Yeah, thanks, guys.
So what do you guys?
Very
What do you
cool.
got for us tonight, Jack? You was off last week. Hope everything is okay.
Oh God, yeah, I'm dealing with a very sick family member at the moment. So, but yeah, no, I've got some interesting stuff tonight. We're going to go through some recent paranormal in the news. We're going to do a little Sasquatch talk since it's Sasquatch season.
Oh, yeah.
I'm going to read this academic essay because I'm feeling philosophical this evening, and that's going to lead us naturally into the ultimate rabbit hole of the mystery of death and ghost theory. And as part of the first part of the show, we're going to be talking about Ingo Swann's targeting of the moon and what the Artemis crew must have seen and aren't talking about. So,
rumor has it tonight that Nancy is going to have Robert Morningstar in with her. And
very nice.
Robert is a remote viewer. And he's been doing a lot of stuff about that, about the Artemis, as well as, the science folks and the generals' disappearances. So we should be able to,
nice.
Hear some of that. If you can come in later on, or just hang out to listen, that's cool too, Jack.
Yeah, I actually might be able to this evening because the girls are out doing something. So.
Oh, they take the dogs too?
No, I've got the paranormal crime fighting duo right here with me.
Daisy and Sundance. What happened to the kitty cat and the other one?
They're
the other
upstairs.
dog.
They just never join in. Ruby and River.
Ruby and River, yeah.
They're running surface security.
There you go. Got to keep those dogmen and the Mothman away. Don't want anybody coming down into the capsule where you're at right now.
That's right.
Well, Jack, you got 30 seconds.
Okay. Sounds good. Oh. Been fighting a major headache today. Telling you.
Weather here has been off and on, and sinus issues off and on as well, affecting, sight.
Right.
And ears. Here's your countdown, by the way.
Okay.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and you are live and on the radio side right now.
Welcome back, everybody, to Paranormal Intelligence Agency Radio Live. I'm your host, Jack Carey, and we are broadcasting from 300 feet deep in an abandoned nuclear missile silo somewhere lost in the post-apocalyptic wastelands of the Dakota Territories. And I am joined, as always, by the paranormal crime fighting duo Daisy and the Sundance Kid are in the house tonight. They are charging a $10 cover and a 2-drink minimum for those of you who want to see it live here in the silo. But it's been an interesting week. I've been kind of in a philosophical mood this week, and I thought maybe we should visit a few philosophical topics tonight. Going to read a published academic essay that I wrote called Natural Born Killer later in the show that I think many of you will find compelling in its points and arguments. And kind of to kick it off, we've got some interesting, recent paranormal in the news, and that is Bob Lazar's kind of making some waves out there with Jeremy Corbell coming out with new information. So you can check that out on Jeremy Corbell's Weaponized YouTube channel, which is always interesting. And apparently Corbell has a new film coming out called Sleeping Dog. And Sleeping Dog is going to be a very interesting film, really about the UFO phenomenon. So, interesting title, and it looks to be, if you watch the trailer, it looks to be an interesting film. He's a pretty good filmmaker, so we'll have to watch and see how that is going. The markets have been interesting this week, and we do some market talk on this show because of the paranormal aspects of the economy. You're not going to hear that kind of talk on any other radio show, I can guarantee you that. But it was the paranormal world that led us into the areas of cryptocurrency debasement, fiat currency debasement trade. And, you know, really, if you take in totality of what the WebBot and the future forecasting group have been saying for a while, you could do a lot worse, in my opinion, and I'm no expert, but you could do a lot worse than if you were a young person and you had guts and a little bit of money. You could do worse than looking into the derivatives futures market on various commodities. I'll lay that out there. There's a lot of opportunity to be had in that area, and that kind of overlays into the crypto markets as well, because they offer futures contracts on cryptocurrencies now. So yeah, you could do a lot worse in my estimation. The fiat currency system is sort of in the death throes of its current existence. And, you know, the argument can and has been made that the fiat currency system in and of itself was designed in order to eventually not be there anymore. It's a debt-based system, and it does so in such a way that over time that debt becomes unpayable in various, you know, in any way. So, you know, we're currently somewhere around 30 trillion in debt, something like that. It would take an insane amount of GDP growth in order for us to ever have a tax base big enough to begin to pay that down. So that leads to inevitable conclusions on an economic scale worldwide. And as I talked about in my last broadcast, I was discussing the fact that it currently doesn't look like the sort of revolution, I guess that's the best word for it, the revolution, economic revolution that a lot of like hardcore crypto people have been hoping for, probably isn't going to happen in that fashion. And the reason is because the powers that be, like companies like BlackRock, were smart enough to realize when they've been had, right? That's really what it comes down to. They got us. They realized, hey, they got us. And they began to convert everything over to tokenization in such a way that they will still maintain control over a new tokenized system. That's just the way it is. Revolutions are rarely clean, right? Revolutions in history are always a odd mixture of the old and the new. And sometimes that manifests in really horrific kind of ways, right? So in some ways, tokenization is going to provide more of an equal playing field, but it's also not impossible to manipulate. Let's put it that way. And these dudes are master manipulators. That's just the way it is. When they control all of the liquidity, which is what is actually required in the system in order to make the current economic worldwide system work, it all comes down to how much liquidity is being pumped into the system, because that's what makes it all flow. When that liquidity gets cut off, then you see a massive downturn in risk on trade, which is cryptocurrencies and the like. And that's what we saw. starting past, going back to October the 6th, an event that I've talked about numerous times. That was the greatest deleveraging event in human history. So yeah, it's something to note, right? And the crypto market hasn't been the same since. It has never quite recovered, although it's starting to get its legs underneath it at this stage. There are some there's some very interesting news on the cryptocurrency XRP. Apparently has got a lot of utility. That utility is going to apparently make it quite valuable over a very short period of time. And they're offering futures contracts on XRP right now that allow you to control up to 50,000 XRP at a time with a minimal underlying capital. That kind of opportunity doesn't really present itself all too often in life. Risk, gamble, you better believe it is. Yep, that's exactly what it is. You are rolling the dice, but the dice might be loaded on this one. You know what I mean? So it's going to be interesting summer. This summer is going to be extremely interesting in both the cryptocurrency and commodities markets. The war in Iran will probably become a blip on the screen, although it looks like they're still playing games, and who knows who's really in control, and etc. It goes on and on. Like, that's ad nauseum right now in the mainstream media, but no, it was the paranormal aspects of the webbot, its predictions, cyber prophecies of the economic change taking place, the demise of the fiat currency system, and the adoption of tokenization that led us into covering that aspect of humanity on this show. So that's how all of that fits together, and it's been an interesting ride thus far. I still think we're in the very, very early stages of tokenization and cryptocurrency. It's like less than 1% of the US population even owns any cryptocurrency. That's crazy. That's just crazy to me, but that's the way it is, and so that will lead to a very steep adoption curve. And the longer it takes for them to start the adoption curve, the steeper it will be in a shorter period of time. That's really the way that works. And so you could see exponential type moves out of cryptocurrencies like XRP. You're talking about, what did Bitcoin went up 69 million% since it was created. So yeah, there's room. There's room for movement with these things, like crazy kind of movement, right? And Eric Trump is out there making some statements about XRP that were very interesting today. I would check those out if I were you. That is a good place to look. Paranormal in the news, the good general and a number of other missing scientists still have not been found. These are all people that were connected to one another through a series of government contracts to back engineer alien technology. That's really what it comes down to. The General McCaslin was the guy in charge of Wright-Patterson Airfield. The Wright-Patterson Air Base is where they kept the bodies and the debris from Roswell in vaults underneath Hangar 23, not Hangar 18, as is commonly quoted. It's actually Hangar 23, and Hangar 23, the number 23 is very important to all of this, but that's actually a subject for another show. The mystery of the number 23 is a show in and of itself. It's interesting to me that they made the Hangar 23, that they put the bodies in the craft under. So the good general up and vanishes a few months after a rocket scientist, female, he was connected to also vanished under the same exact circumstances. Few items were missing, indicating that they may have gone hiking, and that's it. That's the only clue. Nothing else. So, and there's like 5 or 6 of these people now that are missing that are all scientists or military personnel that must have been connected to the legacy UFO program in some way. This has led me to the speculation that it is X-Protect that is probably at the behind all of this. X-Protect is what ufologists refer to as the embedded intelligence agents / assassins that are employed by the aerospace industry subcontractors who run the SAP or special access programs that actually back engineer alien technology. Those guys are running security for these companies that have subcontractors. It's all extremely compartmentalized, and in some way, shape, or form, they have a license to literally take people out that are a threat to the ultimate disclosure of what it is we possess. And what we possess, apparently, if you listen to the likes of Representative Anna Paulina Luna and a few others, is that we apparently are in possession of a craft that didn't even originate in this dimension. Think about that. It's a craft that didn't even come from our reality. How do you disclose that without causing all kinds of ontological shock? You really can't. And so there's basically 2 camps. One camp is saying that humanity can survive ontological shock. And what is ontological shock? Well, that's kind of what the Maya faced when they abandoned their cities, right? It's what numerous civilizations have faced throughout the history of the world. And that's the point when your belief system fails. And so everything built up on top of that belief system, including your society, also fails. The patient can die. And in this case, the patient is human society itself. So you have one camp who's scared to death of that occurring, and at the same time are trying to protect proprietary breakthroughs using alien technology and trying to patent that in such a way that they can profit from it. They employ ex-military special ops guys and gals who run these actual security programs, and a lot of people refer to them as the Mirage Men. That's more of a kind of an indication of Air Force intelligence, but a lot of these people came from Air Force intelligence. Right? They get out of the military, they still have their security clearance, they get employed by a special access program subcontractor, not the government itself, not even Lockheed Martin. It's a subcontractor of Lockheed Martin. And that subcontractor is completely anonymous and unknown because of security reasons. They then can employ these people who are skilled killers, and who, it can be argued, have over time taken out quite a few different ufologists and investigators into this technology. And then you have the other camp who's saying, no, humanity can survive the ontological shock. We need to be upfront. We need to lay it all out there and let the chips fall where they may. That's really where the 2 camps are. They're embedded in the Pentagon. They are fighting tooth and nail, one against the other, trying to determine the outcome of this whole conspiratorial thing that has occurred. So We live in the strangest of worlds. So we are on the upswing of the Kali Yuga. That is a multi-thousand-year planetary cycle, and it really is an interesting thing because if you're on the surface of the Earth every so many thousands of years, the trajectory of the Earth actually pops up out of a debris field that's blocking us from galactic center. And we can get bombarded by rays from galactic center. And this is a natural evolutionary process. We are handicapped on this planet because a lot of the time we spend being blocked from the galactic center and from these life-giving, life-evolving energies that normally would be bombarding us and that normally bombard planets that have life on them. This is a natural mechanism within the universe. It's how things are supposed to work, but we're on a kind of an imperfect spot. And every time that you go down the Kali Yuga cycle, you go through dark ages, and then when you come back up out of it and you get bombarded by the rays from galactic center that interact with our sun and thereby interact with our planet, harmonically speaking, then you get golden ages that occur and civilizations like Atlantis. And we are on the upswing now. It is a turbulent time, but we are right on the cusp of what the Webbot referred to as sci-fi world emerges. And when sci-fi world emerges, the economy completely changes at that stage. And it becomes a completely tokenized economy, and the way we think about economics will change completely. So it's going to be a very interesting time to be alive. And, from a paranormal investigation perspective, it's fascinating to watch how the paranormal, through various channels, in this case the Webbot and remote viewing groups around the world, has led us into a sort of cascading event of economic change. How strange. What a strange world we live in. But that is the world we live in, right? So, and I would be remiss if I didn't mention Sasquatch. Right now is Sasquatch season. And by that, I mean this is the time of year when campers begin to go out and start camping. And in particular, people start to go out and pick wild berries in various forested areas. That is a very unwise decision, in my estimation. And I have a lot of data to back that up. There is, according to David Paulides of Missing 411 fame, a cluster of cases that all center around people who were picking wild berries. This, of course, leads us into the inescapable suspicion that they were somehow done in by a Sasquatch because of the competition for the food source, right? So, and that's where Paulides has kind of led the trail time and again, although he's, scared to actually come right out and say, yeah, I think Sasquatch is the culprit. If you take all the Missing 411 cases and you lay them on a map, and that is published and out there on the internet at CanAmMissingProject.com, and you overlay that with a map of all of the most credible 10,000 or so Bigfoot sighting reports, they are a spot-on match. And then you lay those two maps on top of each other and a third map of the cave systems known and documented on top of those, and they're a spot-on match. those three things couldn't be a spot-on match unless there was a causal connection between them. That's just the way it is. So it's very, very interesting stuff. There is, some indication in the missing 411 cases of what I call an interdimensional predator actually taking people. That is a scary, scary scenario, but I believe that some footage of one of these things has been captured, and that footage can be seen on my YouTube channel. It's just under Jack Carey, Cary, and if you look at the video titled Invisible Predators, you're going to see footage taken by a man named Bob Garrett, subsequently disappeared. That's a story in and of itself. But he captured some footage of what appears to be a very predator-like being, and by that I mean Predator from the movies. Like, this was a cloaked, not Bigfoot, whatever this thing was. It was shimmering just like the creature in the Predator movies, and you can see it clearly on film. I have it looped on there, and a couple of other examples taken from other researchers out there in the field. And when you put them all together, there are indications that we're dealing with something that is a truly unknown, unseen predator in the wilds of North America. And probably it's not Sasquatch. So that leads us to a very interesting place, a little testimony coming out of the wife of one of the best ufologists. He was actually a scientist, Bruce Maccabee, and his wife had an encounter with one of these predator beings, and we'll cover that right after our break.
All right. Good job, Jack.
Thank you.
Yep. I've been watching a lot of Jeff Nadolny's stuff here lately. It's pretty interesting. And then what's the other one? Oh, Red Owl.
Red Owl?
Yeah, Red Owl is the name of the YouTube channel. And it's pretty interesting. They talk about stuff that's in caves, like giant man-eating worms.
Wow.
To like these shadow figures.
Like the Jinn.
Kinda, yeah. Some of the stuff that they were going over and talking about, it sounded like Jinn, but it really group. These are in groups in certain areas of certain national parks.
Wow.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Yeah. But Jeff usually talks about stuff like Dogman and Bigfoot. He's had some
Nice.
really, really weird stuff coming up in there.
Nice.
Yeah. In fact, he's interviewed like a hunter, like a government contractor he had on with him, that hunts Dogman. So I don't know all about that, but, hey, it wouldn't surprise me if, some of them are tagged. And the guy said that, oh yeah, they used them in like Africa. I'm like, okay.
Jeez.
That's
crazy.
Like 3 or 4 of them, part of his unit that went into some Africa thing that, I guess it recently. But it's weird stuff, man.
Cool. Well,
Yeah.
this is going to get very, very philosophical very fast here in a little bit. So
Cool.
prepare thyself. We're going to drop a philosophy bomb.
Have you heard?
It's a careful.
Have you had any wing cryptid sightings sent to you lately?
Not so far this season. I haven't had anything, although, I do. This is such a sparsely populated state. I mean, Denver and its suburbs had more people than this entire state.
Yeah.
That just is crazy to me, but and this is a big state, so, and there's all kinds of paranormal stuff happening here, but there's 830,000 people, so.
Well, it seems to be about this time of year is when I've had my sightings of pterosaur type creatures.
Yeah.
So that's why I asked.
That's my dream, is to get a good sighting of a real pterosaur. I would love that. Boy, that would be something.
Yeah.
So.
Well, I saw a pair once, and then one really low. I told you all about that one. It was.
Yeah. That is some crazy stuff.
30 seconds, and we're back on radio side. Yeah, and every time I go through that area, I always get the feeling that a Bigfoot or a dog man's gonna cross the road there too one day. I'm coming through. I'm like, I don't know why, but I always got it. It just has weird feeling in that area. Here's your countdown, Jack. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and you're back live and on the radio side right now.
Welcome back, everybody, to Paranormal Intelligence Agency Radio Live. I'm your host, Jack Carey. I've got a face for milk cartons and a voice for smell-o-vision, and tonight we're talking about the predator beings that apparently are in our forest. You can see that footage on my YouTube channel, as I mentioned, and Dr. Bruce Maccabee's wife had a run-in with one of these creatures, and she got a snapshot of the run-in. And he was able to filter it in such a way that he could ascertain that this thing was using some kind of light reflective technology in order to do what it was doing, to make itself invisible. The only thing they got was like this crazy arm. Like you can totally see the arm of this thing, whatever it is. So that happened on their property. It happened while she was deer hunting up in her deer stand on their own property, a 10-acre property that butts up to a forest. I guess my question is, what are the odds that the wife of a prominent ufologist has a run-in with one of these predator creatures on their very own property, and it not be related to some way, shape, or form to Dr. Bruce Maccabee's work on ufology? How is that possible? That defies the laws of probability in my estimation, and so I think there must be some weird causal connection between the two. This is the strange world that I live in. So take a look at that and see what you guys think. So this week's been a philosophical week. It's been a week where I was reminded of the mystery of death, and it is the ultimate rabbit hole, right? I mean, when you think about rabbit holes, the mystery of death is the ultimate mystery. It doesn't appear as though death is the end of existence, only in this particular form, perhaps. So very, very interesting. But I thought this would be a opportune moment to read an academic essay that has a philosophical view that you might find compelling. And I wrote this when I was at the Metro State University of Denver. It was published by them and actually entered into a competition. So a few years ago, this is Natural Born Killer, by the way, by Jack Carey. A few years ago, I went through something of a spiritual, if not religious, conversion. This wasn't the typical case of a wandering soul finding a belief system that provided support and comfort. Rather, it was a horrific experience. The weirdest part of this enlightenment is the fact that it was all facilitated by a nature documentary. I had, for a while, been contemplating the larger picture of the universe and my place within it. In fact, this contemplation had really become all-consuming, and most of my time was spent poring over dusty old tomes of arcane knowledge looking for something I couldn't quite define. I had recently become overwhelmingly disillusioned with the established religions of our day. They all, without exclusion, seem rife with hypocrisy and corruption, hollowed-out versions of what they were meant to be. In my mind, they now only exist to parasitically survive off the fears and hopes of the people who make up my species. It all seems like simple physics, really. A body in motion tends to stay in motion, and those belief systems have been in motion for a very long time. They now barrel down the tracks in such a fashion that I am often left wondering what mad engineer must be at the helm. One afternoon during this turbulent period, I was lazily seated in front of the television, and suddenly a nature documentary began. I reached for the remote control, but before I could change the channel, these guys got their hook into me with a fantastic title. The name of the documentary was The Silent Killers of Monterey Bay. The subject of the piece was a pod of killer whales that were currently living in Monterey Bay outside San Francisco. The film starts with the narrator explaining that the pod is hunting and that they intend to capture this event on film and otherwise document the activity of the whales. The camera pans in on a lone seal that has become the object of the hunt. The seal spots the pod and knows that real trouble has just taken a liking to him. In a completely unexpected move, the seal swims directly over to the boat holding the film crew. The boat crew is understandably surprised and a little shocked by this. The pod of killer whales, too scared of the people and the boat, keep their distance, and the seal appears safe. He was a crafty bastard, that seal. At this moment, the narrator comes back on camera and says that in moments like these, they don't like to interfere with the workings of Mother Nature. Quote, "We're required to have a hands-off approach," he said into the lens. Just about then, the engine of the boat started up and began to gurgle and hum. The boat slowly jolted forward and then began to pick up speed. The seal, crafty little guy that he was, knew that if the boat left, he was going to be dead meat. The killer whales began to pull out their toothpicks. The seal, desperate and afraid, began to pursue the boat with all of its might and was doing a really fine job, I might add. The boat crew realized what was happening. They began to pick up more speed in an attempt to leave the seal behind. The seal, overwhelmed with fright, began to jump out of the water and into the boat. Every time it jumped out of the water, it let out a blood-curdling scream. I was caught mesmerized by what I was witnessing. Finally, the boat began to leave the poor seal behind. Farther and farther away it fell as exhaustion took over. Those whales didn't take long. I soon discovered just how aptly named they are. They must have hit that seal going full steam, ripping its flesh and crushing its neck bone into 1,000 tiny pieces. When these guys kill something, they aren't content to just eat it. They make a game of it, tossing the poor creature to and fro like a beach ball at a rock concert. Just about the time that my horror turned into anger and I began to wish ill upon the boat crew, narrator, producer, and the rest of their ilk, a voice came on the screen. It was the voice of the narrator, and he says, "Now I know that this must seem like what this must seem like, and although all of you out there watching might be angered and repulsed by what just happened, there is something you don't know. That pot of whales had a baby with it, and it hadn't eaten in over 2 weeks. In fact, it was starving to death. The death of the seal, although savage to our way of thinking, means life for that baby whale. Just at this instant, a life-changing thing happened. I saw a flash of light like a bomb go off in my mind. I felt like I was being hit with a lightning bolt. I must have blacked out because I woke up on the floor. Only a few moments had passed, but my head was swimming. I gathered myself together and went outside with my dogs for a couple of hours to clear my head. That night before bed, I was irresistibly drawn again to the same nature channel. It was like I had been given a dose of truth serum, and now I had a heroin-like grip on my soul. That night's feature documentary was on Japanese hornets. As far as bugs go, the Japanese hornet is just about as nasty as they come. They can spray acid from their tails and sense the carbon dioxide put out by a prey's breath or eye heat. Many a person has been blinded by these creatures. Once they have you blinded in the jungle, they emit an odor that draws the rest of the hive to you. Only a few stings render enough poison to completely down a victim. The pain apparently more than most humans can bear. The film crew had to wear tough suits covering their entire bodies in order to shoot the documentary. These hornets make their living by attacking honeybee colonies. The documentary crew was able to film only 30 Japanese hornets, killing every one of 30,000 honeybees in a single colony in a single attack. It was death wholesale. These things were lopping off heads with their pinchers and spraying acid all over those bees, melting 100 at a time. When the killing was done, they took all of the bees' larvae, flew it back to their own nest, and fed it to their young. As I lay in bed watching this, my skin crawled. I felt like I stood on the precipice of a great ravine and was about to be shoved in. I didn't sleep that night. The next day, I left the television off. I went into the room where I store all of my books looking for a diversion from the question in my mind, standing just off stage. I picked up a book I had found at a used bookshop by a man named Aleister Crowley. I didn't know much about the man other than most of the world's religions considered him to be the wickedest man who ever lived. With a title like that, coming from them, I knew whatever he had to say must be good. I randomly flipped through the book, stopping on a section where Crowley supposedly had channeled the Egyptian goddess Nuit. She was the Egyptians' idea and embodiment of the totality of the universe. In this channeled writing, the goddess Nuit is supposedly speaking through Crowley and says, "I am divided for love's sake, for the chance of union." My mind went tumbling again. That was the question, really, that had been lurking in the shadows, ready to pounce. If love exists, and it does, how can it exist in a place of such brutality? How can it exist if all of nature is a slaughterhouse? After the two films I had watched, it became abundantly clear that in order to perpetuate your own consciousness stream or life, you have to be adept at freeing up other life forms from theirs. We are, all of us, vampires. Consider it a zero-sum gain. Whatever life you have or enjoy was put there by another life form that no longer exists because of it. A transaction took place at that moment. You absorbed its energy. Predator and prey became one. Is that what Nuit meant? Vegetarians may think they have a pass on such brutality, but they are only ignorant of the facts. Recently, a prestigious university conducted a series of experiments on plants. In one experiment, they put a new plant in a container and stuck a match next to it and lit the match. The fire from the match, of course, damaged the plant. They then took an identical plant and placed it next to the first and placed an unlit match next to it. The second plant grew at a 90-degree angle away from the unlit match. This means, of course, that the plants are conscious, and not only that, they appear to communicate. Research is ongoing, but vegetarians may be the biggest killers of all. All of this was leading me to an inescapable conclusion. If love can exist alongside brutality, then it must surely all be one creature, feeding, fighting, and loving itself in an endless exploration of self-love. It is only human perception which is terminally flawed, inexplicably unable to accept this purest of truths. Nuit's or Crowley's words rang in my head. I am divided for love's sake, for the chance of union. Had God split itself up into countless life forms in order to create the principle of love through union? Wasn't the predator and prey scenario of our existence just another form of union? I had to get out. I needed air. I decided to go to the grocery store and pick up a few items that we needed for that night's dinner. Just at the stoplight, a block or two from my home, I began to hear sirens. They were faint at first, and then slowly they got louder and louder until they were blazing in my ears. I saw a black car going at least 80 miles an hour being pursued by a police car. They were going so fast it all seemed a blur and were gone in just a few seconds, the sirens slowly fading again. I wondered if the drivers knew that they were the same creature, and so in effect one chasing the other was like a dog chasing its tail. I don't even remember the rest of the drive to the store. Once there, I took a handcart and wandered my way over to the meat department. There before me in homogenized glory were the hunks of animal flesh wrapped in plastic that I had come to depend on for my existence. I loaded up what I needed and headed for the door. Standing in line, Nuit's words hit me again. This time, I even heard it in a female voice inside my head. I am divided for love's sake, for the chance of union. Her words rang through me as she spoke. I couldn't go through with it. For some unknown reason, I couldn't buy the meat. The deal seemed too shady. I was getting off too easy. I placed the basket on the ground in front of me and turned to walk out. The others in line only stared in a sheepish manner as I walked out the door. That night, as I drifted off to sleep, a childhood memory long forgotten crept back into my mind. At the age of 7, I begged, pleaded, and cajoled my parents enough that they finally purchased me the BB gun I so desperately desired. It was a hot summer day when I took it out of the box. I filled it with BB pellets and began shooting the target it came with. After a few hours of that, I grew bored and I began looking for other targets. I spotted a blue jay on a telephone wire and coldly took aim. I don't remember pulling the trigger, but I remember how hard it hit the ground. My mother, who had been sunbathing at the time, looked up from her book just as it happened and began screaming at me. We both ran over to the bird. Blood was pouring from its beak, and a hole now resided where an eye had once been. A wave of anguish swept over me. I began to weep uncontrollably. My mother began to cry too, not saying a word. I can still hear my father's voice from across the yard, calling us from within some long, dark tunnel. You guys quit messing around and come and get your cheeseburgers. The end. And that kind of leads us into the mystery of death itself, right? because life is sort of predatory. And what is death itself? Is it just a phase transition into another dimension? It's possible. It leads us into ghost theory, right? And an anomaly I noticed. First of all, I grew up in a haunted antebellum mansion in southern Oklahoma. It was haunted as could be. There were full-on black, figures moving across the house, dishes being smashed in the middle of the night, the whole thing. So my whole childhood was full of that. And so ghosts, as for me as a paranormal investigator, were never a mystery. I knew they existed. The real question is, why do they exist? Do we live in a reality where there is just some kind of moth trap mechanism by which some people get stuck in a semi-existent way in this reality, and we call them ghosts? Or is there something else at work there? Because the anomaly when it comes to ghost theory is called the caveman ghost anomaly, right? When was the last time that you saw somebody on a paranormal documentary, television show, paranormal caught on camera, what have you, of a caveman ghost? They're just not there. Are we to believe that ghosts didn't occur in the ancient past, and that somehow it's a modern day occurrence? Do ghosts just fade over time and eventually make that transition? These are all open questions I don't pretend to have the answers to. But it's clear from a mountain of evidence that some people not only survive death, but can interact with this reality in that other state. We call them ghosts, what have you. They're just people. Or should we say former people? I don't know. What is the etiquette? What is ghost etiquette? I'm going to write a book called Ghost Etiquette. And, that really kind of leads us back around to this whole idea of alien technology. And I say that because a lot of the scientists who are involved with the UFO program claim that there's something spiritual that we would describe as spiritual. But what is that really? Is that just another dimensional move of some kind? I don't know. But like my essay says, a brutality can exist alongside the principle of love in this universe, and clearly it does. Is it our human perception which is flawed and not creation itself? Could it be that we just simply aren't seeing the fact that death is just a simple transition and nothing to be feared, and so the predator and prey scenario of our existence really isn't all of that dramatic that it seems to us to be? I don't know the answer to that either. But these are good questions to ask ourselves. And, in the world of ghost research and paranormal research, it's important to know that over time, technology will gain ground with this mystery. Technology has a way of gaining ground with all mysteries over time. This is no different. So, you know, we are on the cusp of artificial intelligence actually changing medicine as we understand it. A lot of scientists are claiming that they are on the cusp of curing cancer, etc., extending life to at least 120 healthy years, that kind of a thing. So you are seeing the sort of marriage of high technology with human lifespan and existence in a way that's going to sort of, you know, really revolutionize the future of humanity if it's not interrupted unexpectedly in some way. And could it be that there is something we're not quite understanding about the UFO phenomenon beyond this aspect of an actual technology being in our possession from another dimension? Could it be that because death is another dimension, that there is somehow a connection between these things? I don't know. But a lot of researchers are beginning to ask those questions because of this little thing that was discovered called the hitchhiker effect. And the hitchhiker effect is the fact that people involved with ufology for long periods of time end up experiencing other kinds of paranormal activity that really logically shouldn't have a relationship to UFO mystery. I'm talking about, like, you know, people involved with the UFO program going home and experiencing poltergeist activity and haunting activity and light orbs following them and cryptid animal activity even. I mean, that kind of stuff. How is it connected to their research into alien technology if there's not something weirdly interdimensional about it? And, you know, all of that plays into the battle that's taking place for disclosure. And you guys will have to join me next week. We will jump down another rabbit hole and we will explore the architecture of it. And until then, I will see you on the radio.
Great job, Jack. Great job.
Thanks.
Yeah, just hold with me and
Sure.
so I can get clear of TMV Cafe, and
Cool.
and I'll get Nancy going.
The lovely Nancy Planeta.
Yeah, she'll be happy to see you if you do stop in.
Yep, I miss Nancy. I haven't talked to her in a while. I've just been so freaking crazy busy, but try to say hi tonight.
Just cleared from TMV Cafe, so hold on here and let me get Nancy Nance up.
Cool.
I think we should put this one in our top shows. It was a really
nice.
really
Right.
good really good show.
Awesome.
I love that
Thanks.
that little reading you did. That's awesome.
Cool. I appreciate that.
Yep. All right, I'm going to get Nancy going. You take care. I'll see you over on the other side if you're coming over. If not, well, I'll catch you next time then. All right.
Yeah, well, I'm going to log on either way. I'll be listening and try to interact a little bit here, so.
Sounds good. All right.
All right. Sounds good. I'll wait for that call.
All right. Give me a
All
minute.
right, bye.
All right, bye.
Okay.
There we go. That was Jack Carey, Paranormal Intelligence Agency. Coming up, Nancy Planeta's Legion of Chaos as she does the Vixen's Vault. Let me get Nancy Nance up. Our Wiccan Vixen. Hi, David. How you doing?
Hey, Mark. How's it going?
I'm going. Okay. So far, so good. Jack's going to come in tonight, too. Let's see if I can get
Oh, cool.
Robert Morningstar in here, too.
Okay. I just submitted Nancy. Okay, there's Nancy.
Trying to call up
Nancy,
Robert.
yeah, Nancy, that was a good system that you showed up there. Yeah. The diagram of all those people dying and missing and stuff. Yeah, which is cool.
Hi, Jack. Welcome back.
Hello. I just want to say hello to everybody. I'll try to interact some. I've got to run upstairs and check what's going on up there, but
Yeah.
I hope everybody's doing good. Hi, Roger. Hi, David. Hi, Nancy.
Hey, Jack. How's it going? Hello.
It's going good.
Good.
There's
Good.
There's
Hey,
the
Mark.
famous Mark Edworthy.
Mark Edworthy.
Yeah.
He's back. And Roger's back. Yeah.
You're muted. You're muted, Mark.
Done. That should be okay.
There we go.
Yeah.
Nancy's muted, too, for some reason. She
So
must
is
be, like, trying
Roger.
to get a hold of...
Yeah, I'm not.
she
Big
must-
Now I'm not.
There you go.
I'm just trying to get things organized and
Hi,
switched
Vicky.
over.
How you doing?
I'm good. I heard you on the airways earlier.
Ooh.
Sounded like a good show.
Thank you. Yes. Jack always does great shows, just like Nancy and John earlier.
Wow.
It's been a great
Thank
night
you,
so
sir.
far. Thank you, everybody.
It's
Hey,
been a
Jack.
pleasure.
I was trying
Hi,
to
how
say
are
hey,
you
Jack,
doing, Vicky?
earlier, but
Let me try to get
it's Nancy.
let me try to get
It's
Mr.
nice
Morningstar
to-
back in here.
Yeah. It's nice to hear from you, Vicky. So,
Yeah. Yes, I enjoyed what you were talking about earlier. It was good.
oh, cool.
It's nice to see
Excellent.
everybody. I've been gone for a while.
Can you
Yeah,
guys hear me at
no.
all?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah.
Now I
Yep.
can.
Okay, good. This stupid thing.
Okay.
Hi, Vicky. Welcome back, my sweetheart. Hey,
Yeah.
Jack.
Thank-
Missed you. God, Jack.
Hey,
Been a
Nancy.
minute.
How are you? It's good to see you.
Good.
Well, you got
It's all
about 30
Talk about our
seconds,
missing-
Nancy, and we'll be on the air. Hopefully, we can get Robert
Copy
in
that.
here soon.
I got to run and let my dogs out, but I'll be back. So,
Roger that. Be careful. Don't trip on the dogs. No
Yes.
accidents, Jack.
Yeah.
Jack, be nimble. Jack, be quick. Jack, don't even touch the candlestick.
Look out, cats, dogs, and kids. Here's your countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and you are live and on the radio side right now.
And welcome to the wild and woolly world of the Vixen's Vault. Today's date is April the 15th, 2026. The time, I believe, is, 9:01 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. I'd like to welcome everybody to the show. And yeah, I'm adjusting to that sun starting to set earlier again. And how do I know this? How am I so aware of the sun? Because I have chickens that do not go by any other clock but the sun. And it's funny because as soon as that thing is down at the horizon, it's not even fully set yet. They are in their house, and they're all talking because they want the door closed. Come shut the door. We need privacy. Close the door. So yeah, but it's getting earlier and earlier, and I keep thinking to myself, we're at that time of year again. We're about to go into the summer solstice. We're not that far off of it. But it just, I don't know why it seems to be moving faster this year than normal. And I don't know if it's me that's the only one noticing that, but I noticed the intensity of the sun is stronger, and it's been getting that way yearly. And I don't attribute that to global warming, folks, at all. But I noticed and you have to understand, Florida sun's already more intense than everybody else's sun to begin with. But it's I can't even begin to describe it to you. You go outside and it's it feels almost like radiation on you. It's that intense. And I have lived down here since 1976. So I can tell you that, yeah, I've noticed different, some years it's not as bad as others, but this year it's really bad. And I keep thinking, I wonder if it's got to do with the coronal holes that keep, forming and twisting. Like right now we have a massive one that's earth facing. And when that happens, the radiation streams do increase in a big way. But, again, I think to myself, but we've got all these volcanoes going off at the same time. You know what? It's like I'm battling myself in my head because I'm looking at the meteorological reasons this could be happening, and I'm like, well, I don't think it's this. I would love to say it's the sun, because again, the sun has been very ridiculously active. But can I really trust that? Because can I trust the sources? I don't know, because again, they seem to have made these really dynamic discoveries, and I always laugh and go back to the replacement for the Hubble telescope that was launched and sent us back a picture that looked exactly like a marble countertop. No joke. I mean, I have seen marble countertops that looked identical to that picture. So I'm having trust issues. I've always had trust issues with anything that related to NASA in any way, because they're a gigantic money pit.
Amen.
I mean, literally, they're like the black budget laundering of the country. I mean, and I always say that too. It's like, yeah, you really think that? Do you really believe that they're not laundering a lot of money in NASA? Yeah, they are. They have been for a long time.
Laundering or bureaucracy?
Laundering? No, it's laundering, dude. It's laundering. Even with the bureaucracy.
Because I know especially I can see, as they are partially public servant, I can sort of see how too many cooks sort of issue.
Even with bureaucracy. Somebody's got their speakers on. I'm getting feedback. There we go. That's done. Okay. Even with bureaucracy, you have to explain certain things. With NASA, like I said, NSA ID. I mean, there are so many things that have been laundered through NASA. It's not even funny, because they can't account for different things. It's like the Pentagon. It goes in the door, and then you never hear about it again. And they always claim national security as reasons why you cannot know how trillions of dollars disappear. And, it's kind of funny, because I'm like, all right, so national security, but we're talking trillions of dollars. And you literally are telling us that our military is needing to be re-enhanced, because remember, they shut all those bases down. They had to cut corners and everything else. Well, where are the trillions of dollars? I'd love to know. And don't tell me again, the DOD contracts are a joke. We always laugh over here, and we talk about, the $600 toothbrushes and things like that. Things we know are absolute lies in the budget lines, and yet they still play us for fools. I mean, at least now, I have a feeling we've got a real reckoning coming, and I think Trump is getting less and less cryptic with what he's saying. He's being pretty direct at this point, that there is a reset coming. He's making his alliances with China and actually Russia pretty obvious now. And it's funny, because I posted something this morning about, the conversations that he was having with China and how China has accepted this deal. And somebody who's been a naysayer for a very long time had posted, it's almost like he had this alliance with China already in place. Well, yeah, you dumbass. The alliance with China has been in place since his first administration. Also with Russia, and also with Saudi. I mean, I can name off the countries he aligned himself with in that first administration, and they made it really clear that this was like a brotherhood alliance. They didn't really, they didn't hide under blankets and do the whole super secret squirrel I spy thing. No, they did these major celebrations with unheard of honors given to Donald Trump by these countries. That's okay. That's not a whole, let me rub elbows with you and then screw you the next day. No, that is a long-term relationship that's been set up.
A big point,
and then you see.
Go
ahead.
Big point you've got to consider is these are big players on the world stage.
Oh yeah.
You've got to at least publicly communicate with them, if not behind the sort of closed door sort of thing. You've got to communicate with them if you are a leader of a country.
This was more than Mark. This was more than communication. This was way more than communication. And again, the thing is like Kim Jong-un. People always forget that Trump was the first president of the United States to actually cross the North Korean border. I don't know how long. I mean, literally since the Korean War. And they made this little blip about it. Kim Jong-un wouldn't even show his ass to Joe Biden. No joke. He wouldn't even moon Joe Biden. Okay, disrespectfully. He wanted nothing to do with Joe Biden. And yet he still maintained a relationship with Trump. And you notice that Jong-un has become much more tolerable now that Trump's back in office. Under Biden, he was lobbing things at Japan. Trump's back in office, that is pretty much stopped. But on the other side of that, too, and I keep saying this, and I've said it from the very beginning, and everybody disagreed with me, but I'm not wrong. There is, and it's not because they're poor or they're losing wars, guys. Both Russia and China have showed inordinate amounts of patience with all the crap that has been going on. I mean, Venezuela, Cuba, Mexico, the cartels, these people that they're supposedly aligned with, and they haven't come really to the defense of any of them. Iran. I could just name the list off.
Just to jump in here, Nancy, man, you got a big group tonight. Who all do you have?
Yes, I do. Well, let's see. I've got Robert Morningstar just joined us. Good evening, Robert. I just noticed that you pulled in. I've got Raphael. I have Mark Edworthy. I have Roger. I have Jack Carey. I don't know if Jack's back from walking the dogs or not. And David Campione, who's Rafael Martinez, Dave Campione, Mark Edworthy, Roger, and Vicky, of course, Vicky back. These guys are my staples. We are here every week together and kind of in and out of what we're talking about, but every week they're here. Robert, obviously new to the show.
I just wanted to let you know that Naroki 5 is waiting to hear from you because he was asking me if I had a link, so you might want to call him in too.
Mark, that's on you.
Yeah,
I'll call him in.
Okay.
All right.
Well, nice
and
to hear
now
you.
Jack is returned.
Oh.
Nice to hear you all.
Yep.
See you all.
Let me see if I can get him in. Okay.
Okay.
Just checking to make sure we don't go over the limit for the amount of people we have.
I think we're good for now. But and the other thing too is that, again, if you guys notice, and I've been posting it very, very loudly, now a 10th scientist has disappeared and been linked to the rocket program and the nuclear program. And again, I know people say, oh, it's just a coincidence. Nope. Nope, and nope. Nope. Not that big. It was kind of like all the chiropractors that disappeared a few years back. Raphael and I did a show on that. It was something, what were we up to, babe? 115? That disappeared? And they had all worked on the same paper. That was like...
What about the
coincidental
microbiologists that were getting knocked off throughout the 1990s?
Yes.
Marconi, and then the Chinese and the Russians and Americans, where it seemed like there was some kind of covert intelligence war to stop certain microbiologists from pursuing.
I think they were. I think they were working on CRISPR technology, if I remember correctly, and that is gain of function. That is how they get into the mRNA. And literally, yes, you're right. There was a whole list of them that and it was always a coincidence, or they committed suicide by stabbing themselves in the back. Things like that. Just wonderfully creative at suicide for some reason.
Welcome in, Naroki.
Hey, Naroki, there he is, our Canadian. Hi, Naroki. But yeah, it's been very interesting, and all of this culminates in many ways. And I'm gonna say, guys, you're gonna cringe when I say it. It all culminates to what? What are we looking at? What did we hear Benjamin Netanyahu say a couple weeks ago about what? The coming of the Messiah? What? And what do we know that has been hinted at for how many years? I mean, Serge Manasse was 1990s? He went public with Bluebeam? Right. And what was the agenda of Bluebeam? Let's just think about that. What religious context was in the agenda of Bluebeam? That everybody would hear the voice of their God in their head, and the holograms would appear, and they would be so realistic, and everybody would buy into the one world religion, and kumbaya, we would all go under the control of a one world order. And look what's happening. I mean, we've got all these things happening right now. We have literally, I said to somebody the other day, I don't believe for a moment all of these fireballs that are being seen around the country the last month. Not for 1 second do I believe that is a weird meteor shower that nobody has ever identified before. Nor do I believe it's the fact that the planet is tilting differently or moving differently. I 100% believe that is a satellite war. We are seeing satellites dropping from the skies because there's a war going on above us. Whether or not we want to see it, hear it, know about it is inconsequential. That is most likely what is happening because of the way these things are breaking up as they're coming down.
Right.
I mean, again, you can look at meteorites all day long and not see a fireball, like, not once, not twice. I think there's been 22 now. 22 fireballs just over the United States.
Just in the
I
last
agree.
month
I
or
believe
so.
that this is part of the hijacking of all the world's end times, the eschaton. It's called eminentizing the eschaton, hurrying up the end of the world. And I believe that they just scripted everything to try to con everyone into believing that this is the will of God, it's written, it can't be changed. And Israel is to the forefront because in 1947, Oppenheimer and Einstein wrote a letter to Truman after they were asked how to deal with a race of extraterrestrials that has notified the U.S. government of their intention to settle on planet Earth. They didn't ask for permission. They just announced it. And Einstein and Oppenheimer wrote this 5-page letter detailing all the different possible ways that they could deal with it. And ultimately, they recommended a secret pact with the EBEs, extraterrestrial biological entities, keeping the secret of their presence away from the American people and the world public, to provide them with settlement rights, ranging and roaming rights, trading human resources for technology, and the two worst parts, asking the United States government, Truman, to submit to the extraterrestrials for tutelage, to submit to them as their students to learn their science, their technology, their political systems. And the worst part for me is that they, Einstein and Oppenheimer, being Jewish, assumed that these extraterrestrials were the return of the Elohim, their old gods from the Old Testament, and they called for a new covenant with them. And this whole thing about the war in the Middle East and the greater Israel and building the third temple has to do with their belief that they have to prepare the ground in the Middle East, Israel, and surrounding areas to build a temple as the residence, the domicile, so that the Elohim can return, live in the temple, and rule the world from Jerusalem. That, in a nutshell, is, and I'm free now to speak about all of this because President Trump issued that executive order to release all UFO files. Well, I've had 30 years of archives, including Blue Book, MJ12, and now I'm releasing it. That's the first thing I'm going to do. And I've notified Coast to Coast. I'm going to be on Coast to Coast on April 30th of all days. Walpurgisnacht. I'm going to be on Coast to Coast to reveal all of this. And one last thing I want to say, it's most important. mRNA technology is AIDS. When Pfizer and Moderna marketed it, 5 days later, they put up animations on how it worked. And I've been working on AIDS, HIV, since 1979. I was one of the first people to know about the blight that was happening in New York and in California. And I watched the whole saga. And mRNA is AIDS. AIDS invades the body with a strand of RNA. It replicates itself, it invades the cell, turns into the provirus, DNA, and then attacks the immune system. But when I saw the animations that Moderna and Pfizer, BioNTech put out, I said, my God, mRNA is AIDS, and the only difference is they call it mRNA, messenger RNA, and we don't know what the message is they wrote on it. And that's what's happening. Depopulation and this crazy idea.
Didn't they take out this SV40 and they forgot to put it back in? Yeah.
Yeah. Right.
Oh, gee. Nice.
Just on the point of the religious aspect, it's no secret that over the last, let's say, 40 odd years, atheism and agnosticism has been growing significantly within the West. So I'm not sure if I buy the entire religious aspect.
Well,
Well,
okay, I
they
guess.
didn't check with God either. Like God is really going to allow people, humans, to bring on or force this issue of the Mahdi or the other messiahs or whatever. Really? I mean, yeah, you gotta think about that.
I
That's
think,
a little crazy.
and I can give it to you from the other aspect, because as you know, Mark, I don't follow Christianity. Organized religions irk the snot out of me. Why? Because it's somebody else's perception and belief system being imposed on you. That is what bothers me. And it's interesting because there's been discussion now about the Ethiopian Bibles being released, the scriptures of the Ethiopians, which are different than the current Christian scriptures as through the Vatican and what has come from the Council of Nicaea. These precede the Council of Nicaea, and they're considered, Christians believe they're incredibly Gnostic. But what these scriptures have in them are not Christ as this benevolent, loving being, but Christ as this energy that's insanely intense, and basically had said God is within all. God is not a person. It's not a man on the planet. It's not a religious belief. It's not a concept. It's not something you're supposed to be following with groups. Or it is within you. It is
That's
within
the
you.
Ethiopian Bible? That's in the
Yes.
Ethiopian? That's really
Yep.
strange. That's really strange.
And it's very interesting because it's something, again, like I told you guys, I moved away from any kind of Christianity, Catholicism, any type of organized belief when I was 12 years old. Why? And I was in Catholic school at the time. Not because I was molested, not because I was a victim. Nope, and nope. It was because I am a precognitive dreamer, and I didn't know why. I do know now it's hereditary. Didn't know that then. But I had a dream, my brother in a car accident. It was really serious. And then it manifested. It happened. And I had tremendous guilt. I was 12 years old. I thought maybe I had caused it by telling him to be careful. So my mother took me to see the priest to confess and see if he could help me in some way. Well, his way of helping was to tell my mother that this was the work of Satan. This was the work of the devil, and that I read way too many fantasy novels, and that I needed to, basically pray and become clean. And no. I knew then something was very, very wrong because I can't control my dream world. I mean, I was like, I didn't ask for this. I know it doesn't. I mean, I know what I saw in my dream, and I can tell you to this day, it's still clear as a bell in my head. Whenever I have a dream like that, it never, ever fades. Most people, when you wake up from a dream, when it's, I never call dreams trash because I don't believe they are. I think it is your brain's way of working through certain things. I also believe it's frequency. So I think you're picking up on certain frequencies as you're sleeping. With mine, it just happened to be, for some reason, I'm into the frequency of time and space. And I can have dreams of times before and times after. It just depends, but it's always in twos. Mark knows that. It's always 2 hours, 2 days, 2 weeks, 2 years. It's never anything but in a two pattern. Feels so damn binary. But again, it's true. It's like, oh my God, it's always twos. But it's something where, again, I don't believe that is something that is a religious gift. I don't believe in the mysticism of it. I think that it's something we're all probably capable of. It's just whether or not our DNA and whether or not our frequencies and the way our brains are working is actually tuned into it. Mine is, again, I think it's genetic. We have accounts all throughout our family Bible of people who could do this. Did I know this at 12 years old? No, I did not. I would love to have known this at 12 years old because it probably would have helped me work with things a lot differently than I ended up doing. But I moved completely away from religion because of what the priest said. He automatically went to, it's evil because I was different. No, that did not work for me, even at 12. I went into, as you guys know, I went into Wicca initially, witchcraft, paganism. But the deeper I got into that, the more I realized, again, there was a touch of man in all of this. There was a touch of power. There was something in there that made me say, no, something's not right with this. Yes, I believe in the energy. 100% believe in energy. I believe in frequency. I 1,000% believe in the goodness of people. I believe in darkness in people. But I also 1,000% believe that all of those things go back to choice. And when you tell somebody else, or when somebody else tells you it's their choice, and if you don't choose their choice, you're evil, I have big problems with that. Because their choice is based on their perceptions and whatever they want you to perceive.
But you didn't choose to have those visions or dreams.
Absolutely not. Nope.
Yeah. So that
I did choose to embrace them, though.
Well,
I did choose
that's okay,
to,
but you didn't bring it about on your own.
No, but like I said, I did choose to not ignore them. I did choose to embrace it, and rather than push it away like my mother did, which resulted in massive headaches. Mm-hmm. I chose to not do that. And I've learned a lot. But with that, I got to take us out on our first break. When we return, we're going to continue this conversation. We're going to pick Robert Morningstar's brain, because I think that'll be fun. Hang in there, guys. We'll be back in just a few minutes.
All right, we're on radio break. Welcome in, everybody. It's good to have you in, Naroki and Robert.
Sorry, who's doing the talking right now?
I am.
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, there's Naroki.
I'm here. I just turn off the camera when I drink or scratch my face.
Sorry, yeah, I recognize. Yes. Oh, David. Hi, David. Sorry, I recognize the voice. I couldn't put a name to it.
Oh, okay. Hi, how you doing?
No, it's not David. So it's who's the one doing the talking? Mark?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay,
I'm pretty much producing and peanut gallery for when I do streams like this. I don't normally get in the show.
Oh,
it's not my thing. It's not my thing. Unless Nancy. Do you know where I'm going with this? Do you know where I'm going with this?
You can't help it. You cannot help it, because I have fun on my shows, and I am not afraid to jump off of a cliff and say, you know what, I'm going to land where I'm going to land. Because, again, to me, unless we talk about things, unless we have discussions, and it could be a difficult discussion, or it could be an easy discussion. But unless the discussions are had, we're a bunch of morons.
Yeah.
We are literally a bunch of idiots.
But
we
still have to be broadcast radio approved.
True. Although I still, you know what, Mark? Like I said, during COVID, I didn't give a flying crud what was approved and what was not.
Yeah, I know.
There was no way I was going to say, go ahead and get that COVID vaccine. There was no way I was going to say, wear a mask, because that's brain surgery. You put a mask over your face when you're not sick, so you're rebreathing all the bad bacteria in your mouth, and it's getting all over your face. That was brilliant. Whoever came up with that idea was brilliant.
Well, you know, I always thought that people who wear masks are usually not good people anyways, you know, because you don't see them going into banks with a mask unless they're trying to get money that they're not allowed.
Well,
that's just me, you know. I went to the bank and asked them. I said, you know, I thought there was a law against this.
Well, you know what? I think my problem was that there were a lot of good people though who did, and they were trying to. They thought they were helping their neighbors by wearing masks.
Yeah,
it's like,
right. Yeah, I'm going to go into the bank looking like a robber. Oh yeah, that's great.
Well, I mean, my point of view on this is, I mean, if I look at somebody with a mask, I just assume that their brain is broken at this point.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, the lack of oxygen could do that after 25 minutes in that mask. Yes, the lack of oxygen could definitely
just
cause
assume it's
problems.
like there's just people whose brains are broken, and that's basically it. They're almost like, to quote one person that I run to. It's like the
Now you're
masks
not.
are
No, hold on, hold on.
are like the
Hol-
MAGA hats.
Hold on, Naroki. You're not going to have to seek asylum here in the United States. With your. All right. There are places to rent close to me, but if you need to stay for a little while, a week or two is fine. But more than that, we'll have to work out something. But anyways.
Well, I mean, here's the funny thing. I think if Nancy, I do believe Nancy's on. Yeah, I keep the whole thing about me going on has just kind of disappeared. Yeah. Well, here's the final deal.
And here's your countdown.
Yeah, what's going on with what's going on in Canada right now?
3,
is that
2, 1. Sorry to cut you off. You're live and on the radio side right now.
All right. Well,
welcome back. Wait. Hold on, Naroki. Hold on. Welcome back to the Vixen's Vault. Naroki is now going to finish his sentence. Hang in there, folks. Go ahead, Naroki.
All right. So as we were talking when we were on commercial break, I have gone from being on the fence about Alberta separating to we absolutely have to get out of here. Mark Carney has decided, in his infinite wisdom, instead of trying to resolve the situation with Alberta, he has gone and basically intentionally allowed Belton Road, which, by the way, is something I've been currently doing a lot of research on, to the Chinese version of the Monroe Doctrine. He's allowed the Chinese to basically go in there, and he's basically intentionally causing all sorts of instability in BC. Alberta would be in the same boat had the separation issue happened. And on top of all that, instead of doing something about the Alberta situation, he's been spending all his time trying to bribe other members of other parties to cross the floor and join the Liberal Party, which he has succeeded in doing. He now has a majority government. He's had 5 MPs, 4 Conservatives, and 1 New Democrat cross the floor. Put that into U.S. terms, that would have been the equivalent of Trump bribing back in his first term. It would have been the equivalent of Trump bribing like 5 or 6 Democrats to cross the floor and join the Republican Party.
Well, I think you got to look at it this way, though, dude. Eventually, your population, because you guys don't exactly have calm blood up there. I know everybody thinks you do. I'm like, yeah, no, you don't know very many Canadians. Yeah, because you don't. No. You've got a lot of really strong, fiery bloodlines up in Canada.
Yeah,
and it's only going to be able to go so far.
Well, I mean, what it's basically boiled down to is that, yeah, Carney secured this is from a political point of view, Carney has secured his majority here. The only problem is that in the process of securing his majority, he's virtually guaranteed that there's going to be an independence vote in Alberta in October. And, the polls, and I have to, if I couldn't put up ditto signs, I'm putting up ditto signs right now. The polls are showing that there's less than 50% support for it to occur. The only thing is, though, is that, for instance, if you go to the pro-independence rallies, because I live right across the river from the provincial capitol building here in Edmonton, when I go to those rallies, like the entire front courtyard of the legislature is crammed. When you go to the pro side, you get maybe 20% of the size. And if you go look at the pro separation groups and social media, like the Leave side is probably about 5 or 6 times the size of the pro side. And, I've challenged pro Canada people in Alberta to come up with specific reasons why Alberta should stay. And literally everything they answer is either a conspiracy theory or something that Alberta would probably be able to pay for out of its own pocket, because it wouldn't be sending $40 to $60 billion a year to Ottawa to pay for the other provinces. So,
Well, I mean, I'll give you one little bit of advice. Do not, or make sure before you guys vote, because it doesn't matter what the polls say, because it really depends on who's paying the press at that time, because literally your polls, they don't mean anything.
oh, don't even
Go
get me
check
started
what type
about the
of
polls.
yeah. Go check what type of voting machines you've got. If you got Dominion, Smartmatic, you're screwed. I'm just gonna put that out there.
Well, that's
You're
funny.
done.
You know, I've got some contacts. I might want to go. Make that throw that suggestion out to them. They've used paper ballots here for the most part, like the last few
Good.
elections. So yeah, I don't know how they count them.
Sorry, Neil. I'm thinking Canada, much like much like most Commonwealth countries, is paper-based voting.
Yeah,
well, we were too
we're
until the hanging chads. The hanging chads killed the paper-based system here in the States.
Yeah, no, I found it rather odd that they were using paper-based voting in Canada and in Britain, and the votes, and they knew who had won the same night, and yet somehow in 2020, like, things dragged out through the entire night.
let's not talk about 2020. You know, we had entire voting precincts disappear for several hours, and then come up with like tens of millions of votes in those couple of hours. So we can't even talk about that.
It's
I found the voting situation, like, I mean, it was a six-figure lead for Trump. And I mean, don't get me wrong, I'm not Team Trump, but I mean, it was a six-figure lead for Trump when I turned off the TV to go to bed that night, and I woke up the following morning, and it was like, oh, it's like the vote had completely shifted favor, and it was like, yeah, wow, and
someone captured the switch of 20,000 votes on camera. They were taking a picture of the CNN report, and they captured CNN reversing the Trump vote by 20,000. 20,000 disappeared from Trump, and 20,000 appeared on Biden. Now, that's impossible. Maybe Biden could have made a surge of 20,000, but that would not diminish the Trump tally. The fact is, it was rigged, and there was a satellite link between the United States and the Vatican and Berlin and Spain, and they were...
And Ukraine. And
Ukraine, yes, indeed. So it is rigged, and it's also being exposed a little bit at a time right now. In the United States, they're pulling back the curtain very slowly, and the plan is that they are going to get all of these people, the presidential election of 2020.
Oh, I would like to also throw in my 2 cents on on that whole Hormuz situation. I didn't hear any of you guys mention China at all.
I did. I was.
Yeah. It looked. It's looking very much like, because I mean, and this is something. I mean, I've got a guy who comes on my program all the time, and you know, he's definitely not pro-Trump, and it's like, I mean, I pointed out to him. I'm not going to mention his name, but I pointed out that Iran got much more belligerent when they joined BRICS, right? And yeah, this whole thing.
Well, here's my thought process, Naruki, and bear with me on it, because again, I noticed very strange patterns. It's one of my gifts. I can put patterns together that nobody else sees, and I'm like, I don't understand how you don't see it. Okay. What I was saying right before you guys joined was I was making note of the fact that so all the allies of Russia and China, you have got Cuba, you have got Venezuela, you have got the cartels in South America, you have got Iran. You've got some big players that are all experiencing really horrible things right now. And most of them because of Donald Trump. Cuba right now is being strangled. They have nothing. They have no oil. They have no nothing, right? Their people are rising up against them. that's going to be and I've always said it's always going to be from within. You're going to see change from within. Why? Because if people do not initiate the change themselves, they will always be a prisoner of whoever is leading them. And that is a fact. If you don't do it and you just it's a vacuum and you end up with whoever gets in there and it sucks. It has to be the people. Even with Iran, it has to be the people that get the Khomeinis out permanently. It has to be them. It can't be it cannot be Trump. It cannot be Israel. Israel wants to do it. I mean, Israel's like, oh, let's just violate the ceasefire left and right, and then say, oh, don't hit us back. That's not cool. No, you can't do that. Okay, it's got to be from within. It's got to be from within Iran. But China and Russia have sat quietly. Okay, literally, they are the biggest backers, and everybody says it's because they're weak, because they have no money. No, that's a crock of crap, and I can tell you that. That is a crock of crap. They are not weak.
They're not on the cabal system.
Well, yeah, it looks very much like it was a China power play to me. From the outset, it looks like it was a bit of a power play by China. It should also be noted that there are other three rather powerful countries that are also part of BRICS. That's India, Brazil, and South Africa. And none of those three countries are in any particular mood to start World War III over
Not true. India backed Israel. India told Israel they would fight. Why? Because we're pulling our financing. The states are pulling it. Trump is pulling it. He's not going to be sending them $65 million a month or $1 billion a month, whatever it was. Some ridiculously huge amount of money every month.
Yeah, but
rain or shine.
You're forgetting Europe and especially Britain involved with India. India's got a very complicated sort of history since the 1947.
Yeah, but the UK is in deep crap over Hormuz, Mark. You guys are in deep doo-doo. You know why? Because Lloyd's, and actually Spain's in deep doo-doo. Because Lloyd's and Santander both were financing Iran behind the sanctions. Okay, so Lloyd's is in deep crap, which is why Trump opened up another form of Lloyd's here in the States. He's telling you, I'm taking all the oil business. It's all coming to the States.
Executive orders. What were they doing?
One of the reasons people don't
you can get into Monroe Doctrine for North America as well. One of the biggest beneficiaries, for instance, of the province I live in separating from Canada, like one of the biggest winners out of that would be the Trump administration.
She's still talking about that shit.
I wanted to say something about oil, and Iranian oil in particular with regard to England. England has been supporting and propping up every tyranny in Iran since 1908 because the British Petroleum was established after they found the oil in Bactria in Iran, 1908. And then they installed the first Shah, who decimated the Bactrians so he could seize the province and establish BP. And ever since then, England has been running on Iranian oil. And every tyranny, every deposition, deposing the first Shah, installing Mossadegh, deposing Mossadegh, installing the second Shah, deposing the second Shah, installing Ayatollah Khomeini, supporting both Khamenei and Khomeini. Britain has been in there. And so the real war is this financial war between the United States and the Rothschilds and England. And also hamstringing China. Without oil, China cannot invade Taiwan. So that's the big picture as I see it.
If any of you listen to...
On the point of, I just want to point this out, just on the point of Russia and China, just because we, the public, don't hear anything about what Russia and China is doing, doesn't mean they are not doing anything. What happens behind closed doors, it could be a completely different story.
Mark, Russia could have crushed Ukraine 50 times over again.
Yes.
No joke. Okay, they have the technology, they have the power.
Russia is
No,
not
I
on the
disagree.
cabal bank
Russia
system.
is military is based upon the old concept of sending troops in.
No, Russia's
As
old
many-
military was crap. Russia's old military was crap. But Russia, when they went into so when the USSR collapsed, Russia went into a real black market mode, which brought about quite a few multimillionaires and close to billionaires in Moscow. Like at one time in like the late 1990s and going into 2000, Moscow actually held more millionaires than anybody else on the planet. You know that, right? A lot of that went into technology. Right now, Russia is number one in robotics. I don't know if you knew that.
It's not a money issue. It's a more of a
It's a money
mentality
issue.
issue.
They
It's
weren't.
a-
They
No.
weren't part of the cabal bank system,
psychological issue.
Rothschild
It's
bank system.
It's not
So
just
it is-
that, but Ukraine, more than half the people of Ukraine did not want to be under Zelensky. And you don't, I mean, it's not about a limited amount of people to fight the battle. Russia could have crushed them day one. They really could have. And Russia and China actually together went to the UN in 2019, and you can look this up. Russia and China went to the UN in 2019 because they knew there were gain of function labs in Ukraine up on the frickin' Russian border. And they went there and they wanted those labs shut down. They wanted them down, and I wouldn't blame it. I said, if Canada put a gain of function lab on the U.S. border,
There were 47 labs. There were 47 labs established by the Department of Defense under Obama.
Yep.
They were doing gain of
Aimed
function
at Russia
on
and China.
microorganisms and viruses that would specifically attack the Slavic gene.
Yes.
And that is all true, Vixen, absolutely true. And most people never learned it, and those who did learn it seem to forget it. That was the equivalent.
Well, there's
I
a lot
said
of people that didn't forget it.
Putin, in that situation, was the John F. Kennedy of our time. He was facing a situation that John F. Kennedy faced with Cuba, with atomic missiles, nuclear missiles in Cuba, an existential threat to the United States. Putin was in the same situation, and he had to eradicate that. On top of it, Ukraine, I call the devil's playground. It was a center of money laundering, human trafficking, adrenochrome harvesting, organ harvesting, child trafficking.
All set up by the CIA.
All run by the CIA. And by the way, the CIA is the New World Order. The CIA is not an American organization. It's why it's called Central. NASA is not an American organization. That's why it's called National. But the CIA is the New World Order. And it was established through the deep state. And the crux of the matter is this. H.G. Wells wrote a book called New World Order in 1938-39. And the elite in America and the aristocracy in England embraced the idea of one world government by the elites. World War II came and went, and at the end of it, they said, oh, this is the time to implement it. Let's do it through a new organization, the United Nations. And one of the parties in the United States that was advocating world government was called the World Federalist Party. Another offshoot of it was United World Federalist Party. Instead of United States, United World. They thought that that would appeal to the American public. And the head of that party, who ran for president in 1948, was a man named Cord Meyer. He lost really badly because Americans don't want socialism or communism. But Allen Dulles recruited Cord Meyer into the CIA and made him the director of MK Ultra. Cord Meyer migrated into the CIA with his cadre of political advisors and his political philosophy, which is United World Government. And they are the New World Order. That is their real name. And that's what they call themselves. So,
and that's why they invented the Hegelian dialectic. That is why, and I always say the Mossad, the CIA, one and the same. Do not ever, ever mistake that. They are one and the same. They always have been. They always will be. One does the dirty work. The other one covers it. That is how it's worked with them. Yep.
Hand in glove. The CIA, James Jesus Angleton, and remarkably, a British trader named Kim Philby, who was part of MI6. James Jesus Angleton and Kim Philby went to Israel in 47, 48. They organized the Mossad. Kim Philby was exposed in the 1960s. He fled to the Soviet Union. He'd been a mole all that time. And James Jesus Angleton adopted Mossad as a subdirectory, a subdesk of the CIA, and used Mossad to conduct political and economic assassinations all across Europe and the United States. If you really want to know who the Men in Black are, just take a look at a synagogue on Saturday. They all black suits, black shoes, black hats. The Men in Black are Mossad.
Kim Philby was deaf, but Kim Philby had a few issues, man. Like he was, my understanding was that he had one really effective mission. Other than that, he was actually almost a bit of a detriment to the KGB. From what
but let's be fair, Naroki. Look at Benjamin Netanyahu. Okay, tell me that these people make rash decisions when it comes to their leadership or the people that they adore going down the line. Benjamin Netanyahu has literally, since Rabin, has done nothing but make Israelis look like liars. And I say this not with any hesitation. And I'm not anti-Semitic.
Managed to stay in power for as long as he has.
They're trying to overthrow him. And I keep saying that. Don't hate the Jewish people, okay? They are just victims, just as we were, to a deep state. Okay, they are doing what they think they need to do to protect their livelihood, their families, their children. But they have bad leadership.
They're under a spell. It's Stockholm Syndrome. Yep. The Stockholm Syndrome, the victim starts to sympathize with the victimizer and turns to them as their source of survival and sustenance. That's what I tell all my Jewish friends. You know, you people are thralls. You've been enslaved by an ideology. And and I have to say, in New York in particular, the Jewish rabbis in Williamsburg and surrounding areas are coming out and saying, look, in the 1920s, there was the foremost rabbi whose books are in every synagogue, Hotsim Chaim, wrote that Zionism is Amalek, or the Amalekites.
Yes.
Wow. And that they're coming out and saying it. Look, you got to wake up because he is destroying the Jewish people. But let me tell you this. Rothschild's entire plan was to gather up the Jews in one place so that he could wipe them out. 12 years ago,
I believe that.
12 years ago, I saw an interview. I read an interview that appeared in a British magazine. It was scanned and copied and put it on the internet. I read it. And the interviewer asked Rothschild, "Are you Jewish?" And Rothschild said, "I am an Esauan Jew." And my eyes bugged out.
Esau.
What? An Esauan Jew?
Esau?
There is no tribe of Esau, but there is. Esau is the brother of Jacob, who got gypped by Jacob, who became Israel. And I realized, oh my God, he's telling. And then Esau is the grandfather of the Amalekites. And then Yahweh says, wipe them off the face of the earth. So I believe that Rothschild was letting out that he is the archenemy of the Hebrews, and that he's out to get the family inheritance back by wiping them out. So gathering them all in one place so he could destroy them. That's the Rothschild plot since the very beginning.
That's diabolical.
That goes. It goes to my. It's something I've said on the show many, many times, though, and I've made the point that you're not okay. The current Zionist Jews, over 90% of the population in Israel right now that are Jewish, who claim to be the chosen ones, they are not. They come from a lineage that is outside the line of Isaac. I'm like, it wasn't Abraham. It was not Abraham that is in the Bible as being the inherited bloodline. It is Isaac. The sons of Isaac shall inherit my kingdom. It was Isaac. I was like, these are not the bloodline of Isaac. And when they did genetic blood tests back in 2012, before it was banned, because the Israeli government banned it after these blood tests and said you can't do it unless you go through a government-approved company.
Yeah.
But the tests showed that they did not have any bloodline, any inherited blood, and that the Gazans, the Lebanese, the Syrians, the Egyptians had way more blood that went back to the lines of Isaac. Because it was not, in the Bible, it was not a religious inheritance. And I keep saying that. Show me in the Bible where it says you have to be a Jew or a believer. It says the sons of Isaac.
Right.
It does not say
one
you
more
have
thing
to.
about the misinterpretation, the twisting of the word in the Bible. They're claiming, that the Israelis have two stripes on their flag representing the Euphrates and the Nile, and claiming that they were given all that land between the two rivers, and people have been buying that lie for the longest time. The land that was given to or promised to the descendants of Isaac was a land between the two rivers, but everyone's forgetting that the two rivers are two of four in Genesis, and the two of the four are the Tigris and the Euphrates,
yeah.
and the other ones are the lost Pishon River and the Gaon River. But that's what they were talking about, and the promise of the land was given to Abraham and Isaac when they were living in Iraq. So Iraq is the land that was promised them, not Palestine.
Well,
not
that promise was the covenant was to Abraham, as far as your eye can see. But the ones to Israel, where they go in from Egypt, that's a different covenant, and that's smaller.
Hold on to that thought, Vicki, because I got to take us out to our long break. Hang in there, guys. When we return, we're going to actually continue this conversation because it's incredibly interesting, and you guys are learning. You're learning something, and not just from me this time, or Mark, or or Rafi or Roger. Now you have another person who's joined who's on that same page. Hang in there, guys. We'll be back in just a few moments.
Hey guys, I have to hang up here. I actually have to get set up for my show tonight. So
talk to you later, Naroki. Thank you.
Yeah, take care, Naroki.
By the way, Nancy,
good having you in.
I'll have to set up something with you to come on your show at some point. You fell off the map for a few months there, but I never actually forgot about it. So
it's okay. I'm here. Like I said, I'm always here, and the show's always here every Wednesday night. You're welcome to join whenever you want, or come in as a highlight guest. Just let me know when you're ready, and we'll get it done.
And I'll go Canada Corner.
Well, we could maybe do it because I'm day 4 of 4, but I get off finish work Wednesday morning. We could possibly do it next week.
That sounds great to me. I'm down with it.
All right.
Like I said, everybody likes to hear.
We're going to lose this room, everybody, but
okay.
Robert, you're not used to this, but kind of with Jaffe. What I'm going to do is I'm going to hang this call up. Everybody hang up, and I'm going to call everybody back right on this particular group. Okay? So you'll get another call. Okay? And just join when I get the room set back up again. Okay?
Very good.
All right. I'm gonna take us out right now and switch us over so that we can start getting that all set up. All right. I'll see you on the other side, folks. That was part 1 of Vixen's Vault. Coming up, more to come with the Legion of Chaos and Nancy Planetta's group doing the Vixen's Vault. Let me get us all set up here. There we go. I'll make the call. Here we go. Welcome back, David. Welcome back, welcome back, welcome back.
I'm here, Mark. We're doing good. Got quite a group in here tonight.
Yeah. It's good to see everybody back.
Yeah. Yeah, it's nice.
I like it when we have a full group with Nancy. Where did there's Robert. There we go.
I hope Robert was on his mic. Yeah, I was gonna say I hope he was on his mic when we went off.
Yeah, he shut it. He shut down his video feed, so I don't know what happened.
Well, he does that when he takes and drinks coffee or whatever.
Oh, okay.
Gotcha. It's nice to see somebody else who's been watching this for so long and sees exactly what I'm seeing in many ways. It's like, oh, wow.
Yeah, Nancy,
You're
we
seeing
need
a real plan.
We need to get him to talk about those missing people and what he's been doing with his remote viewing.
Absolutely. Would love that. Actually, because I've told you many times, I think remote viewing is just a disciplined way of doing what I do when I'm dreaming.
Yep.
It's more disciplined.
Is he coming back? Do you need help?
Whether we should do it or not. I know that Amir.
Hey, Robert, welcome back.
Do you know him?
I'm back. Yes.
Let's see who
There
dropped.
he is.
Oh, Jack dropped off and Raph too. Now that Naroki's out and doing his thing, we should be able to get everybody full scale. Hey, Raph, welcome back.
Robert, I do want to talk about your remote viewing. Because I was just saying to Mark, I think remote viewing is exactly what I do when I'm dreaming. It's just more disciplined. Like, I have no control over these dreams. I don't know when I'm going to have one. I don't know what it's going to be about. But I think it's a form of it.
I'm glad you asked me that because I'm recovering from one of the most intense experiences of my life, and perhaps the whole reason why I embarked in parapsychology. Last week, I covered the trip around the moon on my show live, and on the night of April 6th, April 7th, I went to sleep, and I had this vision of being on an aircraft carrier and seeing 3 UFOs emerge out of the water. I was on the deck and I was looking at the bow, or what I thought was the bow, and 3 UFOs came out of the water. One was a white conical craft with diagonal striations, and it was spilling water. All of this water was spraying out of it. It was spinning. The second one, the middle one, was a beautiful lenticular-shaped UFO, brown in color, and the third one was a triangle like this. So it was the conical one, the elliptical one, and this navy blue triangle, which I assumed was a reverse-engineered U.S. Navy UFO. I was thrilled, and I was on the deck, and I was the LSO, the landing signal officer, and I was hailing them and saying, come, and I was guiding them. They were moving slowly over the deck to come down, and then I awoke, and I was absolutely thrilled. I called several other friends that are also psychic and contactees and experts in UFOs, and I told them I had the most marvelous UFO vision that I've had in years and years and years. And then for the next 3 days, I prepared for the landing. And on April 9th and 10th, I stayed up all night, and I was reviewing photograph after photograph, video after video. And at about 4:30 in the morning, I saw a single photograph of the heat shield before it was attached. And it was brown, and it was elliptical, and I realized, oh my God, I'm being shown that the heat shield might fall off Orion. And fortunately, and just fortunately, this is the way God works. In January, I was contacted by a scientist who works for NASA, who has a new unified field theory. He's Chinese. His name is Dr. Yu. And I did an interview with him in February, and we really hit it off. Because I read, write, and speak Chinese. I've studied Tai Chi for 54 years, and we did a beautiful interview on unified field theory with Dr. John Brandenburg, who's a plasma physicist. So we really bonded. and we've stayed in touch. I got up, I went to write emails immediately when I realized what my vision was revealing. 4:44, I looked at the clock here, 4:44, my internet went out. From 4:44 until 10:30 in the morning. And I called my friend Barbara Honegger, is a very well-known psychic and actually a researcher of really high quality, high grade and intelligence. And I told her what I realized. And between the two of us, we put our minds together. I contacted Dr. Yu. Who is Dr. Yu? He is the manager of the Orion environmental subsystems, in charge of keeping the astronauts alive in the space capsule. So I called him up, and he was amazed that I was calling. I said, his name is Wei Ping. Wei Ping, I have to talk to you. I had this vision, I had this dream. It represents that the heat shield might come off. I've read that
we have
NASA
about
is
30 seconds till we get back on air, guys.
Okay, well, basically I induced him, I convinced him to change the angle to make it steeper so that the atmosphere would press the heat shield into, because they were going to come in at a shallower angle. I was afraid it would bend, the plasma would burn the lid or the heat shield off, and he succeeded.
Here's your countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and you're back live and on the radio side right now.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Vixen's Vault. Today's date is April the 15th, 2026. It is 10:04 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. I'd like to welcome everybody back to the show, and I'm actually going to ask Robert Morningstar to repeat what he was discussing with me as we were on break. I had told him that when we came back, I would like to discuss remote viewing, his remote viewing, probably because, as you all know, those of you who listen to the show, Larry, I know you're listening, you guys know for years I've told you all about my visions, my dreams. Some of you have experienced the manifestation with me, but I always compared it to remote viewing because I really, honest to God, believe that's what I'm doing in some weird way. It's natural for me, but it only occurs in a dream state. Once in a while, I'll get a flash vision while I'm awake. They're always accurate, but they don't hold to the twos. The dreams always hold to the rule of 2, I call it. 2 days, 2 hours, 2 minutes, 2 years, 2 months. It's always in a 2 pattern. With that, Robert, I'm going to ask you to repeat, if you could. I know it's a lot, but if you could repeat what you were talking about.
Well, before I relate that, my most recent experience with remote viewing, I would like to remind everyone that tonight, April 15th, is the night that the Titanic went down.
Yeah.
And there were many people who had premonitory dreams and warnings. Some listened and they survived, and others didn't, and survived in lifeboats, and others didn't. But what I was relating was the most powerful remote viewing experience of recent years. I had a dream on the night of April 6th and 7th after the Orion went around the moon that I was on an aircraft carrier. I was the landing signal officer, and I saw 3 UFOs come out of the water, all 3 simultaneously, like this, 1, 2, 3, horizontally. The right one was a white, conical-shaped UFO that had diagonal striations, and it was spinning, and water was just pouring and spilling out of it. The second one was a beautiful elliptical brown-colored UFO in the center, and the third one was a navy blue triangle that represented to me a U.S. Navy reverse-engineered triangle UFO, which I know we have, and we have had it for many years. So I was signaling and hailing them to come aboard, and they slowly moved over and were about to descend on the deck. And I woke up totally thrilled because this was so vivid, so lifelike, that I really was standing on the deck of the carrier. So I called some of my other friends, and I told all my friends, as a matter of fact. I was so excited by the vision that I told all my friends, my closest friends, about it, including 2 psychics, Barbara Honegger, who she worked in the Ronald Reagan White House, and she was there when Reagan was shot. And on that day, both of us experienced miracles. So I told her, and I told my friend Dr. Bruce Cornett, who's a geologist, PhD, very advanced researcher in UFOs and a contactee, has had a lot of alien experiences. So I told them all about it. On the night of 9th and 10th April, I stayed up all night in anticipation of the return and the reentry of Orion. And I spent all night reviewing videos, photographs from the moon, accounts, biographies for articles that I'm writing. And at 4 o'clock in the morning, 4:30 in the morning, I came across a single photograph of the heat shield in the laboratory before it was attached to Orion. And I realized, oh my God, that's the middle UFO that I saw. The elliptical brown colored UFO, beautifully shaped, that was the middle image. And I go, oh my God, the dream was showing me that the heat shield could separate from Orion. And that's why the Orion capsule, which was coming up out of the water, spinning, was spilling water out in every direction, like a turbine spinning and just spitting out like a fan. So I was convinced that I finally knew what the dream or the vision was giving me. Before I give you that, I knew Edgar Mitchell, astronaut Edgar Mitchell, Apollo 14, founder of the Noetics Institute. I knew him personally. We were friends for the last few years of his life. And before the mission took off, I invoked the spirit of Edgar Mitchell to be their guardian angel. And I asked, and I wrote, these were emails that I wrote, I put his picture, and I asked Edgar Mitchell to be the guide for a safe journey to the moon and a safe return. And Edgar Mitchell, while he was on Apollo 14, conducted parapsychology experiments secretly from the moon, receiving and sending images. They kept that secret for about 2 years, 3 years afterwards. And when it came out in Look magazine, Edgar Mitchell elevated the field of parapsychology from the ridicule and the fringe science skepticism that was typical, and he gave us a lot of legitimacy. And so I believe that I got this message from a dead astronaut. And so I called NASA at 11 in the morning and I spoke to the man in charge of the environmental systems in Orion. And I had met him in January and February. I had interviewed him and we'd become very, very good friends because he happens to be Chinese, a PhD in physics and an engineer. And we really bonded. So I called him out of the blue on the busiest day probably of his life. And I said to him, I have to talk to you. Because I had sent him the vision as well and sent him the montages. I was taking pictures that looked like what I saw and composing the image. And I said, listen, I have to talk to you. I know what my vision represents. It represents the heat shield separating. And he said, oh, Robert, you're right. And what I was right about was NASA, in order to reduce the G-forces and the buffeting and what they thought the damage to the heat shield and coming in, were changing the angle of reentry to a shallower angle. But when I read that, I know how plasma works, especially under high velocity, and I saw the plasma curling under the capsule, burning the heat shield and burning the Orion. And I said, you've got to make it steeper. You've got to make that angle steeper, not the shallower angle. A steeper angle will make for a more uniform pressure and even burn and prevent the capsule from detaching. And he said, you're right. So then Barbara Honegger called me. I had left her a message at 7 in the morning, and she sent me an article she'd written probably 20 years ago about how changing the angle of reentry saved Apollo 11, because they were going to come in at an angle that was going to land them in the middle of a tropical storm that was forming into a hurricane. So a captain in the United States Navy named Sam Houston happened to just go check the weather with a secret program the Air Force was running called Corona. Nobody was supposed to know about it, but he had clearance. And when he called this Captain Brandley, said, "Thank God you called me. You have to meet me. I have to show you something." So he showed him the weather map, and Apollo 11 was going to come down in the middle of a tropical storm with high seas. You got to change the trajectory. So they did, and Apollo 11 landed 225 miles beyond the original landing spot, and they were able to change it, and Apollo was a success. They saved them. So she sent me the article she wrote. I sent it to Dr. Yu. Dr. Yu went to the NASA directors, and less than a minute before re-entry, they initiated a fourth burn to change the angle. And Orion landed 1 minute earlier, which is what would happen if the angle is steepened. You come down faster and you come down sooner. If the angle is increased, you travel farther and land later. So I'm happy to share this with you. I thank God it happened. And the thing is, when people receive these premonitions, remote viewing, lucid dreams, they're often afraid to voice them. They're often afraid to or don't know how to interpret them. But thank God that I've been at this. I had it, this gift is in my family. It is in the bloodline. And I had it since I was a child. And so that's why I pursued parapsychology. And I ask everyone to pay attention to your dreams, because if you don't, you're missing half your life. So thank you for letting me tell you this story, because it is a miracle. And those miracles are gifted to us. The Godhead speaks to us in dreams. So you have to familiarize yourself in dream interpretation. I mean, it goes back to Joseph and the coat of many colors, in the Bible. Yep. So I always knew it. I always knew it was true, because like you, I was raised Catholic, and then I left the church because the Vatican II Council was the takeover of the Catholic Church by satanic influences. Freemasonry, Satanism took over the Catholic Church, and that's why I left. But I like to say, when I left, I took the baby Jesus, the Blessed Virgin, Michael the Archangel God, and Raphael the Archangel with me. The schematic of Catholicism, the world view, the universal view of the hierarchy, that's true. All the dogma is unnecessary. We all have personal relationship with God. I was fortunate to find the source in 1975. I was taken back to the beginning of time, and I saw the creation, and I was given this mission. My soul was taken out of my body, and the Holy Spirit or God said, "Come, Robert, you're going to be my witness. I'm going to show you why things are the way they are." And what I experienced was my consciousness being taken out of my body and dropped into the ocean of consciousness, into the Godhead. Like taking a drop of water with an eyedropper and dropping the drop into the Atlantic Ocean. But the drop of water was allowed to remember and understand that it was a drop in the ocean and to participate in the ocean. And that was the moment of my enlightenment, you might say. And I've known that and kept that secret for 55 years, 51 years, 56 years now. But I share it with you because our consciousness is a spark of the Godhead. And our souls are plasma that's encased in a physical body. And the purpose of being on this planet is learning how to navigate while here in the body through lucid dreaming, remote viewing. We learn to map out the afterlife and navigate in the afterlife and communicate with our loved ones. And I've been touched by ghosts, and every encounter with a ghost is a download of information, of knowledge. And it is the love that we bear for each other that lives on. So there you have it. And thank you for
I agree with you so much on. I can't even begin to tell you how many things we connect in that you would never know. It's funny because Edgar Mitchell. As soon as you said that, I know Mark was thinking over there. Nancy's jaw just hit the ground. Literally, I was supposed to interview Edgar Mitchell. He passed away right before the interview, but I had spoken to him and loved him. I mean, Wilbur Allen actually introduced him to me.
Oh, Wilbur's a great friend of mine. Oh my goodness, and God bless him. And he's still.
In fact, Wilbur was here. Wilbur was down in Florida, and we hung out together, had lunch, had a great time. But I mean, that you snapped me forward when you said that, because I was like, I was supposed to interview Edgar. It was like one of the biggest disappointments of my life. But I was happy for Edgar because he's finally out of the shell. But I was like, oh God, what timing. But then you're talking about NASA and different projects. When my father was a DOD contractor, he's retired. He's still alive, but he was a DOD contractor. He worked with and for NASA in many capacities. He built jet simulators for the Air Force, but he also worked on the microchips for the shuttle program. He also worked on the Apollo program in its very beginning stages. So a lot I know about the Corona program only because of my father.
Oh.
And it's crazy to hear you talk about some of these things, because I'm like, he sounds like my father. He sounds like my dad. Oh my God.
That's obviously we have a psychic connection. I want to add a couple of things about Edgar Mitchell. I met him personally in New York. He gave a lecture about his trip to the moon. I always wanted to talk to him about the cosmic consciousness experience that he had had. So I went there early, and I sat in the second row in the Explorers Club in New York. And he gave this wonderful lecture, and questions and answer time came, and I raised my hand, and he was being very affable, philosophical, professorial, and genteel. And he said, "What's your question?" And I said, "Captain Mitchell, I feel privileged to be here with one of the 6 sets of eyeballs that actually saw the moon. Would you describe for me the internal structure of the crater Euclid?" And when I said that, he went, "No!" And he slapped his hands at his side. He clicked his heels. He looked at me in a look that Navy people would say meant, "Lieutenant Whale shit, you are way out of line, and you are to cease this line of questioning immediately." And he couldn't control himself. And 200 people in the audience jumped. Wow, what did he say? And then he caught himself, and he thought, and he said to me these words: "Well, the mission profile didn't call for that, so I don't have to answer that question." And everyone was taken aback. Now, I was a bit pissed, to be honest with you, by his treatment of me. I don't like being treated or looked at like Lieutenant Whale shit. And I said, "Damn it, he owes us this. We paid for this. He has that knowledge, and I want to know." So one of the things that I mentioned about contact with spirits or even with people in the past in my life, psychometry is another field of parapsychology. Touching something that belonged to somebody, touching an artifact from some event.
Yep.
People receive energy, but touching someone else is also psychometric. So I had shaken hands with people in the past, and after shaking hands with them, a lucid dream would reveal to me information that they remembered. I met Nijinsky's daughter. People who don't know, Nijinsky 110 years ago was the greatest dancer in the world. He was the Michael Jackson of the time, and he rediscovered perfect human body movement. So I studied him for 10 years. I'd never had a dream about him, and I met his daughter. I shook hands with her, and for 3 nights I dreamed about Nijinsky. But my perspective was, the first 2 nights I was a baby, a child crawling under a table, seeing somebody dancing around and telling me, "This is the move you have to get," crossing the feet and telling me, "You have to play," all night, The third night, I was out of my body. My body was in bed with my paramour, and I saw the specter of the rose walk by me, go up to my bed, look at me. He lifted himself up, rose over my bed, and sank into my body, saying that he was becoming a walk-in and that we would cohabitate while we did this work together. So I knew I had that skill, and I never, ever in my life intentionally invaded anybody else. But when Edgar Mitchell refused to answer that question, I put myself as the last person on the line. And when it came to meet him, I thanked him and I shook hands with him, you know. And I intentionally directed my chi to go down my meridians into my hand, up his up, and I didn't let go of his hand. This is really funny. You know how long it takes to shake a hand, like a couple of seconds you shake. So there's 200 people are there. I'm the last guy online, so I held his hand. When he tried to pull it away, I went with it and held on to it. When he pushed it, so we got into this little hand-shaking little... He didn't want to say let go of my hand, and I wasn't going to let go. So I did that with the intention of tapping his memory banks. And then I let go finally. And we were friendly, and we agreed to keep in contact and communications. So I went home, and I was thrilled. There, I met Edgar Mitchell. I'd shaken hands with him. I went into the bathroom to relieve myself, and I closed my eyes, and I had the most vivid vision of descending over the moon, looking down into the crater Euclid at an oblique angle, and I saw what he had seen. The last thing I'll say is we became friends. We corresponded from 2004 till the time he passed away, and I broke his mind control. A lot of people don't know that the astronauts were asked to volunteer for an MK Ultra program to erase their memories so that they could not be forced to speak. They were afraid that Soviets or the Chinese would kidnap an astronaut, like in the Manchurian Candidate movie, and that they, through mind control, would force them to reveal secrets. So they said to them, we have this technology, it involves drugs and hypnosis and post-hypnotic suggestion, and they'll never be able to break you. So I found a photograph of a UFO that Edgar Mitchell had taken on the moon, and he didn't remember taking it. And I sent it to him. And he was on the phone when I sent it. We were telephone and messenger, and I hit send. I heard bing, and I heard him say, well, I'll be damned, there is something there. And the next day he was on UK radio, and he admitted UFOs were real, that NASA was covering them up, and that he had been born and raised in Roswell, and that he knew about the Roswell crash since he was 13, which was what inspired him to become an aviator, to join the Navy, and become an astronaut.
All right, with that, I got to stop because I got to take us out to break before Mark kills me. Hang in there, guys. We will return in just a few minutes, and we will continue this conversation yet again. We'll be right back, guys.
Great. Thanks, Robert.
Oh, thank you for inviting me. It's an honor to...
Oh, Robert, that was awesome. I took a moment. I dropped a dream I had in 2016, and everybody else in here has read this, but it is a prophetic dream. But it is something, I always say that it's like a novel where it's piece by piece by piece by piece by piece. And when I dream and I write it down, because I always write down, okay, what I'll call precognitive dreams are different than a normal dream. They're very, I always say that the visual aspect of it, it's like all my senses are on crack when I'm dreaming like that. Everything is brighter, sense are stronger. Right. My eyesight is incredible. My hearing is insane. And when I write it down, it comes out almost like poetry. And I can't help that. I can't control that. And I always say to people, I think in lyrics sometimes, like I think in rhythm. And it's probably what makes me very good with computers. It's because it's like the binary is like a rhythm to me. So it works for me. But again, if you read what I wrote, sometimes I reread it and I'm thinking, holy crap, man. Yeah, because I remember what I saw in the dream, and I know what's happened, and I know what's yet to come. And I know how it ends.
Yes.
And that's what everybody says to me, you never ever lose faith. You always say, I trust the plan. I really do. Mm-hmm. And it's got nothing to do with Q in so much as it has to do with this dream.
Right.
I was like, because I had the dream before Q ever came into the picture.
Oh, I see.
And but it followed the dream in many ways. I was like, but again, I had it on November the 11th, which is weird. I didn't even think about it. And when I wrote it down, it was 11:11 a.m., and that is actually in my computer file under properties. Didn't know this for a couple of years. And I was rereading it one day, and I looked down, and I went, oh, there's my twos. 11:11
right.
is 2 plus, 1 plus 1 is 2, 1 plus 1 is 2, and then 11:11 a.m., I wrote it down, 1 plus 1 is 2, 1 plus 1 is 2. And now I just said to myself, this is like one of the only dreams that is not in a binary sequence, though, as to when it manifests. Because it keeps, like, parts of it are manifesting at all different times.
Right.
Even the collapse of the Roman Catholic Church, which is at the end. The pontiff calls upon his children with no uniforms. Mm-hmm. It's there, and we're seeing that now. We're seeing the conflict with the church. And how that's going to end, because it's not going to end well for the church, I can tell you that.
Right.
But you mentioned Elohim, which also snapped me, because the very last line in that dream is Elohim in its purest form.
Yes. Yes.
And it's funny because not too many people know what Elohim was, know that Elohim is a plural. They don't know that, but I know you do.
Yes. Yes.
So,
and the twisting of it is another. I'd love to know more about that dream or read it. If you could send it to me, I would like to.
It's actually in the chat room. Are you is he in the chat room, Mark?
Yeah, if he's here, he can also see the chat.
Oh, the chat. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I dropped it in there for you because I'm like, yeah.
We get a little bit more than a minute to go before we come back from break, but.
Oh, this is very important. I mean, this is, well, what it reveals is that science has been in a conspiracy to suppress consciousness. Aliens, UFOs, interdimensional beings, they have suppressed that because the admission of the alien presence.
We got about 30 seconds.
The interaction with humans and their engineering of humanity would collapse a cornerstone of science, meaning Darwinian theory that we evolved from monkeys.
Okay, and here is your countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And you are back live and on the radio side right now.
Right on time, Mark. 10:30 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. Welcome back to the Vixen's Vault. I am your hostess, Nancy Planetta, or the Wiccan Vixen, however you want to call me or whatever you know me by. Again, many of my listeners go way back to my times with the show Ghost Hunters, when I owned the Ghost Hunters chat. We were thousands of people on the IRC just having a good time and talking around, and some of you guys have actually been listening to me for that long. That's kind of scary. That scares me because I realize exactly how old I am, because you're talking that's over 20 years ago. But welcome back to the show. Again, our guest this evening, we have Mr. Robert Morningstar. We actually have a whole cavalcade of people here, but Robert's been just so interesting, relaying his experiences and some of, we were discussing remote viewing in the last, segment of the show, and Robert was going into his particular experience and his experience with Edgar Mitchell. And I'm enthralled because it's something that hits close to home for me, as you all well know. I do want to mention, we do have one listener out there, Larry Hersman. Hello, Larry. And some of you guys are familiar on my panel. Mark, I know you know Larry. Rafi knows Larry. But Larry has been, literally, I've known him since the IRC days of Ghost Hunters chat. And I'd like to thank him for being so faithful and listening But Larry has also been there when I have had dreams, and I have told certain members in my chat, usually my moderators, and would say, give it 2 days, give it 2 hours, whatever, it's going to manifest. And he's been there when that's happened. One of those, and I've mentioned it on the show, was the Northern Illinois shooting, which that was literally a 2-day on the dot to the hour, hit. And it was exactly what I saw in the dream. The only thing I didn't know in the dream was the name of the university. I knew where it was. I could describe the building it happened in. I could describe the victims because I was actually standing next to one of them in the dream, and I could smell their blood, which it sticks to me to this day. And guys, you got to remember, I was an EMT, so I am used to dealing with things that most people could not stomach. But for some reason, the smell in that dream, to this day, I can still smell it. And the gunpowder, I can smell the gunpowder residue, the smell of the weapon when it fired. But that's why I always tell people, I know some people say, what a cool thing. Isn't that cool? And I'm like, no, it's really not. Because I'm not sure why. And that's what I want to ask you, Robert. That's kind of my segue to a question for you. People who do this naturally, it's genetic with you. I know for sure it's genetic with me. Mm-hmm. Why? I don't understand why. Because like what I'm shown in my dreams, there's nothing I can really do. We both know there's nothing you can really do to interfere with the dream. There's no way to change the course. It's just either you end up with a guilt because you feel like you caused it, or it's not effective. It's kind of like certain things are set in stone. And I can tell you with my dreams, I always say, usually they're world events, volcanic eruptions, things to that nature, big events. And if I was to call and say, listen, in a pattern of 2, this is going to occur. So you need to go stop that before it can happen. You know what would happen. I would end up getting locked up. Mm-hmm. And the fun and crazy part about this is I told you my dad was DOD, and my father is very well aware of the gifts in the lineage of my family. And he was always on top of me when I was younger to not talk about these things. And my husband, Raphael, by the way, is my husband. He swears to this day, he believes my father was actually CIA. Mm-hmm. But it's almost like he was trying to protect me. Mm-hmm. And now after meeting so many people who were victims of the programs of the government, I have to almost agree with him. Because
it was with Corona. It's very likely that he was.
Yeah, because he was really very, because we had a lot of major military figures over for dinner at my house. I mean, my dad was working mainly out of MacDill Air Force Base for a while, and he knew General Schwarzkopf. So it was always, don't even cross that threshold of conversation.
Right.
Even with UFOs, it was something he just did not want any part of discussion. He would fall back on faith, on his Catholic faith. No, we are the only intelligent beings in the universe. God created us. And very strong. I mean, and my dad is not a loud person, so it was very unusual for him to be passionate. He was an engineer. Passion was not his thing.
That's the point I was making during the break about suppression of consciousness, locking down those faculties to sustain science. Science has established itself as a religion, with the scientists as the high priest of this ideology. And the moment that we admit the existence of the alien, the extraterrestrial presence, or interdimensionality and communications with the afterlife, I've got a long history of that. the science, the paradigm of science, materialistic, atheistic science, comes crashing down. But now we're at that stage where it has to change. A new paradigm is being brought forth, and that's why the UFO issue and the JFK issue is so important, and they have to open up both files. And the reason they can't is that if you open up the JFK assassination files completely, you find out that JFK was killed because he wanted to reveal the alien presence. And if you open up the UFO files, it reveals that JFK was killed because of that, because he knew about Roswell 2 days, 3 days after it happened. His name is in Army intelligence files, that Central Intelligence Group, before it became CIA. CIG was the Army intelligence. They had found out that he had been briefed on a flight between Boston and Washington by a staff member of the Secretary of the Air Force, whose name was Stuart Symington, who was the uncle of Fife Symington, the governor of Arizona, during the Phoenix Lights. So the cover-up involves families and lineages. But I believe that these are gifts of the Holy Spirit, as they are called them in Christianity, but that the church and science has been intentionally suppressing them, denying them, stigmatizing people who have the gift. And remote viewing has saved my life and other people's lives many times. It saved my life in 2012, I experienced a car accident that had involved many cars and dead people on the highway. And you were talking about hearing and smelling. These are really unique aspects. Most dreams, people are looking at a movie, they don't hear much, they don't smell much. But when you have those with that kind of intensity, there's a message, an olfactory message, an auditory message. And in this dream, I saw havoc on the highway, pieces of cars and people dying, and moans and sounds of the grinding of tow trucks lifting up pieces of cars. And I realized in the dream, God is showing me something. He's saying to me, Robert, you have to go through this. We can't change it. You have to go through this, but you can change something to mitigate it so these people don't die. And I did do that. I had a beautiful Firebird, white Firebird, my favorite car, most beautiful one I ever had. And I drove it everywhere. And I had to go to a Christmas party on the solstice in Brooklyn. And what I saw was that a white car had caused it. So I said, well, it's not going to be my white car. So I borrowed a van, a big Pontiac van. I borrowed it. And as a result of that, I was able to control the forces of the crash. So that I became a buffer between all the cars, and no one was killed. People were seriously injured. And then when it happened, bang, it was like this, and literally bang. I turned to hold my friend in her seat, and I put my hand out like that. When I put my hand out, there was an explosion. The airbag hit me in the side of the face. And then I looked and I smelled the gunpowder. Is everybody all right? Everybody was all right. And this is what I said to myself. Oh, I was in this dream on Tuesday night. Everybody's all right. Okay. And just like that, no shock, no fear, nothing. I whipped out my cell phone. I got out, started directing traffic, called 911, and went to the person who had been the worst injured, and I made sure he was all right. And half an hour later, I was in my bed. We hailed a cab, took off, came home, and it was like a bad dream. I was lying in my bed a half hour after this catastrophic accident, thanking God that he had shown me the way four nights before. Monday, I dreamed it. Friday, it happened. So you have to explore this realm because it really is the most important thing in life, to learn to navigate and be ready so that you're not disoriented when you die. You will know where you are, and you'll know how to navigate it, and you'll know how to communicate with loved ones. And one more thing, I had a dream in Hamburg in 1998. I went to dinner with this charming lady, and she offered to drive us home in her car. She came, and it was a white van with a unique side panel, and that was that. I went home in Hamburg, where I was staying, and I had this dream that I saw the car on fire. And the next day I called my friend who'd introduced us. I said, listen, I have to talk to Maria. Can you arrange something with him? And he called her up. He said, my friend Robert wants to meet you. He says it's important. So I said to her, listen, I saw your car last night. I had this dream, and the car was in flames. And she said to me, I'm going to take it to my mechanic. Took it to the mechanic, and it was a Japanese, one of those little original narrow Japanese vans. And she used to pick up her children and her children's friends after school in that van. And she put it aside, went to the mechanic, and the mechanic said to her, why did you bring in the car? She said, my friend had a dream. And he said, you're really lucky you didn't get on the road again. That transmission was really ready to fall out. And you might have caught fire.
Wow.
So that's why I believe in dreams. And I think that they're really important. That's why I'm a Jungian in my psychology, but I also studied Gestalt psychology, which is a very important field. And it's the field of psychology to understand how a human being conceives a thought by organizing information, first visually, and then the rest of the senses. So I encourage people to study your dreams and pay attention to them. My life,
ask you a question?
future has been shown to me 2 years, for example, as you said, 2 years before I discovered the doctoring of the Zapruder film. I was in Switzerland, and I met the angel of history. And the angel of history showed me how we had gone down the wrong track of history and were leading humanity to a dead end. And then I was in a theater where I saw this thing called The Film That Fooled the World. And everyone in the world was locked up in this theater and forced to watch that film 24/7. 2 years later, I discovered the doctoring of the Zapruder film, the greatest act of mind control, mass mind control the world has ever seen. Back to you.
You know, I have a question to ask you. With the type of psychology that you were just discussing, I find it interesting because I know everybody says sight is the first sense that allows the brain to actually register the thought processes and allow you to think through. But I beg to differ because I always feel I am a lot of people tell me I'm strongly empathic, ridiculously strong. And I actually believe it's what I feel. I always say that. I don't get my impressions from people based off what they look like. It's based off what I feel when I'm in their presence, you know. And some people, I can't even go into the same room with them. I'll be very honest. It's so toxic. I call them thunderstorms. You can't be near thunderstorms because they're chaos.
Yes.
But I always felt that is what guided me, not sight, but feeling. And I always said to people, I feel like the ability to be empathic or empathy, we all are to a degree. It's an animalistic trait in us. It's a fight or flight response.
Yes.
But in many ways, I think that can be very much developed. Like I probably developed it as a means to protect my children. I was a single mother. There were instincts that were put into play that caused me to be ridiculously situationally aware and have to be aware of any dangers. And then, you know, you read body cues. You do different things that alert you. And I think I was doing it subconsciously, honestly. But you can, like I said, you can feel people. You can read right through their intent. It's much more trustworthy than sight. I will tell you that. My empathic abilities, I would trust them 1,000,000% over my visual.
Absolutely.
Any day.
Yep. The first sense actually is the olfactory sense. Before our eyes focus, the sense of smell is, and I can tell you this because I awoke in my mother's womb. I was not a premature baby. I was an overmature baby. I was 2 weeks late. And I remember being awakened in my mother's womb by the sound of music, classical music being played, and hearing the sounds of her heartbeat and burps and gurgles and a bright red light, a brilliant red light. And years later, I asked my mother, I know you listen to music and, I could hear your heartbeat, but I don't know about the red light. She said, well, Robert, when I was pregnant, I used to go to the beach almost daily, and I used to lift my skirt or my dress up and expose my belly to the sun. And that's probably the red light that you saw. So we are, if we are nurtured, and the other thing is this, and I will be very frank, one of the things that suppresses these faculties and that is used to suppress consciousness is early childhood trauma. And one of the worst forms of early childhood trauma is circumcision. And that is something that I saw, and I will never, ever attend that religious ceremony that Jewish families practice called the bris. I went and I saw a 10-day-old child totally in love with life and mom and everything. And when the mohel did the dirty deed, the child screamed, and I'm telepathic, and the scream of the child said, "Why are you doing this to me?" And I saw a 10-day-old baby turn into an 84-year-old man with wrinkles on every aspect, his skin, his face, his feet, his cringe. And that is mutilation. And I believe that is one of the ways that these old cults are brutalizing children, imposing a trauma that creates psychic illness and psychological blocks that last for a very long time. I fortunately was saved by the good graces of a certain Dr. Locayo. My mother, when I was born, said to him, "Do you think we should circumcise him?" And my mother said, he paused for a moment, he looked at me in the cradle, he thought, and he said, "No, let's not do that." But my first childhood trauma, as long as I'm revealing myself to you, my first childhood trauma occurred when I was 3.5 or 4 years old. I was sitting on a swing, a bench swing for several people, adjacent to a window in my grandfather's house on the porch. And I was with these older boys, maybe 10 years old, 8 years old, and we're talking, telling stories. And I felt something. The window onto my left was open. It was a darkened room. The room was in darkness, but opposite the window was a doorway to a hallway that was illuminated. And what attracted my attention was my peripheral vision picked up something black within the black. So the two sides were in darkness. I saw something black within the black, and I looked. And I saw a figure walk across out of the blackness, out of the darkness, into the doorway in a silhouette. And it was not human. It was hunching over. It had no neck. It was skulking. And then it turned and looked at me directly in the eyes. And when I saw that look, I screamed bloody murder. And then the creature walked across into the darkness of the other room. My mother, my grandfather, my grandmother came. My father was a merchant marine captain. He wasn't home. But they came, they rushed in. I said, "There's something in the room, something in the room." And they ran in there and they said, "Well, there's nothing here." And my baby brain said, "I saw it. There was something there. He probably went through the floor and he's under the house." That's 3.5, 4 years old, because I knew what I had seen. And I saw that creature once again, probably 39 years later, 40 years later, in 1978. I saw that creature again, and it was an extraterrestrial that I stopped from taking my girlfriend from my bedside. And then she woke up the next day and she was in shock. And she told me, I woke up last night and there was a little demon at the foot of the bed. And she smacked me really hard. You wouldn't wake up. You wouldn't wake up. And I was about to say, no, Chris, I woke up. I drove that thing away. And when I said, no, Chris, I had a white light on the right side of my head, not my forehead, my right side. White light. And a voice said, don't tell her. If you tell her, she'll lose her mind. She'll go crazy. Don't tell her. And I zipped up. And it took 24 years for me to recall that and access it and realize that had been an extraterrestrial encounter. And later on, I met a German psychic who was my house guest. I walked in and she went into shock. And I saw her eyes and I said, Brigitte, what's happening? What's wrong? And she says, she was shaking. She said, I see two people next to you. They're always with you. The one on your right, she's so beautiful. She's like an angel. But the one on your left is short and ugly, and it's not human. It's extraterrestrial. So we have a guardian angel and a guardian demon. And we have to navigate our lives wrestling with one and listening to the other. So that's my psychological profile of myself and my worldview that I share with you, because this is very important. The paradigm shift is here. That's why they're releasing the UFO files. And that's why J.D. Vance came out 2 weeks ago and he says, I'm definitely incredibly interested in UFOs, but I think that they are demons. Have truths. You know, they are. They're interdimensional. And we have to deal with this new universe that's being opened up. The suppression of consciousness is being lifted because we need a higher consciousness to enter this new world.
I agree, but with that, I gotta close the show, Robert. But I do want you to tell our listeners, where can they find you? Where can they find you?
Well, you can find me on Revolution Radio on Sundays and Mondays. Sundays at 3, Studio A. Mondays at 10 p.m. Eastern, Studio B. I'm also on Substack. The Morning Star Report is an e-zine on Substack. It's my name, robertmorningstar.substack.com. And you can, and my email is robert.morningstar@gmail.com. So you're free to contact me. Thank you very much.
And let them know when you're going to be on Coast to Coast Radio again.
Coast to Coast, April 30th. I will be on at 1 p.m. Eastern on May 1st. But it's the April 30th show. They start at 10 o'clock in California. So that's how they name it. But Walpurgisnacht.
There you go. All right, guys. With that, we are out of here for the week. We will talk to you again next Wednesday night on the Vixen's Vault, so long as we're all here, which I'm pretty sure we're going to be. Just saying. Hang in there, guys. We'll talk to you next week. We're out of here.
Thanks, Robert. Please come back.
Thank you.
This has been a really good show.
I'll be back. Thank you very much. It really was a privilege and a pleasure to meet all of you and Vixen in particular, to have that dialogue. And I've downloaded her vision and I put it in my archives to study it. So hello, Nancy, Roger, Mark, good to see you.
Appreciate it. Appreciate everybody tonight. It's been a great show. All the shows tonight were great. I have to get you in with Jack sometime too.
Oh yeah, Jack would love him. Jack will. You'll love Jack, and Jack will love you.
That's my dolphin's name, by the way.
Jack Carey?
No, Jack Kennedy.
Jack's a merman, so.
No, he's not.
Yes,
Jack
he
Kennedy.
is.
Jack is my. Now Jack knows I had my dream about the damn dog man. And showing me the military aspects of the damn dog.
We're going to get cut off, folks. So, in case we do, I am going to host us out to the Great Conspiracy. All right? And we will be back. I'll be back Sunday with Censorship Sucks. Wednesday again with all 3 shows that you heard tonight and music in between.
That was a
And
good
we're
show.
going to host out to the Great Conspiracy right now. Okay, appreciate each and every one of you. Thank you so much.